Let's take it out to the lanes, Brian, and we'll go ahead and take a look. Looks like we've got lanes 5 and 6 up here for you. Rick Steelsmith, Lindsey Boomershine, Zeno Garcia, Brenda Padilla to get things kicked off here at the 2013 Luci Bonneau doubles match play. Of course, this weekend's coverage is brought to you by Storm, the Bowlers Company, and Carol Storm & Norman's Pro Shop. We want to welcome in our viewers already today into the chat. Don't forget to interact with us. You can tweet us at #InsideBowling. Go ahead and tweet us. We could get it up on the screen for you, your tweets all day long. So glad to have you with us, and appreciate Big Man being in the chat again already here today. And we will continue to answer your questions today, and I'll get some guests to come in. And good morning to everyone throughout the United States and beyond. Do us a favor, give us a share out there. Let people know you're watching live bowling here today on our channel. You know you have bowling options out there today. It's a double-header extra frame also broadcasting today from the regional tournament down in southern part of the United States. I'll work on that, Big Mac. I haven't had a chance to really see what the players are using. We've been getting ready and getting set up here this morning, working through a few technical things. So I'll get that for you as we cruise along. It's a fresh lane condition, 39-foot oil pattern, very, very flat. It was not posted what the pattern actually was here today and yesterday, but Kegel designed it for them, and we saw very low scoring pace. As yesterday, it took plus 142 for a two-person duo team through 8 games of qualifying. So that's under 210 a person if you were to break it out per bowler. So pretty low scoring pace here today. We have Chris Barnes in front of us as well on another pair. And I was just handed the 2013 prize fund. And the prize fund, first place $8,000 today, second place $4,000, $2,400 for third, $2,200 for fourth, $2,000 for fifth. Then it goes $1,800, $1,700, $1,600, $1,500, $1,400, rounds out your top 10. 38 teams cashed here. I'll get a copy of the prize fund posted on your tabs down below in a little while, along with a match play schedule for you as well when we get time here in just a few minutes. So early this morning, getting going. Mike Flanagan here with you. Brian Burkhart also working hard on the cameras here today, getting us all set up. Game number 1 of match play. Just a star-studded field here today, as it was 2 full squads of 42 teams yesterday. Total of 84 teams. If you're doing the math at home, that's 42 times 2. Rick Steelsmith, in my opinion, Rick Steelsmith is probably the best bowler that never got a chance to compete at the highest level for a long enough period of time because of injury. If there was a snake-bitten bowler in the history of modern-day bowling, in my opinion, Rick Steelsmith would probably be it. Steelsmith, if you watch his Hall of Fame video, his USBC Hall of Fame video that was done very nicely by Matt Lawson and the folks over at USBC, you will know that he was plagued with a wrist injury and pretty much almost shut him down forever. He's back bowling now, but certainly was one of the best bowlers to come out of Wichita. Gordon Vatican on the record on that video talks about how great Rick was. Coach Vatican, obviously the head coach at Wichita State for many, many years, and had a chance to coach Rick Steelsmith. Rick was actually a last-minute replacement. Alex Aguiar was actually supposed to bowl with Lindsey Boomershine, and Alex struggled with a foot injury, so he has not been able to make the trip from New York. Really sad he couldn't make it, and Lindsey picked up Rick, and Rick and Lindsey qualified third yesterday. Lindsey Boomershine yesterday totaled 17-14, which was 114 over, which was good for about the fourth best girl in the field yesterday, unofficially. Third or fourth. She's throwing the ball really good right now. She was just named a Bowling Writers All-American in Bowler's Journal. I saw that. She is an All-American for the prior bowling season, largely in part to her participation in tournaments and her all-events title at the Women's Championships. Lindsay recently married Hank Boomershine, who I work with at Storm, and lives in Utah, spends a lot of time working on her game, and it's paying off. She had a nice U.S. Open, got off to a really good start last week, and down the stretch ran out of gas, and that format just really ate her up. But she will be back, and she's one of the best up-and-coming young female bowlers out there. I realized she bowled college a few years ago, but still very young, Lindsay. Zeno Garcia on lane 6, who we just had up. Looks like Brian's got us set up here with some other pairs and stuff, which is great. As we switch gears, we'll go over to 9 and 10. Barnes wearing the yellow today. And as I mentioned, Chris Barnes bowled 290 yesterday. The last game, they were at plus 99, well outside of the cut. And his 290 in game number 8 of qualifying during the A squad, and Tennille Milligan's 212 to go with it, launched them to where they qualified quite high in the 5th position. Milligan actually went minus yesterday, minus 48, and Chris Barnes was 247 over yesterday for a combined total of plus 199. Currently right now they are bowling Eric Traylor and his partner Elizabeth Sinecki. Elizabeth works for the USBC, and Traylor from Texas. It's about a 30-minute drive, he said, to come in. It's kind of a home team advantage here for Traylor and his team. They're 193 over coming into today. Don't forget the teams are going to receive 30 bonus pins for any win here today. Off to the right of your screen, lane number 11, you see DJ Archer. Good look at Elizabeth Sinecki's style. Looks like she's throwing the new Rotogrip Deranged. Ball comes out pretty soon. Won't be too long. For more information about that particular bowling ball, head on over to rotogrip.com and you can find out more information about release dates, core specs, and everything that's going on with that ball. I happen to know that because if you've been out of the loop for a little while, recently I took a job with Storm, Director of Marketing. Really looking forward to that. Making the move on Wednesday. It's hot down here in Texas, I can tell you that. Very, very humid, very, very muggy. I thought St. Louis was bad, but it's pretty warm here in Texas. We got dual screens up now. Nice work by Brian here. We've got lanes 5 and 6 and lanes 9 and 10 for you. Also working on getting you another pair up and running as well here this morning. So 30 bonus pins it is for the win. And let's go ahead and take a look at this cut line here, and we'll see just how many pins separate each particular position. And if you want to see all this yourself, just go down below the live stream window in your InsideBowling.tv webpage, landing page, and you'll see under the feed you've got the Inside Bowling Twitter feed, but underneath that you'll see some tabs appear. That's where you can see the total combined after 8 games down below. So right now, 366, McEwen and Kent. They're about 100 ahead of second place O'Keefe and O'Neill. Boomershine and Steelsmith are pretty close to them. So basically we've got 7 teams within 200 pins of the lead right now. And that's Jeannie Franklin and Brett Wolf at plus 172. And the 12th position is just at 142. So 220 pins separate first and 12th. So a lot could be made up in round robin match play. Plus you got 2 scores per game as it is a doubles tournament, mixed doubles. Just a little after our 9 o'clock. Pace is moving along quite nicely here. Taking a look at the scores here, scoring pace this morning. Barnes has got a double, looking for the turkey on lane 10. Seen him go through the nose a couple of times, but looks like he's got it figured out now, Chris Barnes. Eric Traylor's not having any problems this morning as he's got 5 in a row, and his partner Sinicki spare, spare, spare triple. If you missed it yesterday, I uploaded a video on our YouTube channel of an incredible thing that happened. We had a bowling ball. The guy was working on a 300 game, and right when the ball was about to hit the pins, the rack came down, and he had to re-bowl the ball and bowl 297. I was able to capture that for you yesterday. Rick Steelsmith has really got it going on. He's got one of the most classic styles you've ever seen. It's good to see Rick out here competing here today. As I mentioned before, I feel his career should have been a lot better than what it was if he wouldn't have gotten injured. Lindsay Boomershine, she's good for filling a few frames, grabbing a double, filling a frame or two, grabbing a double, and the game's over. She's staring at 220. Her games yesterday, 223, 223, 219, 204, 216, 236, 177, 216. And honest to goodness, I had not looked at her score sheet to even see what her games were. But that's really what she does. She keeps it around the pocket, covers her spares, gets a couple doubles a game, and says, hey, Steelsmith, you can bowl a rummage sale of scores if you like, buddy. But I'm just going to be the little consistent petunia sitting in the one hole. And if you need me, you know what you're getting from me. And I might catch a bad pair once in a while, but I'm going to give you 220 every game, 210 at least on this 39-foot oil pattern. And Steelsmith yesterday, just to take you through his day, he opened with 160 and persevered with 219, 267, 246, 193, 212, 238, 199. Rick was 142 over, and Lindsay was 114 over. So probably the most complete team from a what they both averaged coming in, as opposed to someone like Cassandra Luthold, who tied for the 11th position, who was 218 overall by herself, and her partner Chris Castro looking to get it turned around today. He was 76 under. And I know that with them getting in, having 10 teams make it off of A squad yesterday and 2 from B, I know for sure that Chris Castro has got a game plan, and I anticipate him bowling much better today. And if Cassie can bowl like she did yesterday, it's almost like having 2 of the men on one team with the way she can light up the scoreboard. I mean, she was the 3rd highest bowler in the building yesterday. We saw Trailer's string come to an end on 9 and 10. Still has 262 left. Chris Barnes says, well, if Eric Trailer can string strikes, I'm going to string strikes. There's old Tricky Ricky there. Steelsmith, another 10 back on lane 6. He likes that lane. Barnes is getting the ball about 3 boards there, 3 boards right of the right rangefinder. Ball didn't tip down lane, leaves the 2-8. Gives it a little smile. Talking to Tennille Milligan, his partner. Probably telling her, hey, you know, don't forget I shot 290 yesterday to get us in here, partner. I'll be there. And I got to find out if Chris had those pants custom made or if he just, you know, headed on down to the Old Navy and picked those out. I'm not sure. I'll have to find that out. I will get out in the field here in a little bit. We'll find out what old Christopher Barnes did to solidify these crazy colored pants that he and his Team Columbia 300 are wearing nowadays. And I haven't talked about Brenda Padilla very much, but Brenda Padilla, she's bowling with Zeno Garcia here today. But Brenda had an incredible outing at the USBC Open Championships that just resonates with me. Her and her husband actually won a doubles title a couple of years ago. She's very capable of lighting them up at any given time. She went to the University of Nebraska. A lot of great bowlers from the University of Nebraska. Cassandra Luthold, who, like I said, was the 3rd highest in the building. She went to Nebraska and anchored the program. Shannon Plahowski is in the building here today, spectating, watching Megan bowl. And on our text line here, interacting with me in the booth this morning, watching a little bowling, Deandra Asbeatty also watching from Chicago. We talked about the news stories here this week. And this week, we were mourning the loss 3 days ago of John Jowdy, one of the greatest characters from a writing standpoint and coaching standpoint in our game. Famous for having the cigar hanging out of his mouth, but just a real character in the game of bowling, and we're going to miss John. Also, last week, we mourned the loss of the Blanchard's child. Was birth complications, and the entire bowling world was tweeting and Facebooking condolences. They had a nice service for for Josh and his wife, and our condolences go out to them one more time. It's amazing that when something happens in the bowling world, how we all pull together in the community. And we talked about how Lindsay Boomershine in this field was named as a Bowler's Journal All-American. And the news just the other day as well of Deandra Asbrady announced on her birthday that she's having her second child. So we've had a lot of news here this week in the world of bowling. Kelly Kulik and Mike Fagan teamed up for doubles medals overseas. So a lot of great things going on. There's 2 webcasts out there today. You got Extra Frame streaming today from Florida, I believe it is. Tavares, Florida, actually, which, more news to talk about. There was a Blue Rhino propane tank factory that exploded, which was very, very scary. Our hearts go out to the people down there that were injured or lost their lives in that Blue Rhino factory explosion situation down there. That was very scary. That propane, something you don't want to mess with. Is very, very dangerous. Be careful when you're out barbecuing as well. So if you're just joining us, good morning. Game number 1, 2013 Luci Bonneau doubles match play. We've got the best of the best, the cream of the crop. This tournament was sold out months ago. 84 teams here, 12th year in its existence. They've got banners hanging out over the lanes, a lot of past champions, a lot of big names. The stars come out and bowl this event because Donna Connors has done so much to raise money and prizes and pro-ams. She does it right. Her and Carol Norman from Storm and Norman's Pro Shop. You can bowl too. And of course, Storm, the blanket sponsor, Bill and Barbara Chrisman have been around all weekend to be part of this thing. Got to give a shout out to my folks here in the chat. Animation Bowler, good morning. Jason Woolham, hello, sir. Moon Pie is back today for some more action. Brian Burkhardt here with me. Looks like we've got some things dialed in here. We're also going to add another pair in for you. As we had 13 and 14 all wired up, ready to go for you, but they decided not to use that pair today. So, yeah. It's kind of like if you were bowling a tournament and there was a lane breakdown and you had to move all your stuff in the middle of a game. And that's what happened to us. Old Christopher Barnes here. We got to call him the giraffe today. Or the killer bee. Although, Sean Rash is probably jealous because Rash is wearing yellow today with Liz Johnson, and that's Rash's claim to fame, wearing yellow on television or in match play rounds. When it's time to determine a champion, Rash is always going to be in yellow. And Barnes decides to show up today in yellow. Now, if I wanted to publicize this, I could go out online and I could really stir up some stuff in bowling. And I could create a rivalry here right now on this broadcast. I could tell everyone that Sean Rash is angry at Chris Barnes for wearing yellow today. And Chris Barnes just doesn't care what Sean Rash has to say. He just doesn't care. Because anybody can wear any color they want to wear. And we could start Shirtgate. I believe we do have a little Shirtgate going on today. But yes, I do agree with you, BJ19 in the chat. As you mentioned, they are both from Wichita State. So they're brothers for life. So I would imagine Shirtgate would be doused with a fire extinguisher and all of the time and effort I would put into this crazy rivalry between Barnes and Rash over their using the shirt color yellow would probably evaporate into nothing. And the person that would look like the fool would be me. But when I roam around and I get those two, I will ask that question. I will ask Sean Rash if he is angry at Chris Barnes today for wearing yellow, knowing that Rash wears yellow. Good morning, everyone. Game number 2 coming up. Eric Traylor 262, Sinicki 216, Barnes 234, Milligan 172. Traylor and Sinicki get the win. Boomershine 197, Steelsmith 172, Padilla 189, struck out in the 10th frame. Garcia 200. They're going to get the win and move on as we get set for game number 2 and we get some cameras moved around. I'm Mike Flanagan. I'll be back with you here in just a second. I'm going to see what I can do with this other pair. We'll leave the ambient mic on, and I'll be back with you here in just a couple of minutes. You're watching the Luci Bonneau doubles match play. I'll be right back with you.
Game number 2, Mike Flanagan here back with you. Mobile, we've got another camera moved around, but let's take you through what happened in game number 1 here at the Luci Bonneau mixed doubles. If you're just coming in, welcome to this morning coverage of the doubles match play portion of this tournament. Danielle McEwen and Marshall Kent continue to lead. They bowled 452 and got the win. 147 pins behind them is Elizabeth Sinicki and Eric Traylor now, who bowled 478 and got the win. Liz Johnson and Sean Rash. Liz bowled 257 and Rash 255 for a 512 total. They got the win, and now they are just 158 pins behind McEwen and Kent. In 4th position, Megan Kelly and DJ Archer teamed up for a 468. They got the win. They're 191 back. In 5th, O'Keefe and O'Neill bowled 371. Padilla and Garcia 389. 7th, Boomershine and Steelsmith at 359 the first game. Milligan and Barnes bowled 406. They sit in 8th position. 9th position, Luthold and Castro. Luthold picked up bowled 226, Castro 207. So a little better start for Castro today. They got the win. They're 243 pins behind the lead. Westner and Allen are in 10th. 301 back. Franklin and Wolf are 335 back of the lead in 11th. And Fagan and Buss struggling this morning. Emily Fagan just bowled 158 and Jesse Buss 191. They're 349 pins back with 11 games to go this morning. You're watching on lanes 5 and 6. The team of Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill. And again, we have Eric Traylor and Elizabeth Sinicki this morning. Over on lanes 9 and 10, Patrick Allen, Jody Westner, along with Steelsmith and Boomershine. We've also got a new pair in play here. Welcome to lanes 11 and 12. So lanes 11 and 12 now in play for you as we move cameras over to there. Not much going on, so take you back over to Jody Westner. And Puhar retweeting crazy bowling incident tonight from Houston at hashtag Inside Bowling. And we did post a video last night of a rack getting hit when the player was trying to bowl a 3-under game. On the 12th ball, the rack came down and he had to re-bowl it. There's a YouTube clip of it. Almost over 1,000 views overnight thus far already. Pretty interesting situation last night. You don't want to miss that. And hey, if you're just joining us, don't forget, you want to make sure you're on InsideBowling.com up in your browser. You want to make sure that it starts with InsideBowling.com. If you are on that screen, you can chat with us over to the right, not down below on the bottom right of your screen, but just to the right of your window that you're watching the telecast on. And then if you go even further down on the screen, you'll see we have some tabs down there for you. You have the roster of all the teams entered. You have A squad after game number 8, B squad after game number 8. All the scores, individual scores are listed there. You can also see A and B combined. You can also take a look at the prize fund. That was just posted a little bit earlier this morning. The match play schedule, see when your favorite teams are going to be coming through. Once again, lanes 5 and 6, 9 and 10, 11 and 12 are the pairs that we have. And you can also see the standings after match play game number 1 are updated down below. You're watching continuing coverage of this event brought to you by Carroll, Storm, and Norman's Pro Shop. You can bowl too. And by Storm, the Bowlers Company. I'm Mike Flanagan. We're halfway through game number 2, 10 more games to go. Brian Burkhart takes us around to the different pairs and continues to mix our broadcast for us. Appreciate him being here with us as we crown the 2013 champion here at the Luci Bonneau Doubles. A lot of the bowlers that did not make the cut are here today. Steph Nation and Chris Johnson here in the building hanging out. So I'm out roaming around now, and thought I would go out and see what I can report from the lanes. Chris Barnes is back on lanes 3 and 4, where yesterday he bowled 290 the last game. He likes this pair. But now this game, 127 in the 6th with a strike up in the 7th over on 3 and 4. But Tennille Milligan's figure him out. She's got 5 in a row over here as they take on Zeno Garcia and Brenda Padilla. Padilla can only shoot 200 down on 3 and 4, and Zeno Garcia 238 still left. Linda Barnes is here as well today, cheering on Chris. Using lanes 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 9 and 10, 11 and 12, 15 and 16, 17 and 18 here today. We don't have cameras on 15 through 18, but Marshall Kent and Danielle McEwen are taking on Brett Wolf and Jeannie Franklin right now. Marshall has a 290 max score through 6. Danielle can still shoot 257. Megan Kelly can shoot 237 with just a 10th frame left. DJ Archer 277 possible max score. They're bowling Liz Johnson and Sean Rash. Liz can bowl 213, and Rash now has 5 in a row. Still can only shoot 247, so Archer and Kelly are going to have a huge game here. And they're going to defeat Rash and Liz Johnson down on the far end. Find my way back to the booth. Now back in the booth, I'll check in on the chat. Mike Flanagan here with you, as I have been this morning, dialing in our coverage here as we report live here from Houston. And I was here, I've heard about this event, but I was here obviously for the Pro-Ams and for all of the action yesterday, and I can't believe how many prizes that they get to give away here and how much work and effort goes in to this event. I mean, there are, we talk about, oh, these people do a great job, whenever we go different places, but I've never seen a bowling center in the last 5 years as packed as this one was last night. I mean, you couldn't even move with the amount of Pro-Am bowlers that were here and the sold-out field and the spectators. I mean, this is a pro tournament, really.
future Hall of Famer on the PBA Tour, Patrick Allen. He and Jody did not bowl a good game the last game yesterday and thought they were out. Pleasantly surprised to see that they made it in. As the first squad, A squad, the last game, there were a lot of big games bowled, and the cut number rose. But in B squad, the exact opposite thing happened. The last game, a lot of teams fell off. Zerbinski fell off. Zerbinski and Alyssa Current, 172 for Current, 191 for Zerbinski, and they went backwards. Otherwise, they'd be in this cut here today. This pattern today is a 39-foot oil pattern. It was designed specifically for this tournament by Kegel, and the pattern has not been released to anyone.
Right.
They don't tell anyone what the ratios are or anything, but judging by the scores from yesterday and from what I've seen, it's a very flat pattern. I'm going to guess about a 2.3 to 1 ratio across the lane, where your typical house pattern is normally around a 10 or 12 to 1 ratio or even higher than that, which means there's 12 times the amount of oil, say, on board 11 as there is, say, on board 10. So as you go left to right for a right-hander, it slides the oil and picks up friction to the right and creates almost a banking like a NASCAR track. So the ball has more of a chance to get to the pocket. So the farther it gets away from the head pin, the more friction with the rotation, it comes back to the head pin, then finds more oil and lays off. So you can make the condition a lot easier to get to the pocket. But here, where the pattern's flatter, which means there's the same amount of oil across the lane, you no longer have that friction to the right to where the ball can get back to the head pin. It just sits out there and spins in the oil just like it would in the middle part of the lane. So to those of you that may not be avid bowlers, and from time to time we know that we get some folks on our broadcast that don't really quite understand what we're talking about sometimes with some of our lingo, that really explains it to you. It's a flatter pattern, which means if they miss to the right, they're going to come in light towards the head pin, or they're going to miss the head pin to the right. And because it's flat, there's no oil buildup, not more oil to the left side of the lane, so therefore the ball's going to go high on the head pin. So consistent shot making and consistent ball speed over the course of 8 games of qualifying and 12 games of match play will put you in a really good spot to win this tournament. And then on top of that, you have to have 2 bowlers executing well, and on top of that, one's got to be female and one's got to be male. And you got to eat the right breakfast, you got to have the right Nutribar, you got to have the right drink in the morning, and you got to feel comfortable with the air climate in the building. So, I mean, this is a lot of factors come into bowling well. Got a question here in the chat. Who's the lefty lofting the arrows? And that is, I believe you're talking about Chris Castro, Cassandra Luthold's partner. And they were asking in the chat here, they want to know if this is a animal pattern. And no, it is not. I'm going to call it a candy pattern. And I'm going to call this the Starburst pattern today. So I'm going to give it a name, and it's one of the themed Luci patterns. I'm making all this up on the fly. This is the Starburst pattern. And I guarantee you somebody's going to ask Donna next year, are you going to use the Starburst pattern again? I know that's going to happen now. So there you have it, Starburst pattern. Oh, look at Sean Rash tweeting this morning. Off to a good start. LJ, of course, beats me again. Brian, you see this jargon down here? Okay. And Moon Pie, no, I'm not stirring the pot, but I just thought that we would just name this the Starburst pattern. And next year, breaking news, they're going to be using the Skittles pattern next year, followed up in 2015 by the Sour Patch Kids pattern. Got all kinds of tweets coming in. Hashtag Inside Bowling. Give us a shout out here.
Really good? Yeah. First one I got in, that one was good.
Fagan throws the ball really well, and I've seen her strike out a lot in the 10th frame. She's got just 172 left. Bus can shoot 204, struggling this morning. Cassie Luthold, 238. She can bowl. Castro can bowl 202. Amanda L, 94, is watching Shannon O'Keefe bowl the Luci Bonneau doubles. Go Shannon and Bill O'Neill. Coming in via Twitter. Boomershine 223. Steelsmith leaves the 10. I apologize. Boomershine 203. Steelsmith leaves the 10. Can shoot 207. It was Jody Westner, 223. Now PA misses the head pin left. Be in the 190s. Needs to pick this. Aaron Hawkins from here in the building. Calling Mr. Westner, checking in. Giving a shout out to Storm Nation, Vice Inserts, Own It, the new Rotogrip slogan. And Break the Curse of Flanagan. Nice. Jody's bowled a lot of our events and hasn't fared too well in those events. I think I figured out the secret to why she hasn't bowled so well in the events that I've put together that she's come to. And in my opinion, knowing from what I've seen of her now, I believe Jody's strong suit is a flatter pattern to where you have to play a little bit towards the inside part of the lane. When the oil volume gets lengthy and you got to make the ball tip, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me because she has plenty of hand for a female. She's struggled a little bit on some of the patterns against the fields that we've had. We had a women's tournament in St. Louis and played pretty slick. She gave it 3 tries, couldn't make it in. Obviously very capable of making it in. Did not have a ball that matched up well for her. But here we see a 39-foot flatter pattern, and she's made match play. So she's bowled very, very well. One of the best accomplished female bowlers out there. If there was a ladies tour, she'd be a multi-time champion. She did pick up a PBA women's title a couple of years ago. I was very happy for her when that happened. So we've got some cool matchups coming up here next. I want to say hello to Leanne Halzenberg joining us in the chat. The Pro-Am was full last night. Leanne, pretty cool. And Boom says I need some help in the booth. And the cut here today was down to the top 12, and they just bowled 12 games here, and then total pins carried over from yesterday with the bonus pins from today will determine the champions. No stepladder or anything today. The cut score today coming in to make it was a tie for 11th at plus 142. And Howard's playing plenty of Candy Crush here today, it looks like. Russ J says Jody's the best woman bowler in the city of Oregon. Okay. Hey, Brian, let's head over to 5 and 6. We got a little feature matchup going on here. We got a little Sean Rash, Liz Johnson, Danielle McEwen, Marshall Kent throwdown on 5 and 6. Who are you going to pick in this rodeo? Is it going to be the youngsters or the PBA Player of the Year and the U.S. Open champion? I got to believe right now the youngsters would be the favorites. McEwen and Kent. Marshall's wearing some red plaid pants. They're wearing their Storm Sync polos as they are part of Team Storm. Liz Johnson, also a Storm staff member. You just saw her win the U.S. Open last week and then defeat Wes Malott in the Battle of the Sexes. And, of course, Sean Rash has been with Brunswick for over 10 years now, Wichita State grad, and PBA Player of the Year. In my opinion, the best right-handed traditional type bowler for the last several years out on the PBA Tour. I believe Sean Rash is the best right-handed bowler on the planet. Of course, Jason Belmonte, the two-handed style. It's hard to argue with him being the best bowler right now with what he has been able to do on the PBA Tour and internationally. So right now, Belmo gets my vote for the best bowler right now. If I had to have somebody throw a ball for all the marbles, it would be Belmonte. But if you talk traditional bowling styles where you put a thumb in a bowling ball, I believe Sean Rash is the best at this point in time. Through in and throughout each and every tournament. For some reason, Rash has struggled with the U.S. Open pattern. When I say struggled, he cashes, but hasn't been able to make a television appearance in the U.S. Open. His best finish coming into this year was 12th at the U.S. Open. So if it was the U.S. Open, I might change my tune a little bit, and I might pick Pete Weber. Pete Weber. Got standings after game number 2. McEwen and Kent continue to lead. 178 pins behind them is Megan Kelly and DJ Archer. Archer and Kelly bowled 530. I'm sorry. They bowled, the way they got the standings coming out here is a little bizarre. DJ Archer's actually totaled 530 for 2 games. Yeah, that's how that works. I guess we won't have individual scores today for each bowler after each game. Just this spreadsheet here. So 178 pins out of the lead at Kelly and Archer, 180 back, Trailer and Sinicki, 212 back, O'Keefe and O'Neill, Johnson and Rash are 243 back. I'll let Brian take a picture. We'll get that up down below for you, and you'll be able to take a look at the standings. So right now, Kent and McEwen still lead by almost 200 pins. Brian, if I could I get a 5, 6, and 11 and 12 split screen? There we go. We got Westner and Patrick Allen taking on Tennille Milligan and Chris Barnes. On the right portion of your screen, McEwen and Kent against Liz Johnson and Sean Rash on 5 and 6. It really doesn't get much better than this. Continuing coverage here from Houston, Palace Lanes to be exact, here at the Luci Bonneau 2013 edition. It's the doubles match play portion. I'm Mike Flanagan, flying solo here in the booth. Hope you're enjoying this coverage this morning. Carol Storm and Norman's Pro Shop, You Can Bowl Too, brings you this coverage. Her and Donna Connors work hard on this event, and of course this event sponsored by Storm, the Bowlers Company. You see the pink logo down on the bottom right. Storm also sponsoring the Queens event coming up here at the end of August into September. The Queens show is actually on my birthday, September the 5th, and I will be in Las Vegas working that event. So if any of you that are watching want to come to Vegas for my birthday and enjoy some fun times after that telecast, we're going to have a big party out in Vegas for my birthday on the 5th of September. And I will get you a mailing address at Storm headquarters as I make the move Wednesday, and you all can send me birthday gifts. That would be perfect. I'm still a kid at heart, and I believe I deserve presents every year. I do still take my Flintstone vitamins, the ones with the extra C. Those taste the best. My mom tried to get me the ones with extra iron, but I just don't like the way those taste. They don't taste the same. Patrick Allen has got a pretty good look with his Frantic. Every time I think of the Frantic bowling ball, I think Pete Weber winning the U.S. Open, which I'm sure most of you do as well. It's no shocker. Boy, Barnes, when he hits the pocket the right way, those pins just stand up about an inch and just walk backwards into the pit. Boom says, come on, Brian, you need to do some commentary. Chris Ennis joining us as well. Hi, Chris. I hope you're having a good morning. Banana Pants. I like that. That's a cool name in the chat. Banana Pants. You could take that so many ways. I'll leave that one alone.
We've got a professional photographer here now, too. This is pretty cool. Out roaming around now. I'm going to try to see if I can't stand in somebody's way and see if they'll talk to me. Get a little player feedback about what's going on the lanes. I've actually got DJ Archer here. DJ, you're bowling really well this morning. Tell us what you're finding on the lanes.
You know, I'm finding, Mike, that there's, to me, it looks like a little bit more push in this morning in the middle than there was yesterday. The first couple games yesterday, my ball really wanted to read the fronts pretty early, but it seems like today there's a little bit more oil in the middle to me, so I'm being able to get my ball through the front a lot easier.
You guys, this morning you started with 520 out of the get-go. What ball are you using?
I'm throwing the Storm Crossroad, so it's pretty much the ball I used all day yesterday. But like I said, you know, it's a little bit more cleaner today than it was yesterday, so I can get it to the spot a lot better.
Good luck, man. We're going to keep watching.
Thanks, Mike.
DJ Archer killing him down here. I'm watching him. He's over on 15 to 16. We'll get him on a feature pair soon. They'll cycle through. He's got the first four in a row over on 15 to 16. Make that 5 in a row for Archer. Right now, Archer's got to be about 30 pins ahead of any other male bowler in the building with the look he has. He's opening up the lane, making it look like a house pattern. Hi, Chris Barnes. They're calling you banana pants in the chat. You got any comments for that?
I think TJ's daughter last week saw it at the U.S. Open, and she said I was steelered up in her best Southern belle. You know, you look all steelered up. Yeah,
I like that. Steelered up. That's a lot better. Banana pants, you're gone. Yeah, I've got another one for you whenever you get done throwing a shot. I just told Chris Barnes to go up and bowl. Hopefully he gets a strike and he comes back and he wants to talk to us, because I'm going to ask him about this. If he consulted Sean Rash and asked for permission to wear yellow today. He goes through the face on me. That's never a good sign when I want to talk to him. Give you another update on DJ Archer. He's up on 16 down here. I'm sitting behind lane 13. Archer, another strike. He now has the first 6. So I didn't jinx him. A lot of people say when I go down and talk to somebody, I jinx them. And in this particular case, DJ Archer, I've not jinxed him. He's thrown 2 strikes after I talked to him. So those of you that think I am the jinx, I am not. Now Barnes chops the spare. That's no good. Chris, finding the lane's a little tough today, huh? A little tough today?
I mean, any pair DJ starts on is going to be tougher than the rest of them. So when your first shot is from fourth arrow and you move left, they're going to hook more in the front and they're going to be tighter to the right. So most of them aren't harder, just DJ's starting pair.
Yeah, and DJ's lighting him up over there now. He's got a look that nobody else has right now. But really quick, I just
He's smarter than the rest of us because he is bowling better than all the rest of us.
That is true. Just a question. When you decided to wear yellow today, did you consult Sean Rash? Because Sean has been known for wearing yellow. Did you give him a call and make sure it was okay?
No, I didn't go with any approval functions. I'm pretty sure my school colors are the same as his. I don't think he has rights on them. Yeah.
Okay, and you were there before him, so should he have asked you permission to wear yellow?
No, not that he would have anyway, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think they did that any more than, Velmo asked Chuck Landy for permission to use two hands. It just doesn't really work that way.
All right, man, we'll get it figured out, get it going. We know you got a big game in. He's cheering on Tennille now, so yeah, Barnes, he says he went to Wichita first, and he shouldn't have to ask permission to wear yellow, so I knew that story would pretty much go nowhere.
All right, back in the booth now. Done with my sideline reporting duties. I'm doing it all here. Mike Flanagan, you're watching game number 3 of our coverage here of the Luci Bonneau. Big App 299 says Liz Johnson must be thinking U.S. Open all over again. Hashtag inside bowling. Hashtag Starlighter is greater. Oh no, all right, it was misspelled. Straighter is greater is what it was supposed to be. Got it.
What's going on? How are you?
Now I got it. Dino Castillo. Dino, do you want to sit in this booth at any time? Great. Yeah, I'm going to have a commentator joining me. That'll be great because Lord knows I'm tanking on the air here today. All right. I don't need this update after game number 1 anymore. Throw that on the ground. I've got after game number 2. We're in game number 3, and hopefully I'll have Dino join me here in just a little bit. Don't forget $8,000 up for grabs, $4,000 apiece, but it's really all the money that's been raised for breast cancer research this weekend. That's the real story here. Great weekend for bowling, great weekend for Donna Connors and all the work that she's done. And Barnes, what did he just pick? Was the 810. Chris Barnes picks the 810 as I was looking down at my sheet here on Inside Bowling. Nice job, Chris Barnes. Unbelievable. Now, can Liz Johnson pick the 2-7-10? Very unusual leave here. Welcome to split training on InsideBowling.com. If she picks this, we will have seen 2 amazing splits picked back to back. Nope. Oh, she picks the 7-10. Liz Johnson just picked the 7-10, but left the 2-pin. Now that's something else. Wow, that's pretty cool. Unbelievable. Well, I missed the 8-10 call, but that 7-10 with the 2-pin, that's a trick shot. I think I got to go talk to Liz about that at some point. I got to get down there and talk to her. Rash stuff's a 9. Barnes has struggled since I went down and talked to him. He doubled, then I talked to him. Tennille's just, just working away, just doing what she can. Filling frames. Doesn't have the best look here this weekend, but certainly isn't going to hurt you at all. As soon as Barnes finds the right ball matchup that gives him a couple of boards, he's probably going to average 240 the rest of the day. It's just a matter of when is that going to happen. Patrick Allen just grinding out 9 spare every frame. Jody Westner grinding as well. Neither of them able to hang a double here this game. Back over to Johnson on 6. Johnson can only shoot 185, so the straighter angle of Liz Johnson struggling a bit. Sean Rash also having some carry issues, but does have a triple in the middle of the game. McEwen and Kent. Danielle's really got it figured out here today. Yesterday struggled a bit. Just was right around par all day. And this morning already Danielle McEwen has totaled 441, so averaging 220 through 2 games. Can bowl a big game here at 257. And, of course, her partner, Marshall, probably be the first time all tournament that she's beat him in a game. I don't know that for sure, but Marshall's still very capable of bowling a big game. Still has 243 left, so they can get to 500. And they're going to continue to sail on. They're definitely going to get the win here over Rash and Johnson. Yeah, DJ Archer no longer has them all. No longer has all the strikes. Chris Barnes coming over. Here you go, Chris. What's going on, man?
I don't know. We're trying to figure out how to bowl here. Tennille finally got the handcuffs off last game and then got them back on this game. So, but if you can't beat them, join them. I'm going to move an arrow and a half left to try and do what DJ's doing, basically, because nobody broke down the right on his pair. And evidently, not much on the other pairs either. He's hitting them pretty good.
Yeah, we've got you on our pair, so we're going to watch this big move by Chris Barnes coming over. Let us know what's going on. We certainly appreciate Chris doing that. Maybe we could fly Dave Lamont in, and those two could bring the rest of the broadcast to you, as they're a terrific duo on TV when they get on there. I really enjoy watching Dave Lamont and Chris Barnes. And those of you who don't know Dave Lamont, he's a huge fan of bowling. He follows a lot of the bowlers' Facebooks and that, including mine, and he's given me some pointers in that on how to be a better broadcaster. God knows I need it. So now here's Barnes. He's out of your camera screen, but I promise he's on lane 11 right now. He's moved way left. And there he is, moving in. And there we go, 10 back. So maybe Chris will come up and share with us what happened there. We'll see. There's a good chance he's going to oh, no, he's grabbing his soda. I don't know if that's his phone down there, but there's a yellow and black phone cover next to his soda. That's got to be his. We ought to take his phone. Brian, I ought to go down and just take his phone away and call Linda. Say, excuse me, your husband left his phone somewhere. Bowling Center's starting to fill up in here. Oh, Wes Malot's here too. So I'll get some help here in the booth shortly. We are just in game number 3, 9 more to go. It's about 10:30, cruising right along, about a half an hour a game. So that means, if you're doing the math at home, 4.5 more hours of coverage. Get to fly home tonight. So Liz Johnson, your U.S. Open champion, struggling here today, 164. Danielle McEwen bowled 233. Marshall Kent, if he spares strikes, he'll shoot 222, so Danielle will beat Marshall for a game. Barnes has made the big move and now has doubled, or excuse me, tripled. Chris, you made the big move, and looks like it's paying off.
It looks okay. It looks better on this pair. We'll see what happens on the next ones, but it's like a little more than the 5.5-inch smackdown and strong cover, kind of letting it pick up on the way to it, and the higher RG letting it keep going down lane. It's been pretty good here so far, and hopefully it keeps up for a while. When that doesn't work, then I'll go to my blue eruption again. And there's only 9 games left. I imagine we'll probably get to that ball since I'm already sliding about 37.
And 290 yesterday down on 3 and 4. You just came off of 3 and 4. I was hoping a big game for you there. The ball that you used to shoot 290 with, was that the ball you would go to then?
Yeah, that's exactly the ball. Last night the 2 lanes were the same. Today when we went down there, Marshall bowled a good game, shot 230, but Bill had shot 180. So I knew something was up, and the left lane ended up being a couple of tighter. And I 2-8-10, 2-7-8-10 on that lane somewhere in the middle and shot 240. So it didn't be a decent game, but it's still a good pair. I just missed a move in there.
And that ball again you're throwing, they're asking one more time?
A smackdown.
A smackdown.
Yeah.
Columbia 300.
Yeah, pin up over my middle finger. It's a little more than 5.5 inches away. And so.
Okay, great, man.
Good everywhere so far.
Beautiful, thanks. So Barnes letting us know what he's doing here as he's on one of our feature pairs, 11 and 12. Made a big move in. And to me, as I'm watching Sean Rash, I saw him leave a 9-pin, a stuffed 9 on 5, and I saw that ball pick up and go through the nose. I think Rash needs to move even a little further left or use a ball that pushes a little more and maybe even gives him a little more controlled back in, because Rash has got the right line. He's just, I think his ball choice right now might just be a flicker off. But meanwhile, he did his bowl 218, but I think he's got 250 in him if he gets matched up with the right ball. Barnes throws the 6 at the 10, but it just lays in the channel. So 10 pin for Barnes. About 9 and 10, 11 and 12 for me, Brian.
Started off in front 13 today. You did? Yeah, we did.
Sandra Luthold continues to bowl extremely amazing. She's working on 3 in a row right now. Another strike. 4 in a row now. She can still shoot 235, her partner 201. Padilla covers the spare, can shoot 224. Zeno Garcia still can shoot 256, so cruising right along. Zeno bowling well this morning. Game number 3 wrapping up. Game number 4 coming up next. Happy you're here with us, watching live continuing coverage from the Luci Bonneau doubles, brought to you by Storm and Carol Storm and Norman's Pro Shop. You can bowl too. I don't know what we got going on with our scoreboard over here on the right, but it must be our fans and spectators leaning down on the table. So we'll get you. That'll come back and fix itself over here on the right side of the screen. Been really impressed with Padilla, the way she's bowled this weekend. Never had a chance to have her on our live stream before, but really bowling well. Really tremendous talent. Once again, she went to Nebraska. No women's tour, so not a chance to showcase some of the great ladies in this field, but Brenda Padilla is one of the good ones in this game. And Cassie misses right and asks the ball to recover, and it does. She's just got the right ball speed for this pattern today. The right tilt, the left to right, and the softer speed just gives that ball time to react, and she's opening up this oil pattern. About as good as any female as I've seen. Ryan, we just go down here? How did that just happen? Somebody unplugged me or something? All right, I'll get that taken care of. All right, back with you. I got that all corrected over there. We had somebody step on our plug and unplug us. That's what happens sometimes. Look at PA, he's all excited. There you go. Westner 201, PA can shoot 226. They're going to get the win over Barnes and Milligan. Barnes did a lot of moving around during that game. Chasing it. Bowled a real nice 214 for a game that he was trying to figure everything out. He did get the triple in there. Sandra Luthold 223. Brenda Padilla 212. But Zeno Garcia going to be in the 240s at least. They're going to get the win. Padilla and Garcia. And the woes continue for Castro. Really got a feel for him as he's not had a good ball reaction this weekend. And he's got the best female partner this weekend on this oil pattern with him. So we'll see if he can get it turned around, because if he can get it going, there's no telling what could happen.
Hey, Liz Johnson, we saw you throw at the 2-7-10 a little while ago on our live stream, and you picked the 7-10 out of it. How cool was that?
Not so good when I shot 165.
Well, we know you shot 165, but what a trick shot. I think that you can make some serious money traveling throughout the United States, setting up the 2-7-10 and picking the 7-10 out of it.
I really try to leave those 3 pins out of there. Just try to get something that I can pick up. Hopefully, not too many of those spare combinations happens the rest of the day. Try to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, you guys. Looks like Sean is hitting the pocket, but his ball's just not entering the pins the right way. Like especially on the last pair, we saw him go stuff 9, trip 4. He's shooting 2 teens when he really should. A lot of these guys are starting to open up the pattern. I don't know if you guys have been discussing that at all. Sean could probably get another 30 pins a game or so.
Yeah, he's in the right spot. He's just once his carry starts going, I think he'll be fine. I just gotta try to figure something out right now. I'm struggling a little bit with ball reaction and got to make some kind of move or some kind of ball change. So hopefully it gets better.
Up in the booth, we're seeing a lot of the ladies that are doing well are going a little left or right with a little softer speed. You're more up the lane with more speed. At this point in time, are you thinking about like moving into like 14 and just throwing it hard?
I moved in a little bit on the 10th frame. My ball reaction right now is not so great, and I may have to just try to find a comfortable part of the lane and where I can feel a little more comfortable and make better shots. Because right now I'm not making great shots with the reaction that I have.
Well, take a deep breath. You're on 11 and 12.
9 games to go, so gotta just be positive.
That's right. Liz Johnson down here. She doesn't want to be throwing at 2-7-10s anymore and picking the 7-10 out of the 2-7-10. So you can just tell she's frustrated. She's struggling to find a ball reaction, and I think Liz is going to get turned around this game, and we're going to have her on 11 and 12 on one of our featured pairs. Looks like we're also going to have a little Jessie Buss, Emily Fagan action, squaring off against Bill O'Neill and Shannon O'Keefe, your defending champion here. Game number 4 coming up, 2013 Luci Bonneau doubles match play. Mike Flanagan here with you. I've been trying to get a guest for the booth, and looks like I think I'm probably going to have one. I think I got somebody that'll take me up on my offer here. All right, I told everybody that I was going to go out and grab a guest, and thank goodness I got one because, well, I've been tanking here in the booth all by myself. Mike Flanagan back with you. I've got Pete Treadwell from the USBC with me. Pete, what brings you here to the Luci Bonneau doubles tournament here today?
Well, everybody knows what a great event this is, and the quality of the field, of course, the charitable contributions that they make, and great competition, tough lane pattern. And so if you're a bowler, you should come watch this. And I'm a bowler, so I wanted to come watch. It's only a 4-hour drive down here. And
4 hours, though. That's still a pretty long drive.
Yeah, I've got a couple of college friends that live down here that I'm looking to visit. And, I had a free weekend, so I said, this is a good weekend to just make the trip down and check this event out. So, I'm just here to watch some good bowling and see some friends and maybe do some recruiting for the Queens that's coming up next month.
Yeah, the Queen's coming up. I work for Storm, and that's been on my desk already. Pete, do me a favor.
Yes.
Spell your last name for Brian. Give that to him so we can get the graphic updated properly. I've got standings after game number 3 here. McEwen and Kent continue to lead, 170 pins back, Sinicki and Trailer. 179 pins back, DJ Archer, Megan Kelly. DJ Archer opened up with 794 this morning. Eric Trailer has opened up with 757 to get the day started. The high female thus far has been Danielle with 674. This is going to be taken a picture and be put down below on your tabs here. Brian's working on that right now. You can check the full standings out. I'm sitting here with Pete Treadwell. We're talking about the Queens tournament coming up here at the end of August, and Storm's involved with that. That's on my desk, as I was saying. And we're going to be doing this really cool watch and win contest to where you'll be able to go to stormbowling.com around the 25th of August or so, and you'll be able to enter to win just by registering on the website. And just entering in to win and picking which favorite Lady Storm staffer that you think is going to win the Queens, okay? And if you're the person you pick wins, we're going to give away 12 Marvel S bowling balls, okay? Part 2 of the contest is once the TV show has been determined, you're going to be able to go on to stormbowling.com and select which bowler you think is going to win on TV, whether it's a Storm staffer or whoever it is. Hopefully it's 5 Storm ladies, but you never know. But you'll be able to do that. So if you pick the correct woman, you'll be entered into a chance to win more bowling equipment, and you also have to guess the final score of that game. So whatever the winning score is of the game. So if Deandra wins again this year and you guess 246, that would be, and she shoots 246, that's important because the third part of the contest is to enter in the promo code that airs during the telecast. And if you put in that promo code, if you do all 3 of those, you pick the Storm Lady staffer to win, and she wins, and then you pick whoever wins on TV to win, and you enter in the code, you have a chance to win a private lesson with your favorite Lady Storm staffer, Hank Boomershine Gold Level Certified Coach, a tour of the Storm factory, and dinner with your favorite home office staff if you can win all 3. So it's a pretty cool contest, pretty complex, 3 parts to it. We're going to give away 24 bowling balls.
Yeah, it's great. Storm's been a great supporter of women's bowling for a long time, and we're really thankful to have their support and looking forward to seeing everybody out there in Las Vegas in, less than a month now.
It is less than a month. I make the trek to Utah here next week, and when I get in, I know that's the first thing that I need to finish up. I know Roger and everybody's been working hard on that with Stephanie and the rest of the staff at the USBC. But what's nice about the Queens this year is there should be more entries considering it piggybacks off the World Championships.
Yeah, we already actually are 2 dozen past what we had last year. So
nice.
We're in the 150s at this point, and I've already talked to a few people here in Houston that haven't signed up but plan to sign up. So we're really looking at getting to 200. That's kind of the goal, and getting back to where it belonged. We had a down year last year, but looks like we're going to be back to where we were in the previous few years before that. So we're pretty excited about that.
Here this morning at the Luci Bonneau, one team is undefeated in match play, and it's your leaders, McEwen and Kent. This Marshall Kent, he's really bowled well yesterday through qualifying. He was 347 over all by himself. The closest to him was 248 over, which was Chris Barnes. And he just made the top 4 at the U.S. Open. And Danielle now has figured it out here today. She's put her striking shoes on. And these 2 youngsters, despite having folks in the field like O'Keefe and O'Neill, are running over the field. What do you think about that?
Well, I tell you what, talk about the future of bowling. Between Danielle and Marshall, what a great story it is. Obviously they're dating, and then both making the TV show last week at the U.S. Open, and both Team USA at such a young age. And it's awesome to see the bright future that they have. Great young bowlers, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of them coming down the pike in the future.
Did you get a chance to go back and watch the Bowl Expo interview that you and
I did not.
Yeah, it's archived on our
check it
YouTube
out.
channel. Yeah, you should check that out. Did you see what happened here yesterday?
I was only here for about 20 minutes yesterday, so I did not see it. I'm planning to stay a little bit longer today, but it was some great competition. I'm sure you had something to say. One thing I was just going to mention that I was just talking with Linda Barnes over here about the talent of people that are walking around in shorts and sneakers.
Oh yeah.
The people who didn't make the cut, is unbelievable here. So it's one of the most unbelievable fields you'll see all year in all of bowling.
It really is. We were commenting, just on all the people coming through, and even right now, you look on your screen, you got Brenda Padilla. She's a USBC doubles champion from the USBC Open Championships.
Record holder. She won the all-time record.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And Zeno Garcia from this area, great bowler in this area, promotes this event like there's no tomorrow. Then you got Liz Johnson, who just won the U.S. Open, bowling with Sean Rash, reigning PBA Player of the Year, and in my opinion, the best right-handed bowler on the planet right now that throws it traditionally with a thumb in it. And then on lanes 9 and 10, you got Shannon O'Keefe, defending champion, one of the best female talents in the country, along with Bill O'Neill, who is the real deal Bill O'Neill. He won my Storm InsideBowling.com Open tournament this year.
U.S. Open champion?
Yeah, he's a former U.S. Open champion. He won He won a Cheetah Championship title this year on the PBA Tour. He's got a title. And then you got Jesse Buss, who's a PBA League bowler and is, just on the cusp of breaking through and maybe getting his first title on the tour. Emily Fagan, who works for the USBC, just married Michael Fagan, tremendous bowling talent of her own. And that's just what we have on the screen right now.
Yeah, Emily is, she had plenty of has had a pretty good career. I mean, collegiate All-American at Wichita State, national champion. She was on Team USA previously. Has made some noise in the Queens in the past, and I was talking to her earlier, and she was dealing with some elbow difficulties. In fact, she isn't signed up yet for the Queens because she was going to see how this weekend went. But she told me that she was definitely in for the Queens, and she was feeling pretty good. So
good,
good to see her bowling well. She's really an outstanding bowler. Got a very solid game in terms of her, ability to post shots and be consistent at the line. She's got a very solid game.
So yesterday, what I was talking about, what happened here, I'm going to bring it up on my YouTube channel real quick, and you can go see this too at home. I labeled it horrific bowling accident. Bowler denied perfect 300 game. And I know it may be a little dramatic with my titling, but basically I'm just trying to get people to click on it and bring awareness to bowling, obviously.
Hey, you're savvy media.
Yeah, I got to do that, right? But check this out. Watch what happens.
Oh, that was his 12th one?
That was his 12th shot, and the rack came down. And he admits later in an interview that actually he hit the reset button on the wrong lane, and they were trying to respot the 4-7 there. The mechanic comes down. He was putting it on the wrong lane, and it just so happened to be on the front 11.
But did we talk to the guy to find out if it was in the pocket?
Well, I did. I asked him if he thought it was in the pocket, and it looked like, if you go back and you look at the replay, it looks like it was going to hit the pocket. Here's the replay. And you can go see this on our YouTube channel. It's already got almost 2,500 hits, and I posted it last night right before bed.
Jesus.
And he hits the rack.
That is awful.
Is that unbelievable? And then he leaves at 3-6-10 and shoots 297.
Oh man.
Yeah, unreal.
Yeah,
here he is. He's going to bowl his 297 game. So I called it horrific bowling accident. Bowler denied perfect 300 game. There's a 7 count, and everybody just can't believe it.
Man.
Yeah, and then I got a nice little interview with him afterwards, and he was a good sport about it, though.
So I know that regarding the pattern, I guess I'm kind of intrigued by what the pattern. I know it was a big secret coming into this week, and obviously it's sport compliant. I talked to a few just very casually about the pattern, and the consensus is it's very tough, but. What specifics of the pattern are you aware of?
Yeah, a lot of people are asking about that, and honest to goodness, they haven't given us any information up here in the booth. But just from judging, I've just been making it up. Okay, and I told everybody I made it up this morning, so I'll tell you my made-up version. I know it's 39 feet in length. That's a fact.
Okay.
I know that it's not named after a PBA animal pattern like people in the chat were asking. So I actually said that it was a candy pattern, and this is the Starburst pattern.
I see.
Okay, and next year they're going to bowl on the Skittles pattern, and the year after that will be the Sour Patch pattern. Okay, so I've already made that up, and it's somebody's job to ask Donna Connors next year, are you going to put the Starburst pattern out again this year? Now, to me, it's very flat, and we were talking about it. Obviously, if you miss to the right, it's not going to come back, which means there's oil to the right part of the lane. And in the middle of the lane, they don't look brutal per se. They don't look brutal, but they're obviously, if you miss left, it goes through the face. So, I believe it's a 2.3 to 1 ratio.
That's what you're going with.
Yep, a 2.3 to 1 ratio across.
All right.
And now front to back, I have no idea, but I'm going to be pretty close with that. So it's a 2.3 to 1 Starburst Luci Bonneau doubles pattern.
Okay. I'll back you on that.
It's pretty close. I mean, I'm going to be close on this.
Okay.
Sean Rash yesterday said that it's U.S. Open-esque.
That would be probably tougher than 2.3 to 1. I mean, the score. I mean, looking at the scores, I mean, it would be hard to imagine, no matter how hot you got, that Marshall averaged almost 250 yesterday.
Right.
On a U.S. Open type pattern.
Right. So that's why a little more.
Sometimes you can look at the scores and figure out a little bit.
Right. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. I wish I really knew, but I don't. And it's a big secret. It's just a thing that it's just the way they do the tournament, and I'm cool with that. I respect that.
So they don't even post it?
No, it's not posted anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's nowhere. Otherwise, I'd just grab the data and just read it off instead of making it up. It's a lot harder to make it up than it is to just read it.
Yeah, I mean, that was, back in the, years ago, that was how it was. You never saw the pattern posted. It would just, you had to use your bowling skill to figure it out.
Yep, that's pretty much what you did. So what's going on in your neck of the woods right now? What are you working on that you can kind of report on and talk about at USBC?
Well, I mean, like we talked about, the Queens is a big priority right now, is making sure we can maximize entries out there in Las Vegas. I mean, it's Labor Day weekend. If those of you listening who haven't signed up or know someone, the price has been lowered this year. Still entries available for $300 and, national TV and 3-to-1 or 1 in 3 cash ratio. So it's a great tournament, cheap hotel rooms out there. And so I would say if you're not signed up and you're interested, please check it out at bowl.com/Queens and get your entry in. So that's a big focus right now. Masters entries for next year, we're back at Carolier in February, and Masters registration will be posted later this month. So we're looking for another sellout crowd at Carolier. And the other thing that we're looking at from a tournament perspective is the 2015 USBC Championship Series, which we just announced.
Big news there. Ago. Yeah, big news. Tell us about what's going to be happening in, is it Green Bay?
Green Bay, Wisconsin in 2015. The summer of 2015, we are bringing 6 different championship tournaments to Green Bay, Wisconsin from mid-July, July 17th to August 11th. It's the Queens, Masters, Senior Queens, Senior Championships, and Summer Team USA Trials are all coming to Ashwaubenon Bowl in Green Bay. And it's going to be, there's certainly some elements of the World Series of Bowling in terms of bringing all of our assets and resources to one facility for an extended period of time, although it's not going to be the same thing because you're not going to have people who bowl all the events. You're not going to have anybody staying there for a month other than the staff. But
how's that going to work out?
Well, there'll probably be about 8 or 10 of us that are up there for a month, and that's okay. But it's going to be a really cool event. I'm really excited about it. We're already kind of laying out the schedule. We have the Summer Team USA Trials right in between the Masters and Queens, so people could try out for Team USA and bowl their respective events on the same trip. It's really about it's about a number of things. First of all, it was the idea started with surveys that we did of each of the event participants, and then also high average bowlers who might participate. And in each of the events, bowlers preferred the summer to every other season for the events. And so that got us thinking, maybe we should be holding these events in the summer. And then, of course, it goes without saying that we need to engage college players for the future of these events. I mean, if we can't get kids in the habit of bowling when they're in college, they may not be necessarily bowling the event after they get out of college and they get lives and there's not maybe not a career for them. So we wanted to get people in the habit of bowling early. And so it was about, first of all, bringing those events to the summer, and then we thought about bringing them all together into one location when cities talked about what would be valuable to them in terms of supporting the event. And so we started talking to different cities about, interest in hosting these events. And Green Bay put in a bid that was really impressive, and I think ultimately it's going to elevate all of the events together. It's going to allow us to give it that big event feel that maybe we've been lacking at some of our events that are when they're conducted as one-offs around the country. You can justify all sorts of things like all the masking units and booths and an event program and just kind of the marketing type tools that make it feel like a bigger event. But if you have them in 6 different locations around the country, you can't really justify doing it, from a financial standpoint, but doing them all together, it makes a lot of sense. And from a city's perspective, they're more interested in supporting the event because, you're getting all of these events instead of just a small portion of it. So the cities were definitely interested in hosting, and one of the best feelings was the day of the press release. I got a call and an email from another city that hadn't been part of the bid process but said, hey, how do I get to be a part of this? We want to bid on a future event. And, and that's really making people aware that, that and getting people interested in hosting these events that ultimately benefits the bowlers through support of the city and then through sponsors.
How is the event going to be covered? Are you going to have any national television? Is it going to be live streaming? Is there going to be a lot of live streaming? What's going to happen there?
All of the above. And we expect to have live streaming throughout the entire event. And the way it's going to work is that the Queens and the Masters will have separate TV shows, but they will be televised but they will be live on the same day. The way the schedule is it'll start with the Queens, then Summer Team USA trials, and then Masters. And then on that Sunday, which would be August 2nd, we will have the TV shows for both the Queens and the Masters. And then for those finalists those who make the finals for the Queens, they will be offered either a free entry to the Masters if they haven't signed up already, or a plane ticket back to Green Bay to be in the TV show. So I think it'll be a good thing. That's a cost savings on the TV production side, doing them both on one day. So that was something that made a lot of sense. I mean, USBC has lost a fair amount of money on these events over the years, and just we need to be smarter about it and to ensure the future of these events and make sure that we're breaking even on these events. And I think that's a part of it.
Yeah, I think that what you guys are doing is a good move. The one thing that I would question from just being someone looking at it from a pessimistic standpoint is summertime usually gets less ratings on television as opposed to the winter. And have you guys thought about that much at all?
Yeah, and that absolutely did come up, and we talked about that. And our business model, of course, is not focused on television ratings, and we don't succeed or fail as an event based on television ratings. We need to run a quality tournament where everybody has access to bowl it, where we can get college kids to bowl so that they bowl in the future. I mean, to me that's more important than the ratings. And I know that the PBA is very focused on sponsorship and ratings, and that's why it makes more sense for them to be in the winter. And certainly I would expect that they'll be a partner in these events, but just from our perspective and making sure we get those kids young, and heck, that's what in the survey said, that's when people wanted to have these events, that we're going to have to sacrifice a little bit of rating so that we can ensure the future of the event through participation.
Yeah, participation is definitely something that that you have to have, and that's really it's so funny because everybody's concentrating on different things, but you really do need the bowlers first. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and listen, I could pick out any month of the year and say, well, what if we did it here? And I would have some group of people, for whatever reason, that'd say, well, that doesn't work for me because of this particular conflict. And at some point, you just have to prioritize what you're, who you want to focus on. And ultimately, in the surveys and the college kids, the summer made the most sense. And then from a bowling center perspective, the bowling center is going to be more interested in hosting the event in the summer, so they're going to be able to work with us on that, and we're going to get more cities and centers interested in the event. The center that we're going to has 60 lanes, and certainly that was a factor. We wanted to get as big of a capacity as we could. There's less than 50 centers in America that have 64 lanes or more.
Yep.
And so
you guys were looking to St. Louis for that too, weren't you?
Yeah, and St. Louis did put in a bid actually. And and one of the issues with St. Louis was that it was only, I think, Tropicana is 52.
Yep.
And so that hurt the bid just because you start looking at what you can maximize out on on entries, and you're talking about around 300 entries that you can maximize with one dead pair. And for a Masters that last year got 468 entries, man, that makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, it is nerve-wracking.
So I just, could we have gone there? And they really wanted it, and they were really on top of the situation and wanted to put in a great offer, but ultimately that lack of capacity in the center was a factor.
being from St. Louis, I was active in that a little bit, but I knew that it would be tough. I thought Chicago might have a pretty good play in that with the center there that I believe has 60-plus lanes.
Stardust. They actually have 84.
80, I knew it was a bunch. I was just there like 3 months ago.
Yeah, it's and I actually toured the facility, and I met with the owner or the manager up there, and they've done a tremendous job in terms of their renovations. They have put a ton of money into that facility, and it looks really nice.
They have.
The concourse was a little tight. That was a bit of a problem. I mean, it was going to be really tough to fit bleachers in there, and they weren't going to get much support from the city. It was really going to be something that they were going to have to do all on their own, which was a challenge. And they also, the original proposal for the paddock area was down a couple of flights of stairs, which would not have been great for the bowlers. I talked to a few bowlers who expressed some concern about that, and so again. There's never one factor that decides what these things are. It's not how many lanes do you have or what's the financial. There's just lots of factors you have to consider, and we do our jobs to balance all the factors and figure out what makes the most sense. And so Green Bay was the best solution, and I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I know you guys are going to promote the living crap out of it, and all systems are going to be pointed in that direction. And headquarters is technically going to move back to Wisconsin for a month.
Yeah, I know. Another thing is that we were able to get it out of we have a lot of tournament staff like Eric Pearson, Dwayne Hagan, Matt Cannizzaro that work out at the long duration tournament, Open and Women's Championship sites, and to be able to separate these events from those events, we're able to get their focus where it belongs, which is on the Open and Women's Championships in that season, but then it can be focused on the championship series after later in the summer. So that was also another goal in this project.
So you're sitting here with me, Mike Flanagan. We're watching game number 4 here at the Luci Bonneau doubles. I'm sitting here kicking it with Pete Treadwell from the USBC. What's the title again? It's so long. You need to shorten that up.
Yeah, maybe we could just get some acronym.
I like to just call
him
Mr. USBC.
No, that's definitely not appropriate. But Managing Director of Membership and Events, which, check back next week. It might be different. I've had several different titles over the 5 years I've been there.
I like to just call you the guy that stays late most days.
Yeah, I'm not really a guy that's checking out at 5:05 every day.
No,
I wouldn't.
I've seen the emails. What time they come out?
I'm passionate about bowling. I mean, I think I always say that we have a good mix of bowlers and non-bowlers that work at USBC, and I always say that if we had all bowlers, we'd be in trouble, and if we had all non-bowlers, we'd be in trouble. We need to have a good mix. And
yeah, it's one of those things, AMF, and I don't want to pick on them, but I'm going to for a minute. A lot of their bowling centers were being ran by food and beverage managers, and when that happened, a lot of the centers went in a tank. So one thing about USBC, the PBA, you've got people that are passionate about bowling sitting up at the top. And I think that's really important. Andrew Kane, yourself. And I've really been impressed with the whole live streaming media team, with the exception of Lucas. Lucas and I are opposites, by the way, just to let you know. No, I love Lucas, actually, but I got to give him a little bit of trouble. No, they all do a great job. The amount of hours Lucas, Matt, those guys put in those booths, sitting there by themselves, is just absolutely, it's almost like being locked in jail.
Yeah, and
poor guys.
And they do a lot more than just live streaming too. It's not just I think you hear a lot of the Lucas and Matt, man, that you have the dream job. Well, that's just a small portion of what they do.
They got to set it up, run the wires. They got to get online. They got to write the communications.
Right, but they're it's about photos, it's about writing, and there's a lot of nuts and bolts to the jobs in terms of copy editing and proactive PR and reactive PR and so it's
social media, the whole thing.
It's and it's more than just events, and Matt helps out with researching for the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame nominations are due August 31st, and then the committee meets in November where we look at next year's inductions. So I'm very involved with the Hall of Fame committee, and that's something that I love being involved in. And Matt helps out with researching that and making sure we have all the right information for the 13-person committee that votes on who will be in the class of 2014. So there's a lot more to what you might see publicly with live streaming and press releases. There's just a lot of projects that are involved that many people don't see, and it's I always say that USBC means so many different things to so many different people, and there's probably things that that we do that some people here would say, well, you don't need to worry about that, but I could walk to a league, I could be in this house tomorrow night, and those people could say, well, that project's the most important thing you guys do. So it's just USBC is a very diverse organization that provides a lot of programs and services to the entire industry, and it's tough to satisfy everyone, but we try.
Well, you're supposed to. Everybody, dude. Every single person. Do you call every USBC member every year, Pete? I know you do. You got to call every one of them.
I don't personally call them.
At least 45-minute conversation with each
well,
USBC
I will
member.
take their calls if they call me, and I do. I will return emails. I think one of my things that's really important to me is that we be good about returning emails in a timely fashion, and I think anytime I hear of someone who I didn't get an email back from this person after a couple of days, and I'll go down to their office and say, what the heck's going on here? We got to be responsive to people.
Are you the USBC email police?
Well,
Pete? Is that what you're
if
telling
I was
me?
given that title, I would gladly accept it. But to me, that's just a common courtesy that you should be able to respond in a timely fashion. And I know it doesn't happen all the time, and we have a lot of things going on. But I think that even if we're able to just say, listen, I'm working on that, I'll get you an answer next week. And I think that's what people ask for.
Is it true that Lucas Wiseman sits up in the middle of the night when he wakes up from a dream, he grabs his phone immediately and starts tweeting in his sleep? It's like sleep tweeting.
Well, seeing as how I used to be involved in that, I can respect the fact that does go on.
Sleep tweeting.
He's when you're in charge of the Twitter feed, it definitely consumes you. There's no question about that.
All right, Pete. Well, thanks for joining me.
Yeah.
I got to get my next guest in here in just a minute. I know Barbara Chrisman's going to get in the booth and join me, but you're always welcome to come by and sit in our webcast. It's always a pleasure to see you. I've seen you a couple times now over the last couple of months, and I'm sure we'll continue to run into each other. I'm going to be at the Queens almost that whole week.
Great. I'll definitely see you then. And
my birthday is on the day of the show, September the 5th.
Okay.
So,
I can't get you on that show, but maybe we'll get you on the live streaming for the Queens. How about that?
No, I'm going to be there, and this is a big deal. You got to come to my birthday party after the Queens.
Okay.
I don't know where it's at yet.
All right. Well, let me know.
We're gonna elect somebody in the chat right now to be in charge of planning my birthday party. I invited everybody to it. It doesn't exist yet, but that's going to happen.
Okay. Well, Vegas is a good place for that.
It is, yeah. So Hangover 7, because I've already been in Hangover 4, 5, and 6.
All right, Mike. Well, thanks a lot.
All right, Pete. That's Pete Treadwell. He just puts in extra hours over at USBC. We don't call his name, but awesome news from USBC. Working hard. Those guys are great. So getting ready to go into game number 5 here. Luci Bonneau doubles match play. Mike Flanagan, Pete Treadwell has left the booth. Brian, if we get an updated graphic there, Pete's gone. And we'll get going here. We'll have standings update here in just a minute after 4 games. And it looks like we're going to have Chris Barnes, Tennille Milligan, Danielle McEwen, Marshall Kent on our feature pair 9 and 10 here. So here we go. Away we go, 9 and 10. Also on 11 and 12, we'll have Eric Traylor, Elizabeth Sinecki, Rick Steelsmith, Lindsey Boomershine. 5 and 6, we'll have Brett Wolf and his partner Jeannie Franklin. Are going to be taking on Fagan and Bus, maybe?
Yeah, how are you? Did yesterday. I stay hurt, bro. It seems like. Welcome to the club.
But right now, we're looking at lanes 9 and 10, 11 and 12, side-by-side action here.
Oh, I shot 4 over. She shot 120 under. But But she did beat Del Ballard there.
Oh, wow.
And we made sure he knew. She beat Del Ballard. We made sure he knew.
When will yesterday's qualifying rounds be posted? Should have them up this week. Got a trip to Utah I got to make, but I'll try to get it out there for you. Oh, you can set it up there. It's no problem. You'll be safe. I made mention that we were going to have a lot of guests coming in and out today, and really excited to be sitting next to, yet again, she made her live streaming debut in Las Vegas at International Bowl Expo. She was a sideline reporter. She also sat in the booth with us, and now she's here out roaming around again. Third appearance on. Hello, Barbara Chrisman.
How are you, Mike?
I'm awesome. Awesome. Just covering this bowling tournament, and it's a special one. And you come down to this event each year, and Donna Connors and Carol Storm and Norman and
Yes.
Storm Bowling Products being part of this thing. It's one of the best tournaments in the country, and you not only sponsor it, you come to the event.
Yeah, I ran into Dawn. I've probably known her for maybe 15 years, and we started talking at the national tournament, USBC's Nationals, and she said she was going to put this tournament on. And so she started it, and I came the very next year. I helped sponsor it for the second year that it's after its inception. So this is our 13th year. This is the 14th year of the tournament.
It is 14. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, this is
I've
the
been saying
14th
it's
year.
been number 12, so I'm glad. I needed you yesterday.
Yeah, there you go. Just look up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, number
Yeah.
14.
Yeah. So, and I just love Donna, but I'll tell you, I mean, as a little sister, but I've never seen anybody promote a tournament and have as much passion and put together something like this ever. And
Yeah.
I've known a lot of tournament promoters, a lot.
It's a good one, and David and his staff here at Palace Lanes roll out the red carpet for everyone as
Yes.
well. They really work hard to make sure they promote the Pro-Ams all year. The Pro-Ams sell out. You were here last night. We had it on the live broadcast. You and Bill
Oh, yeah.
obviously made it down, and a lot of money raised for this dreaded disease, cancer, breast cancer in particular, this particular event. But if we ever find a cure for that dreaded thing, we're going to be a lot better off.
Yeah. The Stalin Foundation, that they are, not only breast cancer, but for all the cancers.
Mm-hmm.
And my niece, actually, by just a fluke, was able to spot a cancer on her lung. And she's one of the rare survivors of lung cancer. And there's so much that needs to be done. All of us have been touched by the big C, whether it's breast cancer, whether it's, pancreatic cancer, or, it's
Everybody
just taken
knows
too
somebody.
many of our, it's taken too many of our loved ones. So anything we can do to help research for breast cancer and everything else, we're in.
Yeah, we need to do a drive for dying of old age. That's what it needs to be. We need a dying of old age drive.
Dying of old age, yeah.
That's why you should die. You just got old.
Hey, yeah, that's my plan. I'm going to be 95 years old, and I'm either going to be out there on the bowling lanes or on the on the golf course, and then I'm going to go out. That's my plan.
That's a good one.
95.
That's a good idea. You should just die of a heat stroke or something on the golf course.
Yeah, or out here, just because I drop a bowling ball or something.
I can't believe we're talking about this right now. This is grounds for losing my job or something.
What?
Talking with Barbara about how she's going to die.
That's.
But hey, not anything but cancer. We just don't want it to
Right.
be that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a standings update after 4 games here. It's getting a little interesting here at the top. Eric Traylor has totaled 1025 for his opening 4 games, and his partner Elizabeth Sinicki have totaled 872. They are now just 40 pins behind Marshall Kent and Danielle McEwen. They sit at 5380. Danielle and Marshall are at 5420. 93 back of Marshall and Danielle is Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill this morning. 164 back, Megan Kelly, DJ Archer. DJ Archer's averaging 250 this morning as well. He's totaled 1,001 for his opening 4 games. And the high female thus far is Cassandra Luthold. No surprise there. She is bowled 918. She's 118 over. And somebody here that I know you've gotten to become pretty good friends with since she moved to Utah, Lindsay Boomershine in the field, bowling well again this week. She bowled good at the U.S. Open down the stretch. Struggled a little bit in that long format, but it's good to see Lindsay doing well.
Yeah, it's always nice to root for somebody that you know, and now that she's doing a lot of traveling with Hank and which is her husband, but he's our vice president of sales and marketing. President of sales and marketing. So, we do a lot of traveling, and so I've gotten to know her. And actually, for my birthday, she was going to make my birthday special, so she booked a nail visit.
Oh, okay.
And we drove to go to the nail visit, and it ended up being on an Air Force base, and we couldn't get on it. So,
oh, man.
So, yeah, it's fun to root for people, but it's like I was telling a lot of people, I am astounded at the physical capabilities and the physical fitness of, especially the women, but the men also, that I have. Bill and I, when we were going out and following the tours in order to get Storm on its feet, I went out and followed the ladies' professional tour. Our very first sponsored tournament was a PWBA event at Samstown. And so I followed those ladies, and they were great bowlers. But when I come out here and I see these young, athletic, college-looking, strong people, I am just astounded. It
is amazing.
It's not. If we could get the ESPN people and the mainstream media to come in here and watch these people and look at these, we'd get a whole lot more respect.
I would totally agree with that. I was actually mentioning earlier today that Danielle and Marshall should just be followed around for like 6 months with a camera crew.
Yeah.
They're boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah.
They're collegiate stars. They're both on our staff.
Yes.
And tremendous individuals. And they have like a split personalities relationship, so to speak, if there's a such thing.
Really?
They have the professional side of things where they look at just bowling as bowling. And when they're out there competing, it is like they're like robots. They're talking to each other and keeping each other going. And then as soon as they're done with that and they change their clothes, they turn into boyfriend and girlfriend that go and eat sushi together and post pictures of each other kissing on Instagram and, all that other good stuff. But two great people, and they're not only physically talented bowlers, but they're really smart between the ears.
Yeah.
They've got it all going on.
That's what I've. It's really funny that I forget, the perception that people may have of me as being the owner of Storm. And, because I'm just a person just like anybody else. And it's amazing to me sometimes that people are intimidated to meet me. I think Danielle's a little bit afraid of me. She's just like, oh, hi.
Yeah, she kind of gave the same feeling to Chris Schlimmer last week. She didn't know how to take him out on the tour, and he was just walking up to her. And I just think that she is just so timid and just so, I don't really want to use the word sheltered, but I can't think of a better one at the moment. She's just, it's just been all business and all bowling, and the blinders have been off to anything around. It's just been, I'm bowling. And she's happy to have, Storm on board with her. But we've got, like, the best AAA farm team out there. It's like baseball.
I'm telling you.
These youngsters, that's really where it's at.
Yeah. Yeah. And, they all I'm thrilled to have them. I'm glad that they're on Storm's team. It's, I guess it's a tribute to some of the people at Storm that go out and just like any other sports team, that they go out and find talent that and put them on staff.
You've got scouts out in the field.
Yeah.
People like Hank, Roger pays attention, Schlim, Dell, Jim Callahan, all those guys, they really pay attention. The Luongos up in New York, I think they're the ones that recruited these two guys, so guys and girls. But, yeah. It's great. It's just like any other major sport. Actually, a ball manufacturer now, if you really think about it, I believe Storm is the Titleist of bowling balls now.
I agree.
You know, if Jerry Seinfeld was at an airport and he saw the owner of Titleist, Jerry Seinfeld's going to walk over and say, "Hey, how you doing, Mr. Owner of Titleist? How are you?
Right.
I'm Jerry Seinfeld. I use your golf balls all the time." Well, you guys are getting to that point with Storm.
Well, cool.
So I don't know if Jerry Seinfeld's going to walk up to you and say, "Oh, wait a minute, that's Barbara Chrisman, owner. I got to go talk to her." But that kind of stuff is going to happen, so be ready for it.
Oh, okay. Because I had a massage therapist that when I introduced myself, he was just going, "You own it? You don't just work there." And I said, "No, I own it." Yeah, I started it. It was when Bill and I first started. We weren't like dirt poor, but we weren't very, very well off. And I remember coming home and I'd made chili and I wanted to store the leftovers. And my little bowl, my storage bowls were gone. I was going, "Where are my storage bowls? What happened?" He's going, "Well, I used them for weight blocks."
Where are my storage bowls? I used them for weight blocks.
He used them some to mix them and some to pour and try to pour them inside bowling balls when we were first looking at how to make the bowling balls and put them together and all out there throwing them. And it's amazing. Yeah, so when he was just thrilled to meet me, and then he said, "Well, I told my friends," and they're going, "Who? Who?" And he says, "Well, then you guys are just not bowlers." So.
Yeah, and it's so cool. You work so hard just to get somebody on a telecast, and then just last week we came off a telecast where everybody was throwing Storm or Rotogrip. That was a very special week.
I've got to say, there's, Storm, our odds are better. We have a bigger staff. We had 3 tour reps out there working with our people. And so with a lot of hard work and dedication, our odds were a little bit higher because we have more people that we've got on staff. And
here's a great look at Marshall and Danielle actually working together right now. He was just, right in her ear. Right. It's a turning point here in the match. They got to keep they see that they're 40 pins ahead. The gap is starting to close, and that was a perfect example as we saw in lane 9, Marshall grabbing Danielle, and now she's got the confidence to deliver the ball. But yeah, we do have more members on the staff, as you were saying.
Right. But, that every bowler knows that you can, bury that ball just like, Danielle, and it'll look like that, and all of a sudden there's a ring and 10 standing there. So we also know that there's some luck. So I believe that, yeah, you create your own luck, but there's still a little bit of luck there. And I was shocked, and I was overwhelmed. And I even posted on my Facebook that who would have thought 20 years ago when Bill and I had a dream of making bowling balls, and all the people who came along with us for this ride and dreamed the dream, and here we are with 8 people on the U.S. Open, 8 out of 8. It was, retrospective, but also just thrilling. And I just hope that the other ball companies will suit up and just keep working hard. And I want bowling to be stronger. Whatever's best for bowling.
We need all the ball companies.
Yeah. Whatever's best for bowling is
otherwise
best for all of us.
It'll cost Storm too much.
Yeah.
If all the other ones go away, we have to support the tour alone.
Oh well, you know what? Hey, a monopoly. We'd be a benevolent monopoly. Yeah.
I'll tell you something that's amazing to me, too, is obviously, I'm making the trip to Utah Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
Driving out. I'm actually leaving my dogs behind. My girlfriend and I are coming out. We're going to stay with Roger for a few weeks until we find the right house to close on.
Uh-huh.
And then once those 30 days go by and we get the house, then I'm going to fly back to St. Louis and drive the other vehicle out with the 3 dogs.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah. So that's coming up. But one thing that I've realized, just seeing the emails and starting to kind of get used to things that are going on with Storm, is the amount of money that goes out the door to sponsor and give back to bowling is incredible.
Yeah.
This event, U.S. Open, PBA Tour, product registration, and we sponsor more events out in the field than any other company I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, from the very, very beginning, Storm, being it's just Bill and I, we don't have stockholders that we have to justify our spending to. And all of our marketing from day one, I mean, I made enough money in our other little baby corporation to make the house payment. And so we could afford to pay 40% of our income for sponsorship, where most companies, you have to stay within a 10% range of sponsorships and promotions and advertising. And we don't. We don't have to pay, but we do pay very good bonuses to the employees all the way down to the people out in the court, out in the courtroom. I mean, the last bonuses we gave out, we don't just give them to the management. Everybody in Storm that works in Storm, we even gave bonuses to 2 temporary people that worked for us. So. Not only do we take care of bowling, we try to take care of the industry. We also try to take care of the people who help us dream the dream.
Here's one for you that people at home may not know, but I had the pleasure of coming out to the sales meetings right when I first started, and I've been fortunate to be able to work from St. Louis and be with Storm. And when I came out, for the sales meetings, I really didn't know what to expect. And the morning of, when I saw all of the people that work at the factory come up from each one of their respective divisions and give a little talk about what they do, and they put together, some little speeches and that, something really touched me. There's a lot of Hispanics that work at Storm in the factory, and some of them didn't even really know much English when they started there. But not only do they work at Storm, but the people at Storm, led by Corbett and the rest of the folks, Shane Blakely, they've actually taken these people and have taken them under their wing and taught them and given them the tools necessary to better themselves as Americans and to learn how to speak. And actually, one of the young girls presented and didn't even know how to speak English 4 or 5 years ago.
Right.
And she didn't go up and say, Storm is great, and I do this with Coors and all this. She came up and said, Storm taught me how to live in America.
Wow.
That was amazing to me at that meeting. That's when I knew I was at a place that was more than just a bowling ball company. Because let's face it, I'm a bowler. I work for Storm. I'm excited. I got the job. I'm moving to Utah, working with you guys. But when you go in there and it turns into a reality show and it really pulls on your heartstrings, then I knew that this was going to be the right move.
I had my eyes open that morning too when some of the women and especially this one girl that touched me was that, if she ever has a problem or anything, that she goes and talks to Shane, and that Shane helps her and mentors her and brings her along. And I'm just going, wow, I didn't know Shane was such a good guy. And it was,
Shane Blakely should almost be like a director of human relations, ethics hotline. Like this guy. When you think of Storm, people that are watching this webcast is, I just saw Lindsay off to the side, pick a 2-4-10. But they think of Storm, they think of like Belmo, Pete, you guys, Hank, Dave, Louie out in the field, all these names and stuff. People don't realize that that's just half the staff. The other half all works in the factory, and this 99.9% factory firsts that come out. You guys have worked really hard at that and producing record number of bowling balls each month. Corbett, Austin, Shane Blakely, led by those guys and many others there. They're just as dominating at what they do as last weekend's U.S. Open telecast.
Yeah. I think that everybody from the core room to just to watch how over the years, probably the last 8 years, how many seconds. We used to have some seconds. We used to have some thirds. I don't even think we have any thirds left. I mean, that there might be, but you're right. 99.9% our first balls are sellable, good product, and how much higher can you go? It's actually when you've been so used to scrapping to the top. I mean, just scraping and doing what you do best, and then. That's all Bill and I have ever done. We've never trashed the other companies. They make good bowling balls. We've never trashed the competition. All we've focused on is trying to do what we do best. Make great bowling balls, have great players, and just have a kick-ass time out here on the lanes. That has been our goal. To make somebody, what a great job to have is to have something that you make that makes somebody enjoy their life just a little bit more.
Absolutely. We got a match happening here, too, actually. We've got Chris Barnes opened up with the first 6 in a row, then 9-spare strike. He's got 268 left. Marshall Kent, the male bowler on the other team, who are current tournament leaders. Wow. Marshall Kent's matching him here. He's got 280 left. Danielle McEwen can only shoot 204. Tennille Milligan can still shoot 220. So this first shot in the 10th frame by Tennille is really important to their team as it's coming down to the wire here. 30 bonus pins at stake between these two teams, but Barnes and Kent certainly are lined up here. Milligan up a couple boards outside of the rangefinder. Oh, and she shakes it up. And Danielle says, well, all right, I'll try to match this one here for you, Marshall. So this is coming right down to the wire. Possible 280 again for Kent. 268 for Barnes, so advantage 12 for Kent and McEwen out of the male bowlers. And got possible 220 for Tennille.
Oh,
and a shaker 7 here as well. Light hit for Danielle. So we see Tennille Milligan. She's throwing Storm here today. Barnes, of course, is a member of Columbia 300, but everybody else on this pair are Storm bowlers right now. Format of this tournament is very exciting with all the head-to-head match play, and Danielle and Marshall had a bit of a lead coming in. We see Tennille send that ball a little bit out to the right. So Tennille is going to shoot 218 if she spares it up. So Danielle here can really help her partner Marshall Kent by throwing a double in the 10th frame. Bowling News Net says Brett makes 2 pant changes this game. Haven't seen that move before, but he went 6-bagger, so good move, I guess. Hashtag lucky, hashtag inside bowling.
I was going, really? Am I reading that right, or is that a typo? Okay.
Yeah, you can actually tweet in the booth here at hashtag inside bowling, and we display them on the screen for the viewers at home. Just like if you were watching The Bachelorette or any other reality show on television.
I don't watch them. I watch very little TV. But I do a lot of, Discovery Health and I love History Channel and the what can I think about? All the ones that teach you stuff so that I learned all about the planets and the stars, and then I forget the next morning.
Well, you were on Rick's Restorations.
Yeah, I was. That was a fluke. That was one of those serendipitous things because I had no intention of being on Rick's Restoration.
So 189 for McEwen.
Oh.
That 7-pin's gonna hurt Barnes here. Is that right? Am I seeing that right? One. It looks like they're making a score change. 190. 190 for McEwen. 208 for Milligan, actually. So that's a difference of 18 pins. So Marshall Kent can still shoot 280. Barnes can only shoot 249. So Marshall Kent, I believe, just needs good count here.
Yeah, I can see it better up there than I can here. Let's see. Yeah, Danielle is a 208.
They didn't do us any favors here with the color combos.
Yeah.
A little black and white action would have been easier for us.
And then the 208, yep. You can have, yep. He left one too.
Yeah, left the 8. Chris Hester joins us in the chat. Good afternoon, Chris Hester. Barb Chrisman joining me here in the booth. Barb and Bill on hand for this Luci Bonneau doubles, an event this Storm has sponsored for many, many years. 14th year. Barb helped me out on that earlier with that stat. And Barbara, what's going on with you the rest of the day and the rest of the week? What's going on in your world?
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I'm going to be home. And I'm going to reteach my dog that I really am her owner.
There you go.
I hope I don't get bit when I walk in the house. We haven't been home since the U.S. Open. I got to, it sounds like poor me, but sometimes being on the road is very tiring, and sometimes it's just really nice to be home. So I'm actually, other than 4 days, think I'm going to be home for a whole 6 weeks.
Nice.
And I probably will go insane. I mean, right now it sounds good, but probably after 30 days I'll start getting, oh my gosh, where am I going? I got to go somewhere. Got to go do something. Well, that's not true, because I'm supposed to be in Las Vegas for 2 weeks for all the tournaments that are going on in Vegas.
Right. I'll be there for the Queens for a little while.
And then I'll definitely be in Vegas for the Queens, but at least I have a home in Vegas, so I can feel like I'm sleeping in my own bed.
Barnes and Milligan are going to defeat Kent and McEwen. All important 30 bonus pins. Marshall needed the first hit in the 10th, and they're going to lose by 6.
Oh, 455. 4.
Yep, so McEwen and Kent continue to struggle here a little bit, but still in the lead. Eric Traylor, Elizabeth Sinecki. If you could take me over. Oh, you're already there, Brian. You're already all over it. I got to get that camera fixed, though.
What's all this? Sorry. On there. Okay.
Okay, so second place has been Sinecki and Traylor, and it looks like here, if I'm seeing this right, that's 480 for Sinecki and Traylor.
Well, I can't read it.
Yep, that's what it looks like to me. So they are going to be your new leaders. They're going to go around Marshall and Danielle.
Wonder if we can get Mr. Chrisman to come.
Yeah.
He just walked that way. He actually, for the U.S. Open, for him to sit down and be on TV,
Yeah.
is pretty rare. He has to. He's one of those movers, and he is an intense, excitable guy. And if he's rooting for somebody and they don't do good, he doesn't want to be on camera. I remember watching it. I mean, we've been together for 40 years, and
40 years, really?
40 years.
Wow.
Yeah. I met him, I'm not going to tell him. I was only 10 when we started. Yeah.
You heard it here first. Breaking news. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah.
Barbara Chrisman, 10 years old.
10 years old when I met
Getting hit on by Bill. That's great.
God, if I tell the truth, then that makes me old, huh?
Yeah, I like it.
Hey, but the opposite is dead, so I'd prefer getting old, thank you.
Got me on, Brian? Yep. I'm going to roam. I'm going to go grab Bill. I'm going to make him sit next to you, and I'll be on the broadcast here with you.
I don't know.
All right, this is it's going to be a real treat. Just have a seat there, throw on the headset, and there you go. All All right, joining us now, not only Barbara Chrisman, but now Bill Chrisman joins us in the booth. Hi, Bill. How are you?
I'm great, Mike. How are you?
I'm good. This is awesome. You guys, I'm going to go to lunch. You guys just take over. No, I'm kidding.
All right. That's fine. Give me the mic. I'll do both sides. Okay.
So, yeah, we were actually just getting up to speed here. Barbara was just announcing that you were firing on her when she was 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it said we've been together for 40 years. And then I started to say, I've been together since I've been. And I went, oh, crap, I'm not going to admit how old I am. I made
10.
up that.
Been together since we're 10?
Yeah.
Since you were 10?
Yeah. Yeah.
That means
49.
That means I was 25 and I married a 10-year-old girl. That isn't very.
You were 25 years,
like
see? Oh, I guess. So you're going to admit that you're 60?
Yeah. No problem.
Hey, Bill, we've been talking about this great event here. Barbara's been talking about, the commitment Storm has had to it, and Donna Connors and all the work that's gone in, and she's kind of told us her take on things. And, what does this event, mean to you coming down here and being part of it and seeing it this year?
Well, they've been holding this event for 14 years, and we've been sponsors for 13. I've always heard it's a good event, and they always have a great pro-am, and the bowlers I have talked to always say how great it is, and I thought that I better get down here before I get too old to get here. So I figured I would come look at it myself and see what it was, and it is a great event. It's probably as good right now. It's probably as good a tournament as there is in the United States right now. I mean, it's great. They don't have any problem getting bowlers. They got a waiting list of bowlers. They got a waiting list on their pro-ams. They do an extremely good job at the whole thing. Everybody loves it. Everybody has a good time. The prizes are good. The payoffs are good. The pro-am, everybody has a really good time. They do all kinds of things to make it fun. So I'm really impressed. It's really actually enjoyable to come see something like this.
Yeah, and on top of that, you're seeing folks like Lindsay Boomershine, Megan Kelly, DJ Archer, Rick Steelsmith right here on our featured pair right in front of us.
Yeah.
You're looking at folks like Jody Westner, Bill O'Neill. I mean, it's not just, your local bowlers. It's the best of the best.
Oh, yeah. You have, and a lot of the bowlers that didn't get here that I talked to at the U.S. Open, they had other commitments or other reasons or family things, but they all have bowled in it before, and they love to come, and they would love to be here. And like I said, they're sold out anyway. It's not easy to get an entry in here, actually. They really don't have enough spots for the amount of people who want to bowl it. But I don't know how they could change that. So I know they're looking at format changes a little bit, but I don't think they're going to ever increase it to where they have more days so they would have more people involved.
Yeah, or maybe do something a little different with the pro-am. Maybe have like a late night pro-am, like a midnight 3 a.m. rock and bowl or something, and do one more squad in the evening. Who knows what they would be able to do? But this is my first time coming down as well. And last year, Extra Frame was here, and it's just a privilege to even be here to be able to cover the event through the Inside Bowling channel here. And this event obviously brought to you by Storm. You've seen Storm all over Inside Bowling and vice versa. And I was telling Barbara I'm making the trip out on Wednesday, so you'll see me in the office next Monday. A week from Monday, I'll be there, and I think my office is about done, and I'm really looking forward to digging in and being part of the team out there, and no longer being remote from St. Louis.
That'd be good. We need your expertise in the building.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm anxious to see what you got, actually.
Well, you know what's fun? I'm kind of like Marshall Kent and Danielle McEwen. These guys are on your staff. They were kind of recruited by some of your scouts, and I was kind of the same way. And we've seen each other a few times, Bowl Expo and stuff, and I came out for the sales meetings and bumping into each other here. But I'm really looking forward to getting to know you guys and learning the culture of Storm. And you guys told me very early on that you think I'm going to like what I see, and I've already seen it. We've been talking about some of the feel-good stories and things that have happened and how much Storm gives back, out of the budget, sponsors more events, more bowlers, more things, and you guys really believe in the game, and I'm just looking forward to getting in the office and being part of the culture and getting settled in Utah, where I told Barbara already, my girlfriend and I are driving out, and we're going to stay with Roger for a little while until we find the house we're going to buy, and then I'm going to fly back home to St. Louis and drive the 11 legs that I have. I have 3 dogs, and one only has 3 legs. So.
Really?
It's a little difficult to rent a house when you have 3 dogs.
It really is.
I gotta admit that.
I think we about got it worked out, so we'll be good to go. And then before you know it, we'll be in Vegas at the Queens, and we'll be crowning a champion there, and great another event that we sponsor, and
yeah,
it'll be a Christmas party before you know it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. You may not like Utah at Christmas time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, no, he's from St. Louis. It snows a little bit there.
Oh, yeah.
And he's been in Utah before in winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But there's a lot of really, really, really good skiing.
Yeah, you guys will have to teach me.
I don't.
We don't ski.
I bowl and golf.
I have a hard time bowling anymore with my knees. I would really be. That's why I don't have good knees, is because of skiing. So I have no desire to go skiing again.
Well, when I was 16 and I went skiing and I crashed and burned and stuffed snow clear up my sinuses, I decided that there were other things that would be more fun. And so now I don't think I could do the learning curve of all the falling, but it sounds like fun. Maybe cross-country skiing or something.
We got plenty of people there that snowboard and ski. If you want to do that, you'll have plenty of people willing to teach you.
Yeah, I'm actually afraid of it, really. I kind of want to get on the inner tubes and go flying down the mountain on the inner tubes.
I think you're better off on skis.
Yeah, I think so
That's
too.
what I was told, too.
Yeah.
Mike Chadwick told me that. He goes, "You're nuts if you want to go down on an inner tube."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could be bounced all over with that.
You got more chances of breaking your neck or your back on an inner tube than you do skiing.
Now you'll find I'm your typical nerd. I'm the guy that is constantly on the computer and constantly on Facebook and social media and watching old bowling telecasts, trying to get better at this announcing thing, and always paying attention to what all the other companies are doing outside of bowling and trying to not reinvent the wheel, but just copy what other people do out there that are successful.
The big question is, can you bowl?
You know, I used to be able to bowl pretty well. I used to be a pretty tremendous youth bowler. I bowled the first Junior Olympic gold and finished in the top 30. I bowled my first 300 when I was 12 years old. I went to college, bowling scholarship, but then I started working for Brunswick, and I had to kind of take a back seat. I'm the type of bowler that needs to practice every day to be good, just like if somebody would study for a bowling test or a math test. I have to study it several times to know it. I can't just look at it once.
Yeah.
But I used to be pretty good. I've got 13 300s, and 11 of them were when I was a youth bowler. And I'm 33 now, so that tells you where my game has gone since then.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get you to bowl in a league when you're out there. And
I plan on it, actually. I want to bowl in the Storm League with my girlfriend. My girlfriend's better than I am. She's got an 824 series or 827 or something like that. Multiple 300 games, a very simple game. And she should bowl the Queens, really. I mean, she's Hank or somebody work with her a little bit. She's got the type of game that she could actually do well.
Well, it sounds like you guys will fit in really well. I mean, we definitely we're a bunch of bowlers. There's not too many people there that don't bowl. That's how we've grown our company, is with hiring and having a bunch of people work with us that are bowlers, and that the whole attitude is about bowling, and I think that's why we're successful. As we have a whole different attitude and approach to the game and to our business than the other companies, and you can't be a corporation and have the attitude we have. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, so. I'm a bowling degenerate with the best of them.
That's good. That's good. That'll work out fine. You fit right in.
Yep. Yesterday morning I was on a bowling show. People actually ask for my opinion these days, which is pretty cool. You know, I was on a bowling show talking about the U.S. Open and stuff like that, and just put my name out there the last couple of years. And I will say that this gig with you guys, being in the marketing department, is really it's really overwhelming. You know, if I'd have thought years ago what would be a dream job for a guy like me, it's really this one. And
good.
I love marketing, and I'm just, like I said, I can't wait to get in there. And be around you guys and learn more and really get to know you. I think personal relationships are just as important as you know, the professional side of relationships.
I'm never in Utah, so you won't get to know
Well,
me.
you're not. There's, you know.
And I don't work up there, so I'm retired. Don't you know?
Yeah, but I keep putting you to work.
I'm retired.
Well, everybody at Storm has some personal relationship. I mean, we're pretty interactive with the group. It's getting bigger and bigger, so that becomes a little different. But
yeah, are you scared now because all the new office expansion, all the offices are filled? There's really no room to expand.
I made a mistake, but part of that was because I was angry at the contractor because he had done such a, you know, I just wanted to get it done. I should have built another floor on it. It would have been a lot better for us all the way around logistically, as far as the conference room and doing some other things we're trying to do. But I didn't, so it's and I knew that office would fill up as soon as I looked at it. So I'm not really scared. I just, you know, but it's, I got to, you know, if we're going to expand any, I've got to figure out a way to build something somewhere. And I don't, the building right now has been built onto 4 times, but if you look at it, it really doesn't, it looks like it's one building. It doesn't, it's got a very nice look to it still, and I don't want to ruin that and make it look like, some buildings they build onto, and they look like, you know, somebody that did
cinder block, block.
Somebody that didn't know how to build with, you know, somebody had a Lego set and didn't know what the hell they were doing. So I'm not. So I would imagine we'll end up building onto it a little bit in some way or another. So, but you're right. I'm not really scared. I mean, as long as the people contribute and we can continue to grow and everybody can be happy and make a living and enjoy the sport of bowling. That's what we're all about. So,
I like promoting and talking about all the people that nobody sees behind the scenes, like the Denise Perrys of the world.
Well,
she's amazing.
She is amazing.
She's been helping me out. She handles all the payroll and things like that, and she's somebody I've had to work with quite a bit, being a new guy handling all my new hire paperwork and answering my questions. And Katie Morgan at shipping.
They're all great.
It's awesome.
Everybody's great. You don't have, I mean, all the people in the plant. You walk through the plant and you can't. There's nobody. You get a lot of people with smiles. Everybody's enjoying their job. It's an amazing place to be. It really is. And anybody that wants that, everybody should come take a tour of that facility. It's not like any manufacturing facility I've been in. For some, I mean, we have our people that run the production for us somehow keep all those people so happy. It's we have a monthly luncheon with everybody. We have all kinds of activities for everybody, family activities. We really have a great bunch of people, and the supervisors, Corbett and Shane downstairs, do a great job.
Yeah, we touched on that. Shane has actually taken a lot of the workers under his wing and helped them become just better citizens of the United States. And I came out at the sales meeting.
We actually take, once a week, we actually take, there's 10 or 12 people that go over to the local food bank and volunteer and stock all the shelves and help give out the food and everything. So, you know, we do that every week. It's just part of community service.
And it's during work hours, and so
it's during work hours.
We just let them go and just donate the employee time, and
people are still on the clock, but it's not it's the least we can do for the community.
Pretty awesome stuff. Sitting here talking with Bill and Barbara Chrisman with Storm. 10 years ago, you guys probably wouldn't have thought that you'd be where you are now. 20 years ago, definitely wouldn't have thought where you would be now. What's next? What are some of the things that you're looking into now, you two, as far as just future things that may be coming from Storm that are ideas or goals of yours?
Well, you're always looking to grow somehow or another. It's very difficult right now to grow in the bowling ball business. All you're really doing is there's only so many bowling balls sold in the world, And all you do if you grow that business is all you're doing is stealing market share from somebody else. So basically, all you do is grow your market share. That's great, but what we're trying to do is help promote bowling, and we do a lot of work. Our players and a lot of people that work for us trying to teach bowling and increase bowlers, and we do a lot of things outside of trying to make people aware of competitive bowling, trying to help competitive bowling. It's one of the reasons we spend so much money sponsoring bowling. It's our return on investment sometimes is not that good, but we're trying to keep people bowling. So I think bowling's been very successful in promoting itself over the last 10 years as far as high school bowling and college bowling. It's bigger than it's ever been. There's nothing even close to that when I grew up. But when I grew up, the professional tour and the USBC were huge. And, so I have a hard time figuring out how it translates into not having bowlers when you have so much promotion in high school and college.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Storm everywhere sponsoring the events. Barbara and I were talking about that earlier. So just continuing to trying to grow this thing. And have you had any success or any ideas in your mind about how to get new people into the game? Have you had anything that maybe?
I've got ideas, but I don't have any. I really don't have any answers for it. I have to be careful what I say. I don't want to offend anybody. So I think there is. I'm controversial enough from my past to where I don't need to open my mouth too much. But I do have. I do think there's some. I'm going to take the fifth on. I'm not going to say it. Okay.
All right. Well. All right. Is there something that we can do at Storm to help with that? Not necessarily maybe other organizations or individuals that may be going in a different direction, but do you think there's something we can do? Or
I don't know. We try to do what we can right now. Like I said, I'm always open to new ideas, trying different things. It's hard to.
Is a goal of yours to have like a Super Bowl commercial one day? Would you be in a good spot if we had a Super Bowl commercial?
Super Bowl commercial that would be more than a goal. That's kind of out there a little bit. I don't think I'm going to live that long, but I don't. There's definitely. Money always helps, but there's a lot of other things involved. I was talking to the proprietor here. Bill Lillard, and we were talking about pro-ams and how pro-ams have decreased over the years and different places in the country. And when we were talking about how successful this is, and he was telling me how they used to have the proprietor association here used to be really good. All the bowling centers would get together when they had a pro tournament here or a regional here, and they would run some type of promotion in order to promote the pro-am in the other bowling center. And that type of thing just doesn't happen anymore. So there's just a lot of stuff like that I don't know why it doesn't happen anymore. There's.
Well, I can tell you how it doesn't happen anymore because it's also happened in St. Louis, and it's interesting to hear you hearing that down here in Houston because it's happening everywhere. Well, what happens is the bowling centers over the years the owners got used to making so much money. And they were spending beyond their means. And then when it started declining, a lot of them weren't able to keep up with the Joneses. And when their second shift leagues started disappearing and you just didn't have to open up your doors anymore, and now they had to start actually marketing their facility instead of just opening the doors and micromanaging, it was culture shock. And it took them a few years, and they got behind. Some of them got in debt. And then they weren't able to put in cosmic bowling, and then they would fight cosmic bowling, and they weren't able to generate that revenue. Some weren't able to upgrade their lane surface, and they still have wood in their bowling centers, and they have to pay to maintain that and close their doors. And those sorts of things happen, and then you have to cut payroll, and then you're working more hours in your center, and you no longer get to go party with the good old boys once or twice a week over golf, talking about how you can have a great pro tournament come to town. That's how I believe it's happening.
Well, see, I didn't have to say what I was going to say. You said it for me. So
that's what's happened. That's reality.
No, and it is. And there's, I truly believe if the proprietors could change this game, if if they would. I mean, I
agree with you.
But I'm very good friends with the heads of the BPAA. I bowl. In fact, I bowl with the president of the BPAA and some of the vice president and some of the other officers. And my wife, my wife knows them real well. I have lunch with them and talk to them about the same thing. I don't really. I mean, what I hear from them is different from what happens, and I don't understand why. They're the proprietors control. In my estimation, they're the ones that have the most to gain, the most to lose, and they control what the sport does. And I think they've dropped the ball, if you want to know the truth. But now I've said it. So
well, no, you're right.
I wasn't going to say that.
You're right. It's not the powers that be at the higher up level. It's not the Pete Treadwells. It's not the the Steve Johnsons of the world. Those folks have got it all going on. It's at the grassroots level. And it's the bowling centers that aren't paying attention to the programs and the things and executing the programs that the BPAA are coming up with and the USBC are coming up with. And instead of working together, a league will come in and say, well, we don't want to sanction this year. We don't want to spend the $17 or $18. And the bowling center proprietor, instead of sticking up and really saying this is why you should or whatever, a lot of them say, well, you don't have to sanction if you don't want, as long as you're still bowling here. And they're not looking at the big picture. And, maybe it takes influential leaders like yourselves, the Titleist of bowling balls, as I mentioned earlier, to help lead that charge or help however we can. I would be more than willing to get on board with a game plan like that, because it starts at the grassroots level, like you say, and you take a city by city, you do test markets, and if you can put together a model where Storm is involved. What if we put together a concept where the workers at the bowling centers get really to the grassroots? Your young girl or guy working that front counter for minimum wage who's turning on and off the lanes. What if we set up a secret shopper program by Storm that's a free program throughout the country, to where if they answer the phone the correct way and they talk about a certain promotion where you can get a Storm Have-A-Ball League or something like that, and they do that, we award them a $50 gift card to wherever they want. Well, maybe they start doing their jobs the correct way and promoting for them. And we circumvent the whole system.
Well, you're an idealist, Mike. That's
hey,
okay.
It's a start.
That's okay. The issue to me is everybody has the proprietors own their own business, most of them, and they all want to run it the way they want to run it, and they don't want to be told how to run it, and a lot of times they don't want any help. And that's just the way it is, and that's one of the issues that USBC and the BPAA always had, was that USBC tried to tell the proprietors how to run their business for a long time, and they had a very big disagreement. Now they don't really disagree that much anymore, but the USBC is just there. They don't really do a whole hell of a lot other than do the rules and try to do the most they can with lane conditioning, which you can't change, you can't control. So they control pins somewhat and continue to mess with the bowling ball manufacturers, in my opinion. That's about
I love this conversation.
That's about the only function that they have. And you mentioned.
Love you guys. This is great.
I'm sorry, man. They're all my friends and everything, and they do the best they can. It's very difficult.
People
really
listen to you too. That's what I like about it.
It's very difficult.
I just imagine like a flyer that shows a bowling center falling under the water, drowning, and basically saying, "Would you, as a center manager or an owner, would you like a life preserver? Storm has one. Just give us a call, 1-800-STORM-BALLS or whatever, and you get a life preserver sent to you. And it's a little turnkey program that we can help you floor some league bowlers and do it the right way."
We have a couple of comments here. One says, a proprietor who pays a minimum wage to a desk attendant is an idiot.
Oh, that's so funny.
And then there was another one that says, you need to bring back the virtual gravity.
Yeah, well, I actually heard that twice this week. So.
Yeah, and you know what? I believe through bowling balls, when they talk about bring back a ball, really what you're doing is you're bringing back the memories that person had with that bowling ball. That's what I really believe that people are their minds believe, like what happened, like, hey, you need to bring back high school because people had the most wonderful time they had in high school. Well, people have had success with that ball, and they want to get that success again, so they think that ball will take them there.
There it says again, every employee at the place I work make minimum wage except the owners and the head mechanic. And then the one's going, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back.
I'm not a lefty. Bring it back.
Yeah, bring it back.
Yeah, we certainly have fun on these webcasts, guys.
Bring back the Paradigm Pro GC. What a great ball.
Yeah, how often do you get the opportunity to get a direct chat with the owners of Storm and have immediate impact on what the bowlers want in the field?
Hey, this one guy right here is not a lefty, by the way.
Right. We should do this. How about this? How about once I get in the office, we'll set up a live stream from your office, Bill, once a month. You and Barbara can sit in there, and basically you just get feedback from all the fans in bowling, and I could facilitate it. Say we've got a question from, I'm not a lefty. He wants to know where's this or that.
What's wrong with lefties?
And that's Chris Hester from Louisville wanting to know what's wrong with lefties.
Nothing but
Chris will tell you what's wrong with lefties.
No, there's just one guy that's named I am not a lefty. That's his name.
Yeah, that's his name.
That's his name. Yeah. We're continuing this wonderful broadcast here. We've got update after 5 games, and currently right now after 5, it's Danielle McEwen, Marshall Kent. We don't have a Game 6 update, do we?
Yeah, I was going to say this is an old one.
Yeah, we're looking for a Game 6 update still. We've been sitting here talking with Bill and Barbara Chrisman, nice enough to join us on the broadcast. We've been having fun. We've been talking about ideas and how to grow this game. Storm obviously has grown their company so well over the years, and when you're an innovator and a leader like that, I always like to pick your brains, and I appreciate you being candid with me on this webcast.
Oh, you're welcome. We're looking at the stats.
We're reading the score sheets.
Okay, so we are after 5. They're finishing Game 6 right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, though, I thought that McEwen and Kent were going to get passed after that last game. I don't know if I was looking at something wrong, or maybe it was.
No, they're close. They're not that close. They're
88 pins behind.
88 pins.
Yeah, they got a pretty good lead, but there's a lot of games left. So you got not a huge separation, clear from top to bottom, but big enough.
Yeah, O'Keefe and O'Neill
are making a big move.
She can shoot 239 here on 11 and 12. Bill O'Neill just 207. They're most likely going to, it's pretty close here. Jody Westner can shoot 215, and her partner Patrick Allen can shoot 235. So that would take them to 50 over. O'Neill with 207 and O'Keefe with 239 would be 46. So both teams were to strike out, it'd be a 4-pin match.
Comes down to the 10th frame.
We were talking about Shannon O'Keefe's outfits. She's got the best outfits going on. Everything matches.
Yeah.
Actually, there's more and more of that in bowling. You see, there's a lot of really, really cute outfits on the ladies here this week. And
Lindsay's done a good job with that, too.
And the men are dressing a little bit more classy, too. I think I was impressed this tournament with the way the way the bowlers look.
And at the U.S. Open.
And at the U.S. Open, too.
That's what I said earlier, is that if we could get mainstream media to come to the U.S. Open and to this tournament and see these young athletic people and the way they look, we'd get a lot more respect.
Do you guys watch much live streaming? I don't see you guys being much sitting in front of the computer.
No,
you're always on the go.
No.
No, I'm not. You're not going to see me watch too much. I watch some of the PBA stuff once in a while, but I don't watch very much of it at all.
I can tell you can learn a lot on these broadcasts. I've logged a lot of hours, and I've listened to a lot of bowling people, a lot of bowling purists in these chat rooms, just like you guys are seeing here today. And every time Randy Peterson sits in the booth with me, he's just infatuated with the chat room, because really that's your local bowling center league nights really is happening in the chat room. That's what they're talking about at league. They're talking about what happened on TV the week before. They're talking about what bowling ball's doing this or doing that. And it's really a good look at just what's happening and what the perception of bowling is. And this live streaming, I've been doing it for a couple of years. I've logged, probably 500 hours behind broadcasting, if not more. And people really enjoy this. But one thing that Tom Clark and I talk about a lot is, we've got currently right now we've got 219 viewers, and we thank all of you for being here. But how do we take this to where we have 2,000 people watching? How do we do that? Because there's 200 loyal people watching today that know bowling and want to grow bowling, and they're really the army. They're the generals out there that if we were ever going to start a revolution, they're the ones that are sitting in this chat room right now are the ones that can help us get it done. And speaking of revolutions, Tyler Jensen just walked in the door as well.
Yeah.
This is his
You wanna
territory.
take my spot?
This guy rock and
my
rolls.
spot.
Yeah.
Barbara
He's
was
got a
asking if you
Starbucks
took
too,
her spot.
man. That's
Yeah.
Is that mine?
How come you didn't call and ask me if I needed a copy?
I'll go get you something, right?
Yeah.
We're putting him on the spot.
Maybe. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna have to let somebody else take my chair for a few minutes here.
So O'Neill and O'Keefe are going to get the
Gotta go
bonus
watch some
pins.
bowling. The chat room is cute. I mean, I'm cute. Yeah. It's kind of fun.
Oh, I like the word cute. I like that.
Yeah.
Chat rooms are so cute. Yeah.
We want
They're
to
so
we want to
cute.
rename the chat room the paddock.
That'd be good.
The issue's going to be somebody's going to say something on it that's not too cute, and you're not going to.
Oh, we can ban them. We have a ban button.
You're not going to say cute anymore. You might say what?
All right, so Barbara's gonna hop out for a minute. Bill, you gonna stay with us for a minute? We'll bring Tyler in.
It's okay. I'd stay for a minute. I'd rather watch bowling.
All right. Well, we can watch it on the monitor here. Tyler, why don't you slide in next to Bill for a minute? Come on in. We'll really. Tyler yesterday was joy to work with during that getting down to the cut line here.
Yeah.
Bowlers are moving around. We've just got one pair in play right now, and it's Bill O'Neill.
Morning, everybody. Morning, Bill.
Hi, Tyler.
Never thought I'd be sitting next to you doing an internet show. God, as my career came full circle.
Yeah.
We could just do a review right here. Bill, if you'd like to review Tyler right
do
now.
my one-on-one?
We could do a one-on-one. I can review him, but I'm going to wait. Actually, not going to do any review on him until after we're going on a trip next month for a couple of weeks to Asia together. So we're going to spend every night and every day together all day long.
Oh, boy.
We'll find out. I'll find out a little more about Tyler than I currently know, I'm sure.
I want to know when I get to do that. How many years you got to put in before I get to go on a trip with you, Bill?
9.
9?
Yep. That's a given right there. I'm setting the standard.
I'm going to record this. I'm going to have it. And then when 9 years is up, knock on wood, I make it 9 years, I'm going to come down to the office and show you this clip.
It might be. Actually, there's. It's a little. It sounds a little far-fetched to me, but it's possible you could go to Japan and do one of these telecasts and have a translator with you, maybe, or somebody that could help do it. It'd be difficult, but it'd be possible to do that. But,
well, that would be fun.
If you resume your bowling career a little bit, and you got more chance probably of doing that. But,
okay, all right.
But we're.
That's pretty cool. I basically got told that if I practice more and bowl more, Bill's going to allow me to do more with the company. Now, that was, I was told that if I bowl too much down the practice lanes, that Hank will yell at me.
Well, he probably will. You might,
But I've got this video footage of you telling me I need to bowl more, so I could. How does that work? What would Hank say? Do you trump Hank or?
No, no. He would just, I didn't say on my time. I said,
oh, okay.
More.
All right.
No, should we tell him who trumps all?
Who's the ace of spades?
I'm not saying. Let's get back to some bowling here, guys.
I
don't, it's difficult to say.
It's difficult to say. I'll tell you who trumps everybody, in my opinion, is Chadwick.
There you go.
Because Chadwick holds all the power. He can pull the plug at any time.
Mike Chadwick, our IT director.
That's the scary thing about today and today's businesses and everything else. It's why I'm a little uncomfortable with all the electronic stuff. I would. Somebody pulls a plug, then we're all not going to be able to do anything.
Well, we do have a little extra help. The guy sitting at the other end who's running this whole ship right now, Brian, he's been doing a lot of work on the side for the Storm website, and he's been working hard too. So he and Chadwick have been chatting back and forth. So those two guys, they could write pretty much anything you want together.
Cool. So any big movers today? What's kind of been the storyline for today?
Actually,
O'Keefe and O'Neill?
yeah, O'Keefe and O'Neill have made a big move. They just won again. So I don't know what Danielle and Marshall did, but they're moving up on them pretty quick, pretty much on their heels. But these two people are bowling very well too, and I'm not familiar with either one of them actually.
Well, Elizabeth is on our Rotogrip staff. She's a great player also works at USBC. Actually, I think she works for BPAA.
Okay.
Kind of gets mixed in that.
Yeah, she works in the bowling camp.
She works in Arlington.
At the bowling campus.
Yeah. And then Eric Traylor is a local bowler here in Houston. He also operates a pro shop a little bit farther south in South Houston. But he's a great player as well. He was 212 over, I believe, yesterday by himself. And it looks like Liz found something because she was struggling a little bit yesterday. She was about 30 or 40 under, I believe.
She was struggling this morning too. She
Okay.
bowled 160. She actually threw it at 2-7-10 and missed the 2 to the left, hit the 7, and picked the 7-10.
Oh, my.
And that was right after Chris Barnes, just minutes before that, picked the 8-10 on our broadcast.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, we're going to clip that out. Did you guys see what happened yesterday? I've been telling people about this.
I watched
YouTube
it on
clip.
YouTube today.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Did you see the ball hit the rack?
I never saw it.
Okay, you gotta see this. This is unbelievable. It's got almost 2,500 views.
It was
already.
at 2,500 when I looked.
Yeah. Of course, my marketing side of me kind of misled people a little bit here.
Oh, horrific.
I called it a horrific bowling accident. Bowler denied perfect 300 game. And you can see it on our YouTube channel. This gentleman right here, Bill, was on his 12th ball. And as you can see, he delivers the ball, and the rack comes down.
It's almost like someone who perfect timing hit reset, but there's no, the reset button here is up close next to the ball returns.
Yeah, and the replay's coming up here. What happened was that gentleman actually hit the reset button on the wrong lane for this young lady here, and the 4-7 was supposed to be reset on lane 8. But the mechanic started resetting it on lane 7 on the 12th ball. But look at the timing of this and the slow-mo. As soon as it gets there,
it's a good shot.
Incredible.
It was a good shot.
It would have been more than 297.
Yeah, and then he ended up shooting 297.
How you gonna got more than 7 on that shot?
So it's already it's going viral in the bowling world, not viral in the world, but 2,500 views in 12 hours or so is pretty good.
Yeah.
Bowling clip.
Great.
Storm's all over it right there. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Trying to do my job. But wait, I'm supposed to go bowl more. Maybe I can win like 13 regional titles like Tyler.
It's the bowler's company.
I said if you wanted to go to Asia, you got a better chance.
I want to go to Asia. Okay. I'm going.
But
I'm either going to learn how to bowl two-handed, or I'm going to be able to top or spin at it.
No,
I'm going to change my bowling
that
style.
won't work. That won't work. You just need to knock pins down.
I like the kids, Danielle and Marshall. They are in sync today with their outfits.
Yeah, they are. Look real good.
They've got the Sync polos available in the Storm shop.
So we've got some pretty heavy hitters on our featured pair here. Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill facing Sean Rash and Liz Johnson. And then, like we mentioned, Danielle and Marshall facing Emily Fagan and her partner, Jessie Buss. They just lost a pretty close match there on the end pair to Barnes. He needed the first one in the 10th and showed up. And just barely, I think he beat them by 6 or 7 pins. Emily there just switching to a gold ball. She was using something that rolled a little bit earlier last match. Players must feel like they're opening up a little bit. I just came in, Bill. I was surprised to see Bill O'Neill's last shot, and he is really opening up the lane. lot more than yesterday.
Yeah, the guys that can go around it are definitely bowling better. Watch Sean here, you'll see it. I mean, Liz, his partner, is struggling a little bit. She's as straight as she is, and she's really good at that, or better than anybody. But she has struggled a little bit today. Sean could started out going around it from the first game, so
right.
he had no problem.
I think that's what makes that team is always in the contention every year at this tournament, because Liz is such a great down and in player, and Sean's a power player, so they seem to always be able to figure out something. If there's been years where Liz has been the highest bowler in the field, she's been 300 over, and Sean's kind of grinding around even, and then vice versa. There's been years where Sean's 300 over.
Right.
Liz is just kind of filling frames. So
you really don't have any women that can really go around it that much bowling right now. So, I mean, they're bowling okay, but you don't have anybody. I mean,
Cassie's the closest one.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
She does it more with speed, though, I think. A
She
little
does,
bit
a little
softer
softer.
touch.
Right. Yeah. Somebody like Tammy Boomershine had killed this today. I mean, somebody that can go left
Right.
and get around it.
Yeah, Tammy bowled really well
She
yesterday.
bowled really well last night, too.
Standings after 6 games, McEwen and Kent continue to lead. They have won 4 of their 5 games. Perfect in match play in second place is Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill. They're 49 back. Megan Kelly and DJ Archer 66 back. Sinicki and Trailer 94 back. Rounds out your top 4. Ryan, there you go. Get that updated. And the heavy artillery is moved in. There's a large camera in here, a camera that I just would drool over having for our webcast.
Yeah, they did a nice little interview down on 19 and 20 or 21, 22 there with the newest U.S. Open champion, Wes Pye. He was down there. They interviewed him a little bit and going to cover a little bit of the tournament. It's kind of a shame they weren't here last night with that Pro-Am. I mean, there's so many people here. That's the event to really
They
see.
probably wouldn't have been able to fit the camera in the door.
How late did you guys stream last night?
We just streamed for about a half hour
Okay.
or so into that, and then went and grabbed some dinner and went and uploaded that clip to YouTube, and back out here this morning.
I think we closed the Storm booth at like 12:15 last night.
Really?
It was insane. There were so many people in here. It's such a fun part to be a fun event to be part of. But Emily did not like that one. But looked pretty good.
Away with it.
Results work.
Under Armour is a brand of clothing that's really come up here recently, and I see a lot of Under Armour in bowling.
Yeah, I think it's the women really like to wear. You see a lot of the Under Armour shirts that the women choose if you're not going to wear a jersey. The dye sub is obviously the most popular, but sometimes it's the confusion of which brand of jersey to get, I think, kind of holds that back a little. I mean, there's so many different options from Gemini and High Five to obviously ours, and people buy one. They can't bowl some tournaments in some jersey.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a blurred line there.
And then you got Boom Apparel and
K&K had their jerseys out in Las Vegas. When we were there last month for Bowl Expo, and those look great. There's so many different options now in the dye sub.
It'd really be nice if you had Under Armour and Nike and Adidas fighting over that market instead of the people that are. People that are fighting over it are really good and they're really doing some good things, but having some national exposure would help.
Yes.
Help bowling
Yeah.
a lot.
yeah, because if you went to Puma.com and you got to see like all their different stuff, not only would you find the golf apparel, you'd find the bowling apparel, and you get all those hits and all those impressions. You're absolutely
Actually,
right, Bill.
There are some bowlers. There's quite a few bowlers wearing that loudmouth golf thing.
Yep, that's true.
And I know Wayne Webb and his wife were matching loudmouth golf all during the U.S. Open. And there's a kid from Australia who's a good bowler who wears it all the time. In fact, he's Storm staff, and he has lightning bolt pants he wears every time he bowls.
Well, here's the question. Here's a good one for you. Adidas and Nike and all these get involved with college sports because there's a big following with that particular, college or team. Do you think Storm has risen to the status where we are as powerful as at least one college and maybe one of those apparel companies would be somebody we would want to take a look at possibly partnering with. Is that something we've tried to do, or
picture that?
They haven't in the past. Those companies haven't really been interested in bowling, but you could. Wow.
And we just got some individual results.
Yeah, I asked for that. I wanted to see how Liz was doing
in the booth
because we had talked about Liz.
So far, your high man of the day is definitely Eric Traylor. He's bowled 1447 through 6, so he's 247 over for 6. I think just roughly 240 average. That's a pretty impressive start. And on the women's side, the highest bowler so far has been Shannon O'Keefe. She's bowled 1358 for 6. Second is looks like Daniel McCune she's bowled 1276, so plus 76. Those scores definitely look they look a little higher today. They look a lot higher.
Yeah, it's Sunday, rise to the occasion day.
Let's see what happens later. Last 3 or 4 games, see what the transition is.
Well, I think that yesterday when the lanes got so crazy in games 4 and 5, it was because there was so much traffic. There was no defined spot of where to play. It was, you could kind of cheat right. Rash tried to fire BB's up 10, and that didn't work. You had guys playing fifth arrow. That didn't look like the right thing. And I think there was so much traffic that the lane really never developed into the pattern that they were looking for, where today it definitely looks like it is.
Yeah, we just see how far left the guys got to go. See if they got to, if they got to get any further than they are.
Bill, I think you're a natural up here in the booth. I stood next to you and Dave at the U.S. Open, and you were giving your commentary after every shot of just bowlers from watching it from just standing around. I'd like to mic you up on the concourse one of these days. I love listening to you.
No,
it's not gonna happen.
I'm mellower than I used to be. But yeah, you're talking to the guy that got up off a TV show and walked away on live TV when they showed my empty chair and was talking about me. So you got to watch.
Why did you walk off the TV show?
Because the bowler that was on my staff left a 8-pin, and the guy that beat him had actually, when I comped him a ball one time in an earlier tournament about a year before that, he took the bowling ball and stuffed it in a garbage can right in front of me and said, what a piece of crap this is. And then he was bowling the bowler on that I was bowling. I was sitting on the settee area on TV, and my guy leaves an 8-pin, and this guy gets up and throws it through the nose and crushes them all over and wins the match and wins the tournament. Okay, he ended up winning the tournament. This was a match before the championship, and so I just got up and walked away. And I kind of jumped up and walked away, and then they had it timed to where they were going to turn the camera, pan me, and tell everybody who I was.
Yeah.
So they panned an empty chair, and the guy's name was George. He used to run the director that used to run the truck for the senior tour and the ladies tour. He did a lot of production, and he wasn't real happy with me, actually.
I just think that I've become more in love with Storm after that story.
Yeah.
Because I think everybody in this chat could relate to that, and they'd have probably all done the same thing that you did.
Yep.
If you comped a guy a ball and he put it in a garbage can, he's bowling your player, and your player stones an 8, and the other guy makes a horrendous shot and carries and moves ahead, I think they'd just get up out of the seat and leave too.
Walk away. That's kind of. Would you say that Storm really got its start on the senior tour? Because that's kind of where Storm, the grassroots of it, began, right?
Yeah, I had it really. I had a good friend of mine, Gerald Curtis, who didn't have anything better to do than to help me. So we comped a lot of balls on the senior tour, and there was a lot of pro shop operators at the time, and plus that was right at the end of in the middle of when the senior tour was pretty big, actually.
Right.
And in the early '90s, and I went out there a lot. I had a lot of good friends. We comped a lot of balls, and had a lot of pro shop operators out there, like I said, and it helped us quite a bit. So it took us a while to get on the regular tour for sure.
Well, living in Denver in the mid '95, '96, we never had a PBA kids stop. Our stops were always senior tours, and we would line up to bowl the Pro-Ams. That's how I was introduced to Storm, was through Bob Hart and Daryl Curtis and at a Pro-Am and John Hersina.
Yeah.
Bowling with those guys.
Yeah.
I was introduced to Storm by going up to Grand Prix Bowler Supply and riding my bike up there and talking to Pat on a Sunday and feeding all the cats at Grand Prix.
Oh, yeah?
And then, I would see the new products come out, and I saw this Teal Storm by HSP, and then I saw this electrical Storm, and I decided to drill one of those. Had a lot of success with that ball, and then it was I drilled a Red Sunstorm shortly after that, and it was off to the races for me with throwing Storm. And I remember Vince Range comped me a Skybolt, and it was the only ball I've ever bowled multiple 300 games with was a Skybolt, and it was I had 400 on it, and used it collegiate tournament. I shot 300 at the Buckeye Classic in like 1999 with the
Skybolt.
With the Skybolt.
Yeah, Vince was an employee of ours. He was a good senior bowler and an employee of ours for a while. Vince was, I haven't heard anything about Vince for a long time.
He's doing well. He's in St. Louis. Doesn't bowl a lot anymore, but Vince is a good friend of mine, and Vince is doing well. Next time I talk to him or see him, he's on Facebook. I'll let him know you said hello.
Funny thing about that was I think he was on the senior show that I walked off of. He wasn't the guy that was bowling, but I think he was on prior to that. So that's interesting. I saw yesterday when I walked in, John Handegard was here, and John was he was bowler of the year on the senior tour for a couple years in a row.
He actually made a regular kids telecast that same year, didn't he?
He won at 50 on a regular.
And they weren't too far apart, like week-wise.
Yeah, right. He was the oldest guy to win on the regular tour for a long time. He was on our staff for a little while. John when we started putting fragrance in the ball, John had this deal where the fragrance, he didn't like the fragrance, so he would throw a rotogrip ball, but he wouldn't throw a Storm ball
because of the smell, right?
Because of the smell.
Yep.
So.
Really, I've never heard anybody not liking the smell.
Oh yeah, I have, but don't bring that up on this. You'll get some comments on that. But John was real funny about it. But John's a good guy and a good friend of mine.
What's the chat room think of a bacon scented bowling ball?
Scented bowling.
Would that be something you guys would like to see?
Hester says X Factors. My trunk smelled like chocolate for a long time.
Yes, it did. Tootsie Roll. X Factor was Tootsie Roll.
No, I am not. There you go. A no and a yuck on the bacon ball.
Actually, the problem with the bacon thing is I've actually tried about every fragrance there is, but Steve's retrying them now because he thinks they're all new, but they're not. They've been making. They've been 3,000 different fragrances, and they've been making them for 20 years. But
I just think you should just have one called IHOP.
Yeah, the bacon ball is it doesn't mix well with the chemicals, and so it kind of doesn't. It doesn't smell like very good bacon.
It's burnt bacon.
Yeah, not even burnt bacon. I don't, not very good. I wouldn't. Let's put it this way: my bacon smelled like that, I wouldn't eat it. But
so you're definitely not going to throw your bacon bowling ball.
No, I didn't like it much. So
I was talking on the broadcast yesterday that Chris Schlimmer and I were actually talking last week at the U.S. Open after the show was done and everything, and we were talking about how Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon have the people out in the streets doing funny things all the time. And wouldn't it be fun to grab one of the Storm staffers, a male Storm staffer, and have him walk around with a couple of bowling balls in a tote and just walking up to people and say, "Will you smell my balls?"
Yeah. Actually, Leno did a joke on that on his show when we first started doing fragrances.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a skit on Saturday Night Live even. When we first put the fragrance in a ball, a guy on sports writer USA Today picked it up somewhere and wrote it in USA Today in the daily newspaper, and from that I got put on a wire, and from there it went. We were on a Today Show. They bowled on the Today Show. We were on it for 8 minutes in the morning with them bowling with fragrance bowling balls, but it was on Saturday Night Live. It was on Jay Leno. It was.
Wall Street Journal picked it up on that news wire.
Yeah,
USA Today.
on the front page of Wall Street Journal. They actually put my picture on there, which is really bad. So.
Do you have footage and archive copies of this stuff?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I got to see this.
Yeah, we got it. We have all that stuff. It's, you know, it was in ESPN, the magazine, Sports Illustrated. It was even in Reader's Digest.
We need an archive of that on the website where you can go into the vault and look at some of this stuff.
Yeah, nobody seems to think that way, Mike. Everybody thinks I'm crazy when I say that we ought to have this. You know, I love history, so.
Yeah,
you know,
we need a history section.
But maybe that's, you know, maybe everybody thinks that's I'm doing that for my ego. I don't know. It's not, you know. But I think it's cool. You know, the whole deal.
No, I think that's very important.
We got a lot of free press out of that. Got a lot of advertising out of that for nothing.
At least have it out on YouTube so that people can search for it and find it later, and it's always there.
And yeah, Louis has all that stuff. Supposedly has all that stuff somewhere. Sometimes I wonder about whether things get where they all go, but we supposedly have it. So.
Well, great. I got that in my memory bank, and definitely gonna.
But there were some fun things that have happened over the years for sure.
I think we need to get Pete on Letterman throwing bowling balls out in the streets like his dad used to.
Yeah, I don't that you know, Pete's been on a lot. They did a lot of stuff with him on ESPN. Haven't done much with him on regular TV, but he has been on a lot. He has his personality, his charisma. He does get about. He gets a lot of press.
He attracts
nowadays.
that. Yep.
He gets a lot of press. He gets a lot of attention.
Well, we've got a big game being bowled here by the O's, O'Keefe and O'Neill. They're probably going to put together here a 500 series, and
they might. They're going to be really hard, really close to the lead.
They are. They're going to be right behind.
If not
Kent.
in the lead. Of course, they're next to him, so I can't see what.
Well,
Danielle and
Marshall they're bowling decent this game. They're Marshall's bowling 250 pace, and Danielle needs a strikeout for 187.
Of course, from here I need binoculars, so I can't. There's no.
All right, we're officially getting binoculars. This is the 5th request I've had for binoculars. Twice from Matt Turek, who normally sits where Brian's sitting today. And then I've had other people say we need binoculars, and we really do need binoculars up here in this booth.
Well, if you're going to sit back here, I mean, I do anyway, but I guess there's like Tyler, he has no problem.
Well, the colors scheme, though, is a little tricky.
It's difficult.
Ooh, Bill O'Neill, flat 10 in there. He can spare this for 234. O'Keefe, 249. They're going to be a winner.
Wow. Big game.
Big game. Going to bowl, about 480 or so. We got front 9 down and 279 on 5 and 6. Looks like by Zeno Garcia and Brenda Padilla. Brenda's got the front 9. Zeno had the front 7, 9 spare strike. They are bowling Patrick Allen and Jody. So they're going to make a pretty big move here, Bill.
Yes, they are.
They are sitting in 6th place. They're 241 pins out of lead, but they could go plus 209 with the bonus pins right here.
They get within 100.
I think they're definitely going to get within 100 within this game. Well, maybe within 150 for sure. They're going to pick up 100.
Especially with these guys bowling what they're bowling.
Right. Bill O'Neill striking for 233. Oh, he left a 10 pin. 2 in a row. Sorry about that. 482. So they're going to add their 30 bonus pins to that. And we'll give them 512. So plus 112. And they're going to be pretty close to catching Kent and McEwen here. Terrible shot by Jesse Buss.
But he got 10.
He got 10. And a high five from his partner. She's happy. So let's see if we can get a little update on that match.
What do we got written in red here?
I think they're trying to tell you about heaven.
Huh.
But, yep.
Yep, that's exactly what they're doing.
What do we got in here? Oh, Brian, you take care of that?
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
We can ban people. We can ban an IP address. We can do it all. It's pretty amazing.
Well, I didn't know you could do that. That was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Brian, can you take us over to 11 and 12 also? Give us a split.
Poo smell, dog poo smell. That isn't very good either.
So Brenda opening the 10th after we were made aware of her front 9 that turned into 262.
There's an interesting one right there. Has Storm ever thought of designing their own clothing line?
Oh, that's where I was kind of going there.
Well, we kind of do. I mean,
we do. We do. We don't have. It's some of the issues with that are trademark issues. Actually,
right.
That's some of the problems with that. I would like to have Storm everything, but unfortunately, the trademark laws make it pretty hard to do that.
We have some really cool jerseys coming. They'll be here in about, I think, 45 to 60 days away. The Hyper jersey that are some new. I wouldn't say it's a new material, but it's a stretchy,
it's
breathable.
It's a different material, but it's still similar to what these other new materials are.
And it's a dye sub, correct?
Yeah.
The neat thing with it is it's not. I wouldn't say it's loud and obnoxious. It's very clean and very prestige looking. It's still got some graphic design on it, but it's not. It's not overly over the top as some of the jerseys can be.
I'm not a big jersey fan. I like a little cleaner look than what some of the jerseys have been. So
a little sleeker look, maybe.
Yeah, I like sleek. I like
a
clean.
Perry Ellis Claiborne type look on a jersey.
Wes Malott stopping by.
Hey, you want this?
My ride's leaving.
Your ride's leaving?
My ride's leaving.
I don't know what Wes would have done. His ride is leaving. Not sure what he would have done if he was still bowling.
Oh, I love it. Oh, this is
I'll see you next
week. I had
week.
a camera on all this.
I'll be by for a second.
You got Wes Malott, Carolyn Doran-Ballard, Dell Ballard just hanging out by the booth. Robert Lawrence as well. You got Bill Chrisman in the booth. Speaking his mind, you got Tyler here. Bill's going to leave. Bill, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay. I'm out of here. I'm turning this over to Dell so he can
all right.
He can entertain you a little bit.
Thanks, Bill. Bill Chrisman leaving the booth. Always a pleasure to have him in. And now Carolyn wants to know, really?
You have no idea, Mike, when the PBA started doing some, I don't think it was called extra frame at the time. Strike pass.
Strike pass.
Dell Ballard was he was the head, I would say, of talent. He was the wrangler.
Because I never bowled it.
So he would recruit me once in a while. This is where I got my big break with Dell Ballard at the strike pass. I think you got like $125.
Something like that.
Yeah. What are we getting, Mike?
You're overpaid.
Oh, you guys, the bill goes to Donna Connors.
All right. We're going to give away a high five bottle.
How about the bill goes to Bill?
The bill goes to Bill.
Dell, this is your forte. Tell us what the lanes are doing.
I just walked in 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
It looks like they're hooking because I watched Chris Barnes going like 23-6.
Oh,
shooting
the only
250.
thing, I got to watch Chris Barnes punch a pole.
Did you?
Yeah, a little bit ago. I didn't see him swinging it.
All right.
But I got to see a little fire out of him.
I like that though.
Eric Traylor.
It's all heart.
Mashed him so far. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, we have a standing sheet here.
His scores. We have some individual scores as well as the team scores. This is after 5. I think Barbara just picked up the one.
Yep.
Bill O'Neill, Shannon O'Keefe. That's what we figured. After
game
6.
Game 7 just wrapping up. Game 8 will be up after that.
Yeah, Eric Traylor's bombing them.
Yeah. 27-22.
Sean Rash is bombing them, but not like Archer. DJ's smoking them. Obviously, he's not shooting spares.
No, he's doing a lot of striking today.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
And the players are deeper, too.
Yes, that's exactly what I saw.
And there's room to the right.
Well, with the heat in here, I'm sure that has some type of effect.
I knew I forgot my
It is
coat.
warmer today.
Yes, it's pretty hot in here, and there's not all that. I mean, there's a lot of people here, but not like last night.
No.
That was on fire.
Oh, it was hot last night, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, being 130 under when your partner's 170 over doesn't make it too cool either.
Well, I think that adds 10 degrees to your core temp.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, that should add on right there.
Bowlers are moving around right now. Dell Ballard, Tyler Jensen joining us in the booth.
Good morning.
No Paxton today.
No
Nope.
Paxton.
No Paxton Supercharger?
He was having a blast in here.
He fell asleep in the booth yesterday.
Did he?
He was watching everything for a while.
Hope he wasn't listening to me, putting him to sleep. Sorry.
Dell, what happened to you yesterday? You had quite the horse out there bowling, and
I have the greatest physical talent female ever. She is the best. Don't care. She may not have the titles, may not have the whatever it takes physically because of her back injury, but she is, I think, the most gifted physical female talent out there. Tammy Turner. Nobody throws it as good as she does. My whole goal was to try to stake 2 boards left of her, and I couldn't do it.
well, then, the big question is, why'd she bowl with you?
We bowled last year, and I carried her, and she felt like she owed it to me. Well, I sure paid her back.
You paid her back.
I paid her back.
So do you still have those feelings of last night, as you said you'll never bowl, you'll never drag
Absolutely.
down a doubles partner ever again?
I'll bowl a singles event, but I will not be bowling a team event or a doubles event, trios, you name it. No chance. I'm done.
So now, Mike, you know what my goal is. I'm going to try and find any doubles tournament I can find and send them right to Dell begging to bowl with me.
Right.
Yep. Good luck.
Any over, under, you know.
Good luck. I almost ruined Tennille. She bowled with me one time. She couldn't shoot 180 after that.
Dell, will you bowl? I was just called out by Bill Chrisman that I should bowl more, so I was wondering if you'd bowl the holiday doubles with me
Not
in
a
St.
chance.
Louis.
Not a chance.
Over the
No
holidays.
chance. Nope. I'm done. I already told Tennille to find a sub for me next week at the Senior World Championships.
It's a multiple entry tournament. You could bowl with somebody else, another squad. I need you to bowl with me, Dell.
No, that's okay.
Bowl with himself.
Okay.
Dell, it's on a house shot.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm done.
You only got to average 245 in that tournament.
I can't average 145. Yesterday was disgusting. First of all, it was the USBC Championships. I cost my team that eagle, and this time it was Tammy Turner. They put me in retirement. I'm done.
You'll be back, Dell. I've heard this many times before from you.
Yeah, that was on tour.
That
was on tour. Remember that time where I thought I was going to miss a check?
I was just thinking. I had this
Tucson,
story.
Arizona.
We're in Tucson, Arizona. Dell leaves an 8-pin, and he's so frustrated with it. He can't figure out if he's going to throw it straight at it or if he's going to hook at it, and he throws it straight and he misses it. And we thought there was no way he was going to get a check. And I'm not sure how you got a check.
I don't either.
Right.
B Squad bowled horrible
Yeah.
the next day, or that
night.
afternoon. And all I remember is feeling no pain at
No pain.
about 3 or 4 o'clock. Thank God there wasn't a roll-off.
That was my introduction to Blue Moon at Mimi's Cafe.
At Mimi's Cafe, exactly
Hey,
right.
Mimi's got some kickin' hot sauce, by the way, that goes with the little buffalo tenders. If you've ever been to Mimi
Yes.
Cafe,
Oh, yeah.
that's a good place.
Love it.
And they
Oh.
serve that with some oranges, too, I think.
Yeah, the Blue Moon with oranges. Yes, they do.
Yep, I think so. It's been
Yes.
a while. If anybody would like to bring one.
I don't think I've ever had a drink at Mimi's Cafe. Sorry,
I didn't know
guys.
they served either till that day.
I've never had a drink
Especially
at
at
Mimi's
11
Cafe,
a.m.,
just
we didn't-
food.
Yeah, when we got done at 11 a.m., 11:30. Yeah. Glad it wasn't Sunday.
So we've
Yep.
got some action starting up again.
But we've got Lance Ragland and Tony Franklin standing in front of us, so we're not going to be able to see very
We
much.
can't see anything, folks.
Yeah. We've got 2 black doors standing right in front of us.
I mean, we're talking.
Big
There
doors.
is no sunlight coming in between these two guys.
All right, let's watch Sean Rash. Gee, about 27 to 8
He
flush.
is way in.
Ooh, black and yellow pair.
What pair is that?
Barnes
on?
and looks
That's
like 5 and
6.
6.
I think you're watching something else there.
No, it's time delayed.
We're over here.
Yes, you're watching the same thing. It's just
Okay.
delayed. So you got up on the approach.
Gotcha.
He'll get up in a second.
Oh, you're watching the feed.
Yes.
We're seeing. So we've got Chris Barnes and Tennille on 5 and 6 versus Jeannie Franklin and Brett
22,
Wolf.
22 to the 3 pin.
22 to the 3. Well, Brett Wolf bowled really well yesterday.
Yes, he did.
PA kind of hung around there, but other than those two lefties, that was really about it.
Actually, Kathy Nelson bowled very well yesterday.
Kathy?
Tried to hold up Pete McCordick.
Okay.
Yeah, she bowled well. 100 over.
Okay,
I mean,
that's great. It's more than I got.
Hey,
It's more than you got.
225 pins more than I got. I don't think I've ever been beat by 300 pins by a female.
Well, technically, you got beat by 299.
I know it was
So
299, but it's going to be 300 in my
You
book.
can't get there. It's not 300 yet.
It's there. By the way, the black door in front of us just turned sideways. It kind of opened so we could see a little bit. And now
It's
they're
closed.
closed. I understand. Hey, I didn't know the doors could talk. Did you know?
I didn't
you know doors
no.
could talk?
I know they make awful windows.
Yes. Black windows.
And then on 11 and 12 there, we've got Zeno Garcia and Brenda Padilla, who just bowled a huge set.
Yeah, 260. He
262.
He blower 710 for actually it was a ring 10 blower 7 for 230 something
Yeah,
for
I mean,
490 500.
That game could have been 300, 279, and in the 10th frame they both opened.
Oh, they both opened in
Yeah.
the 10th? I didn't see that part.
Yep. Brenda washed out
Oh, wow.
the first ball in the 10th.
Oh, somebody makes a comment. Solo bowl. I know how to get Dell to bowl doubles again. A youth adult tournament with this little girl. Well,
There you go.
okay. Solo bowl, you have one on me. I would do that. Yes, I would. Because I can't cost her money yet. Not in youth.
Elizabeth Snicky bowling on lane 12. She got him figured out today. She got back on the right track. She struggled yesterday.
Who's this?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, okay. Yeah, she
was
lower
75 over after.
looks like
our
she's
update
using a
here.
Marvel S. Or is that a Soul?
I'm pretty sure it's a Soul. She's a
couldn't-
Rotogrip girl.
Okay, I couldn't tell with the colors.
Yeah, so it should be.
And there's Rash. I mean, Barnes wasn't going to hit the 3-pin that shot.
Well, we've got a new leader, and they made up.
Wow.
Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill were 49 pins off the lead, and now they are 75 pins in the lead. So they made up 124 pins.
Yeah,
that game.
Danielle did not have a very good game there. She 8-10 in the 10th.
So we've got Shannon O'Keefe,
Oh,
Bill
good
O'Neill at 67-62. Daniel and Marshall, 66-87, 75 pins off the lead. Liz, Elizabeth, and Eric Traylor, 97 pins off the lead with 6-6-6-5. And Megan Kelly and DJ Archer, 133 pins back.
That's a lot of DJ right
Yeah.
there. He is 329 over for 7 games.
Wow.
So you know the left to right's working.
Yeah, the left to right, the big curve is in.
Yes.
But you know, this is kind of a surprising. I mean, there's all great players here, but I think 2nd through 5th, we probably expected maybe see more Liz Johnson,
Yes.
Sean Rash team, Tennille and Barnes.
Barnes, yep. Patrick
so
Alley, Westner.
Yeah, they're kind of struggling there.
Yeah.
I thought Lindsay Boomershine and Rick Steelsmith had a little trick going yesterday where
They did.
They were both kind of in the same part of the lane. And
Well, Lindsay was good for grind, double, grind, double, grind, double. Game over.
Was that yesterday?
20. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, they were on the other squad. I didn't get a chance to watch.
Sean Rash tweet says, thanks to CSN Houston for coming out to see the best players in the world at the Luci Bonneau mixed doubles.
Yeah, they're down there behind like 19 and 20, I think. Or
Yeah, I think they
21
just
too.
left. Kind of a cute
Okay.
reporter girl here, too. Actually, they didn't
Whoa,
send out the
hey
B
now,
team. They sent
hey
out the
now.
A team.
Hey now. I didn't notice.
I didn't think you did.
No. When you turn the big 5-0, you kind of lose all
So
aspirations.
did you say a lead change?
yes, we
Yes.
do. We have a lead change and a big one.
Yes. From behind to
They made
ahead.
up 124
4
pins.
pins,
Is that what
yeah.
it was?
Yep.
They were 49 behind, and now the O team is 75 ahead. Can we just go with that? The O team,
Sure.
Team O.
Team O, and we'll get that updated down below on the bottom of your screen as soon as Brian gets back. We'll get that taken care of for you. How great was that to have Bill and Barbara in here?
Excellent.
We'll see. when you get back next week and
Yeah.
they shoot.
We'll see the report. We'll see the monthly report.
We'll see how you did.
So basically what I'm going to do is Bill basically said I can go to Japan and I can live stream as long as I bowl more.
I don't know if I would hold it to exactly those words. I might leave that a little wiggle room.
Little
for
vague.
You.
Well,
Yeah. Little
I
vague.
am going to start a notepad with how many games I bowl and when I bowl them. And I'm going to walk in and I'm going to sit down and say, Mr. Chrisman, welcome back
I
to the
followed,
office.
yeah.
I need to talk to you about, the task you've given me. I've practiced 177 games in the last 30 days. My average has gone up. By the way, when are we going overseas to stream? That's going to be it.
Wow.
I think you should start with the
That's a shot.
the history vault on stormbowling.com.
Yeah, he liked that.
because that's probably going to get you a
That
little
hit a
bit
nerve
closer.
there.
Yeah,
A good nerve.
I would go that route.
All right, we'll try that one.
Wow, that's pretty harsh. It says obviously not a height requirement on lanes 11 and 12. That's harsh.
Well, there is. I'm not sure who said that.
Bowser? No.
Oh yeah, Bowser.
Bowser,
is
yes.
Michael Bowser. He's my golf instructor for tomorrow morning.
Okay.
He's got a little nickname for the guys on 11 and 12. Those are the Texas Midgets.
Hey,
Oh, I saw that. I did see Texas Midgets.
Husker Deep, is that Brian O'Keefe?
It has to be 100%.
They'll stop talking and go practice.
That's my World Series, my senior team World Championship coach. I'm done. I already told Tennille find a partner. Find a
partner.
replacement. I'm done.
Liz has the frozen rope working pretty well, it looked like.
Just tell O'Keefe to go coach. Stop watching the live stream. Go coach.
Nope. They had a great run at Tournament of Americas where he was the coach, so I'm not saying a word.
They did well, correct?
Yes, they did.
They win gold. Was it first time in
30
history or
something out of
something?
no. That was World Games.
World Games.
Rod was down there.
Hey, Brian O'Keefe, I'd like for you to come bowl the holiday doubles in St. Louis over the holidays, and I want you to bowl with Jeff Beasley from former teammate at Nebraska. I'd like to see him kind of where are they now segment. Jeff Beasley and you, if you'd come bowl, that'd be great. You can bring Shannon up, and Shannon can bowl doubles with Dell.
Nope.
Pull our windows back, or door. Actually.
Yeah, our door's back.
Hey, take a look at this. I like seeing Barnes and Rash both
That's what I
wearing
said.
yellow today.
Yellow and black, yep.
I actually this morning was trying to stir up some controversy and try to make a rivalry out of Rash being angry at Barnes for wearing yellow today, even though Barnes went there first.
I just can't believe Barnes doesn't have a water bottle.
No, me neither. I definitely would carry one.
We have one up here, a high five one.
Yeah. No. A water bottle? Get it?
Now, I've never heard of that before. You're going to have to explain all that to me.
I just hear Sean's a little sensitive to the water bottles. That's what I've heard.
I hear Sean's just sensitive.
No. Hey, look, he's expecting.
He is expecting.
Yes, he is. Everything's a little more sensitive when you're this close. A little anxious. Don't blame him.
Brett Wolf just throwing a big split here on lane 10. We
Yep.
don't have that up right now. You leave that match up, Barnes.
There is a Texas midget matchup at the Uzi. That's nice.
That's got to be Larry Thompson Jr. I'm telling you, they had their own circuit for one time. They would go bowl the Latin tournaments and
Right.
other stuff, and they would just play all the brackets and
Right.
split
Cream
it
'em.
all up.
Yep.
Eric Traylor's, he has had a great weekend.
Yes, he has.
I saw him use an IQ Tour a lot and a Marvel S. I don't know what he's using today.
I can't see it. It
Well,
looked
you
like
can't
an
see
IQ tour.
anything in front of us.
Yeah.
There's not,
No, not with that window. Oh my God, the tent in the window just opened up.
Han Solo kills singles events. Brought to you by Dan Smith.
I like that Han Solo, baby. Yes, Han Solo. That's what my team was calling me after I shot 580 in team event. We finished 6th. Shot 630, 690 in doubles and singles.
Han Solo. One of your employees out there bowling, Dell, lane 11, Zeno Garcia, Ballard's Bowling Solutions.
Yes, he is.
What do you got planned for him for the week? Is he going to be back in the shop?
If he makes it back,
If he makes it back.
no telling. Because when I show up at noon, he's always at the corner. Then he comes in with Starbucks.
You can't hate on a guy for going to Starbucks.
No, I can't.
Maybe he should leave a few minutes earlier. So
I believe that Starbucks is today's nicotine. I believe it's like smoking.
Absolutely.
You spend, $10 a day on cigarettes. You spend $10 a day on Starbucks.
I could.
I spend $2 a day. 'Cause I just keep Ralph Solon, a Storm regional sales manager, showed me the trick. You just carry the cup with you, and then you get it refilled for free.
And trust me, Tyler, I know you. That does not shock me one bit.
You make an 8-hour drive with the same cup and 3 cups of coffee. I mean, the third trip, it gets a little embarrassing when you walk in. The bottom's a little
Ralph
bumbly,
Solon
yeah.
taught you this.
Oh, yeah. But hey, it works.
I think they have a special deal, too, where Starbucks, you can buy like a $5,000 card, and it's like free coffee for like 3 years or something.
So why buy a card?
Yeah.
It's like a gold card. Well, I actually make counterfeit ones, and I sell them on the internet.
Nice.
I'm completely kidding.
Hey, by the way, Mike, I would like to plug something if you don't mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, Del Ballard is now giving me $100 in cash. And plug, here you go.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to promote our charity event, September 14th. September 14th, Ballard versus the Big C. It's where we try to raise money for 2 separate entities, Baylor Salmon's Cancer Research Center and it's Cancer Care, where they provide services for people who can't do it on their own. And it's a great cause. It's very dear to me, very close to me, and we raised over $30,000 last year in our inaugural event, and it's September 14th at Showplace Lanes in Euless. AMF Showplace Lanes.
That was a great event.
We had a very good time there. It kind of humbled me a lot, which it's not hard to do. Just watch me bowl. But
I was coming at that one.
I had to cut you off before you got there. But it's a great event, and anybody that would like to attend, it's AMF Showplace Lanes in Euless, September 14th.
Yeah, there's plenty of a lot like this event.
Yes.
Even if you don't want to bowl, you can still come. You
Absolutely.
don't have to bowl.
We'll have auction items like this place. We'll have a lot of different things you can bid on, pick up. The Barns do great at their JDRF event, and we're trying to do something for the cancer research and cancer people out there.
We talked a little bit about that yesterday with you. We showed a clip of you bowling the IB Open.
Yes.
You made the finals there,
Yes.
and you had a little, a Han Solo action. I mean,
I did.
It was a singles tournament.
It was a singles event, so I was the leader after 5 games in match play.
You were going after it. And,
yep.
Mike and I just talked to how neat it was to see you, recover from everything that you went through and to get back where you, except yesterday, but you are a competitive bowler again. To see that
I was a competitive bowler during the IB event.
Yeah,
you are.
Hey, Tyler, I'd like to see you at that one next year, but just have a big Storm reunion, make it be like a big yearly little tournament.
I'm all for it. If you keep putting that pattern out there, I can compete.
It'll be very similar, Del.
If we can get a matchmaker like the day before or the day after, I can definitely pull that off, Mike.
Is St. Louis your territory?
Cooper.
Oh, Brett Cooper. Oh, yeah. He'll be there. Tyler will be there because if Brett's there, Tyler can't miss it.
Yeah, and Steve Todd split right at the river, so it's
Okay.
like he can throw a rock at Tropicana Lanes.
Right.
There.
Exactly. Well, thank you for letting me plug my event. That was mighty nice of you.
What are the dates of that again? Or September?
September 14th.
Cool.
It's a Saturday. Starts at check-ins at noon. Bowl at 1.
3 games. Is that
3
right?
games. Just fun.
9-pin no tap.
I don't know you think I know all the details? Come on.
You got the date right. And
Yes, I
I'm
got the date
impressed
right
with
and the
that.
location.
And the location.
And the two people we benefit. But Carolyn's the detail-oriented one. She gets it. There goes Butch Cooper. I actually like his outfit better yesterday than today.
I do too. He was pulling off the knickers just
He
fine.
was. The pink knickers were pretty cool. I like the Argyle socks. And he had the whole deal working.
So right now, Sean Rash and his partner Liz Johnson are putting a little bit of a beat down on Barnes and Tennille. It's 208 in the 6th for Barnes and O'Neill, both working on a strike. And 277 in the 6th for Sean and Liz. Liz is working on a double.
Yeah, I can't see that over here. My eyes aren't near that good.
Well, the color contrast makes it difficult.
Gotcha. No, we do not have a Game 7 update yet. We have not received one.
I think we have one. We just don't have it.
Oh, there it is.
We don't have it posted yet.
Okay.
They haven't taken the picture.
Oh, this is Game 7 update. Okay,
Right.
I gotcha. I thought that was it. I'm sorry.
Yes, I can make 7:30 at Wildcat. That's no problem.
Your golf instructor. Gotcha.
Wow, Eric Trailer just got that one to lay there.
Yes, he
Definitely
did.
an IQ tour.
Let me look at it real quick. Oh, no. Get that.
No doubt. IQ
Yeah.
tour. And that ball that Liz is throwing, I think it's got to be a shatter.
Is it
So
really?
Something a little bit weaker. But she's had a great day today so far.
Yes.
Especially from coming back yesterday. After 6, she was 75 over.
You know, I always look at who bowls really, really well and their partner bowls really, really bad, just so I can feel sorry for somebody, you know.
Right.
Because I don't ever feel sorry for my opponents ever.
Right.
And it's pretty sad when I led the field.
You had the biggest
I had the
spread.
biggest difference.
You
yes.
did.
So I'm in my feeling sorry for myself mode. That is a shatter. That is correct. That looks really.
Mike, if you're out there, can you give us any updates on Team O? And
Team O, I like that.
the other nickname, the kids?
The kids.
Can you give us an update on the kids and Team
Call
O?
them Yabba. Smart money.
Smart money? They are smart money.
Yes, they are.
Well, I got to watch them bowl yesterday, and the way they interact is phenomenal. I mean, we've seen some couples bowl, you know, we're getting entertainment is watching you and Carolyn bowl together. I mean, that's right behind the Barnes and Barnes pairing. But
I understand.
they were completely different. Like it was amazing.
Yes. Tell you what, Cassandra's bowled great the whole time.
She has.
I think Castro was under.
He was 79 under yesterday.
79 under, and they made the finals. So, I mean, she had to be
think
2 and
she
a
had
quarter
your-
over. Had to be 2 and a quarter over.
They might have beat your spread.
Ooh, that's got to be right at it. You're right.
Yeah.
You have a point.
Yeah.
Let's check that out. Here it is. I got it right here.
Okay.
Cassandra,
218 over.
76. Nope. That's 294. And then mine where's Ballard? Yep. 127 and 172 is 299. Come on.
5 pins short.
Yep.
He was minus how many?
76. 76 and 18 is 94. Where I went to school.
It is.
Okay.
How's he bowling today? Do we have a Chris Castro
You had the singles right there.
singles? Oh, he's
He's
20 under.
So he's
better,
staying
but
true.
Yeah,
Well,
struggling.
he's staying true.
Could you imagine if, I mean,
Yes, I
he
can.
was a couple hundred over?
Oh. No, I can't imagine that. Did we just get a breath of fresh air here to cool off?
It's cooled off once the black doors
Yes.
left us.
Once the black windows left. Hey, greatest female bowler that's ever walked this earth. And they're all saying, let's leave, let's leave.
Yeah, they want to get out of here, don't they?
I know.
We got a short drive back, 4 hours.
4.5.
4.5.
There'll be a lot of traffic on Sunday going home. That's why I come down on Thursday nights. Man, that black IQ does look good. Or blue.
He's throwing it great. I
Yeah.
mean, he has made some great shots. I bowled next to him yesterday. And
Right.
He was just always right in the pocket. He never got in trouble where he got too far left and his angle got too far right. Like I saw a lot of people do
Sure.
that. I was a victim of that.
Yep.
He was able to keep it kind of tight, and there comes the black door.
Oh, now we have a third. We have the hinge of the what's
hinge.
the thing in the thing in the middle? You know the
The divider.
yeah
Divider.
divider.
So down on 5 and 6, Barnes.
Tennille Stone 9.
Yeah, Barnes has picked up a 4-bagger. But that's just basically matching what Liz is doing. And then Sean's just pummeling on too with a possible 248.
Mr. Chrisman, and I do mean Mr. Chrisman. Sorry for costing your company exposure. I expect to get a raise in not throwing your bowling balls to not make them look so bad. Yeah. We used to pay Bill Oakes not to use hammer balls back in the day.
Lots of people have expectations.
Yes, I know.
Yes, Archer is
Hello.
still bowling good.
And that is a mighty big Storm billboard he's wearing.
Yes. Big.
That is a big Storm billboard.
That was an expensive one, too. We
I'm
had to
sure.
overnight that thing. Oh,
Did
that
ya?
was, yeah, that was a, where did he make the show at? The World Series?
Oh,
or
that's
Summer
right. Yes,
Swing?
yes.
Summer Swing.
Summer Swing was in Milwaukee.
This was in Detroit, I thought.
Oh, you're right, in Detroit.
So I don't know what event that was.
I call it the toilet.
The toilet. Well, he needed they're bankrupt. You could buy them if you'd
Now,
like.
so you know, ought to know that's against USBC rules, isn't it?
What'd he do?
No, he's throwing a ball with a pin in the gunner. But it's field ball. Second ball in 10.
Oh,
First ball in 10.
Pete Treadwell is here.
Yes, I know. He's here promoting the Queens event, actually.
Yeah.
Did he get on here and talk about it at all?
I don't know. I spoke with him this morning, and he said they're just at about 200 entries, which
That's
is
good.
Yeah, it's great. So the Queens is going to be happening Labor Day weekend, I believe it is, in Las Vegas.
Wow, Cassandra's going to shoot 260, 250, 260 this game already. She's bowled phenomenal.
She is just matching up.
Yes.
Oh, what a
Nice
messenger to miss there. She's got her
Soft
speed
ball
is
speed.
Perfect.
Exactly right.
It's
To where
just
it doesn't.
reading the pattern.
Correct. It reads before the end of the pattern.
Yep.
It picks up. She has no hang. And she's got her angles open up enough to create a little bit of push. She's doing the right thing.
This has to be a first on Inside Bowling.
What's that?
I've booked a tea time from the chat room.
I love it.
It's just
Nothing wrong with that.
7:30 tomorrow at Wildcat.
Beautiful.
Bowser, where's Wildcat?
Houston. You ought to try to play in the Woodlands. Isn't the Woodlands supposed
Woodlands
to
is
be?
beautiful.
Yeah. It's supposed to be really nice up there. I know there's plenty of speed traps going through there, too.
There certainly is. I just caught a glimpse of Emily Fagan
Emily,
at the
yep.
line. She does not look happy.
Yeah. I understand. Liz Johnson sparing the 5-7. Oh, sorry.
Strike.
No. Sorry. Liz Johnson shooting the 5-7 and spares it. Sorry, guys.
Is the Queen open to amateurs?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it's open to
It's if you're a USBC member, you can bowl it.
and a female.
And that helps. Well, yeah, okay. Elizabeth. Oh, that wasn't Elizabeth. That was Brenda.
Brenda.
That was a nice shot.
Setting
there.
up. She can bowl 214.
Yep.
And Zeno can strike out for 209.
Ooh, this is a tough match. If Elizabeth strikes here,
Well,
forces.
I mean, he's got 238 if he stays clean.
Hey guys, I want to play a game with you guys.
Oh gosh, drinking game? No.
No.
Okay.
The game I wanted to play is Mike has a flight leaving tonight at 8 o'clock from Houston.
Yes.
Back home to St. Louis.
Yes.
Mike just went to Southwest and just checked in for his flight.
Yes.
Where am I as far as the boarding pass? I'm going to set the over-under. They do A group, B group, and C group.
Correct.
And basically, we're looking at 6 hours before the flight. I've never taken this long ever to check in for a Southwest flight. I'm going to set the over-under at B40. Are you going to take the under or the over?
I'm taking the over.
Over meaning you're B40 and
B40
above.
and above.
Correct.
Yeah,
Or C.
You're over. C.
You're over.
You're in C.
I think you're in C also.
B12. I must not have a full flight. Am I not lucky? That is like the luckiest thing in the world, isn't it? I
B12.
totally set you guys up for that.
Hey, I'm telling you.
So Rash,
I don't even know if they have a B40, do they?
Probably not.
Yeah.
If he converts this 10 pin, they're looking at 237 and 238. Plus
Barnes
their 100.
210.
Yeah, Barnes 2410.
That's not going
Does
to.
not look
Yeah.
very happy. He makes the 410.
Out of the back.
He might go after the pole again.
No pole.
Oh, man, don't disappoint us like that.
He has a reputation to uphold, doesn't he?
Yeah, you got to do something
Come
fun
on.
in those pants. Eric Trailer, I mean, every time you watch him strike, the head pin goes across the
Yes.
deck twice.
Mine doesn't even get off the deck. Because usually it's standing up.
I just had some lunch too, guys. I appreciate you guys allowing us to get out of here for a minute and go grab
Sure.
a little food.
I'm proud of the fact you trusted us enough to leave it.
You guys are my two new favorite people.
So Zeno Garcia here can get up and at least save the team some pins here.
Yep,
He
that's the first one.
He got the first one, get the second one for 209. Give him 11 over. We haven't seen a updated
update.
sheet, but they had to make a pretty decent move after that game they had.
I just like the name Zeno. It's like
I
Xeno
agree.
Warrior Princess.
Yes. Oh, he is.
He's big on the yes. Yeah, you
Oh,
were
he
right.
is.
He might.
He likes to call himself X's and O's, X and O's, you know, like strikes and opens. He's a lot more O's than X's.
I think the Warrior part gets left out a lot too.
I agree.
Does he live where the green grass grows and he gets all his X and O's, watches corn pop up in rows every
There we
night
go.
he's
That's
tucked
where I
in
know
close
that's
to you?
Oh,
That's
wow.
where I know that
I
from.
don't know what that was.
Little nursery rhyme.
Raise our kids where the good Lord said. Oh yeah, that's right. Little Tim McGraw coming out here on the live broadcast here today.
Tim McGraw. That must be country?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, ring 10 by Zeno.
You play the country song backwards, you get your car back, your kids back, your tractor back, your farm back.
There you go.
That's right. Because you lose it all when you listen to it the first way around.
Yeah. Good point.
That's an old joke.
Good point. You got to talk about drinking,
Eric
mama,
Trailer,
and cheating.
248. Liz bowling 193, so they're going to add some more pins. With their 30 bonus pins, they're going to go 71 over that game.
You know, Fox has Troy Aikman and Joe Buck.
Yes.
And Inside Bowling has Tyler Jensen and Del Ballard Jr. right here on the screens, everybody.
I thought it was more of the Jeff Carter, Mike Flanagan.
Oh, there's
That's
we're,
the 18.
We're
Is that,
way behind now.
Are you
Yes.
kidding me?
We're way behind that.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm over here. I'm mixing. You know, and actually, you know this guy right here, Tyler Jensen? He and I got off to a really rough start. We, if this was a bowling tournament, I guttered in the first game.
You
Shot
did.
about 120. And
What's wrong with that?
And
I'm all about those.
I know you are, and then this guy here, I mean, he was working on a Dutch pace and then went open at the end of the game for $146.
Really?
Love it.
Yeah, we both really stumped. It was not
I
not a
don't think-
good start.
I
you
thought
and
it was
me.
all you.
No.
I mean, I didn't have
It was primarily
I'm-
you, sir.
You're the first person I've ever unfriended on Facebook.
I know that.
And this is a true story.
and there are more friends. I'm gaining more friends.
I was sitting next to him when I did it.
This is you were, and
I
you
was
told
at my
me.
boss's house. I said, I'm done with you.
Yeah, and you told me you were doing it. I scared you.
You know, you brought up the original strike pass by the PBA.
Yeah.
I have a funny story to tell you. You know who Phil Platko is?
Yep.
Used to be in Vegas, right?
Right,
Or
now
now
he's
he's a
in
college coach or whatever.
Michigan?
Yeah, somewhere up there. He was mad at me. And I keep hearing all these things from Ebonite saying, what'd you do to this guy? Why are you talking about him on the strike pass? I go, who are you talking about? They go, Phil Platko. I said, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. So I meet the guy, and somebody introduces, it might have been Couch or somebody, and he goes, yeah, why are you always talking about me on the strike pass? I go, I don't even know who you are. And he goes, yeah, you talk about me every time you're on the show. And I said, I have no idea. He goes, yeah, no Platko. And I go, dude, when you bowl action in Long Island, it's no Placko. Whenever you leave a flat 10, it sounds like plack. It's not Platko. He goes, oh, okay, I didn't know that. So he thought I was talking about him for like 6 months on the strike pass. Mad at me. Oh, now we're good friends. Get along great.
That's awesome. PDA Farm, we have not seen an updated score sheet. We are going to be able to bring you Team O, though, on 5 and 6.
She's doing it right. She's playing them right now just about like what Tammy was doing last
Look
night.
at Barnes.
Yep.
Barnes is intentionally guttering here. This has got to be a fine.
I hope so. Find him.
He's just dumping it in the gutter. He doesn't care. He's out of here.
I did that and it didn't get fined. It cost me $19,000.
Del, can I ask you something seriously? How in the hell did you gutter?
I got to get going.
He's getting distracted now.
Well, he was playing the edge.
I know he was.
You know what's funny?
Pete guttered recently on TV.
That he doesn't talk about or doesn't get much coverage. He won the very next week after.
No.
He did.
Did you know that?
I did.
What'd I do?
You won the very week after.
No, I didn't.
The next week after, right?
No, I didn't. I won the week after that.
Okay, 2 weeks.
2 weeks later.
Didn't take you long to get over it, did it?
I was a little upset. Honestly, I wanted to prove that's not the bowler that I was. Thank God we were playing the fourth arrow.
Del, in all seriousness, man, like when you did that,
Yes.
what was that afternoon really like for you?
I don't know if I can be.
That's probably not.
I don't know if that's for public knowledge.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that one alone.
Like, were you mad? Were you
Yes.
crying? Were
I'm
you?
hitting the dump button. Where's that at?
I tell you what you do. Get Robert Lawrence in here, and I'll let him explain it to you.
I didn't know Dell then. In fact, I don't even know if I was alive back then. I can tell you.
1992.
Oh yeah, I was 9.
Okay.
The only thing that I could probably best estimate would be that they ran out of crown wherever he was.
Pretty close to that.
Yeah.
Pretty close to that. It might have been crown. It might have been anything, any or all of the above. Let's just say they left me in the van when they went in the club. I didn't want to go to the club, so they left me in the van.
Del, have you ever had somebody come up to you and moan and complain about a bad break in bowling, and while they're telling you the story, you just want to punch them in the face?
I've had so many stories. You don't even really want to hear my stories. You don't.
Like, have you ever heard like somebody comes up and they're just complaining, "Oh, Del, I can't get the 8 out today."
I've got better stories than that.
Ooh.
This one guy walks up to me. I have to win the PBA National to win the Triple Crown.
Uh-huh.
I leave a ring in 10 in the 10th to miss the cut by 4 pins.
Okay.
So Mike Albee makes it, and he winds up winning the tournament from the 24th position. This guy walks up to me, and Bill and Robert know to leave me alone for about 20, 30 minutes after I'm done bowling. So I'm sitting there in Toledo, and this older gentleman walks up, and he just stands there about 2-3 feet away. And I know exactly what he's going to bring up, right? Well, he starts bringing up that he saw the most incredible thing in his life last week. I said, "Oh, yeah? What was that?" And he goes, "I watched a guy bowl back-to-back 300 games in league." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Okay. Maybe the guy ought to see how good he is and come out on tour, see how it works, see if he's any good." He goes, "You know, that was the greatest thrill of my life next to you throwing it in the gutter to lose to Pete Weber." And let's just say when I got through with him, he walked off, and I think he was a little upset at me. It was the greatest thrill in his life watching me throw it in the gutter against Pete Weber.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah, Bill O'Neill.
Yep.
Right here on 5 and 6.
Lindsay right next to him.
DJ Archer and Megan
Wow.
Kelly on 9 and 10. I mean, DJ's shot that same split as much as he shot a ring 10. First game yesterday, he starts out strike, 4 count, strike, 6 count, spare, strike, 5 count. So he never lost count.
Right, because I was on a strike. Striker and open.
And it was the same combination of 4, 5, and 6.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. They all involved the 3, 6, 10. Or 3, 6, and the 4,
Or the
7.
3, yeah, the 3, 4.
JBT, we are anxiously waiting for an update.
We're going to get an update from game number 7 as we're watching game number 8, correct?
I think we're at 9.
I think we are too. That's where I'm a little
Barnes
confused.
just let the same big 4 that. Oh no, he rolled it.
Crumbled
Sorry.
it.
I'm going to go find out what's going on with the updates.
Yep, he crumbled it. It's obvious his last name's not Archer. Barnes looks good in those yellow pants, though.
Oh, yeah.
I like those.
Good to see Rick Steelsmith bowling again.
Absolutely.
He's just got such a beautiful game.
Yes, he does. I kind of relate him to Tammy.
Yeah, a lot of
Because
physical issues,
A
right?
lot of physical issues, but they throw it so
Yep.
good.
He had what, shoulder issues
Shoulder,
and wrist?
yeah, torn rotator cuff.
And that was after he won the U.S. Open? Or right around
It was after
then?
the Masters.
After the okay. And then he kind of...
He went out on tour for a little bit and then got injured, yes. He's a member of the IHL with me.
Yeah, oh, yeah. You don't do live streaming without mentioning the IHL.
I agree.
It's in your contract. I mean, it's not.
It is. It's in my mental contract.
Yeah, we're going to have we don't have a Game 7 on the screen for you. Brian and I went to lunch. We skipped that step, so that's our fault. But Game 8 will be here in just a second. When it is, we'll get that uploaded down below. You're watching Game 9, continuing coverage of the 2013 Luci Bonneau doubles match play. Tyler Jensen, Del Ballard Jr., Mike Flanagan here with you. It's the Carroll, Storm, and Norman's Pro Shop You Can Bowl 2 sponsored event along with Storm, the Bowlers Company. Ninth game, we got 3 games after this. The 12th game will be a position round, 30 bonus pins. And as soon as we get an update here for you, we'll paint a picture of what's going on. But you're continuing to watch some of the greatest bowlers in the country here at Houston, Texas at Palace Lanes. Donna Connors has worked great on this event along with Carol Norman. It gets better, bigger and better every year. The press were just here with video cameras from the local affiliate here with the major network. And all of you are watching. There's a Bird Dog messenger by Bill O'Neill.
Huge messenger.
I was talking to Wes Malott yesterday, or actually it was Friday night, and Wes hasn't got his trophy yet from the U.S. Open. And I was talking to him about where he might put his trophy. And I told him he needs to go down to the local pet store, an old school pet shop, and he needs to buy an old bird cage. And he needs to just put the eagle right in the middle of the bird cage and put it right in his living room.
Wouldn't that be come up with this stuff?
Exactly. You could be the first or second most demented person I've ever met.
And then he could have people come in and be like, shh. My bird's sleeping.
I have to clean the cage.
I'm cleaning the bird cage.
Exactly.
Well, that thing's got to go in the pro shop. Is that what he said? Because
I would think so.
I don't know, man. I mean,
he has the Player of the Year trophy that he has is definitely in the pro shop. He has one other trophy that he likes to keep in there, so I would imagine it's going to go in the shop.
Yeah, I don't know. I would put it in a bird cage in the shop then.
Bird cage. That is hilarious.
I mean, that's the perfect place to put an eagle, is in a cage.
Barnes shooting the 4-7. Looks pretty thrilled.
Well, he's missed twice.
And that camera's off.
He's missed 3 times.
Fix that camera.
He's missed 3 times.
Absolutely. Would you like a Starbucks cup?
Kid comes by, wants a second water bottle. Sure, you can have it. Hey, you want a Starbucks cup too? I like that.
Every one of our broadcasts, we always have different talent in the booth, and I gotta believe, Tyler, during match play, like when it gets down to the final game, you're one of the best I've ever worked with, by the way.
Wow. Oh, you must want me to stay because that's the only reason you're saying that.
He knows I'm out of here.
Dell just gets viewers.
Yeah.
That's all Dell's good for, is getting viewers.
Couldn't agree with you more in 1982.
Yeah. That is funny.
Yeah, see, just look at Dell. Dell,
hey, we have an update. 8-game update.
You and Pete, with your glasses these days.
I know.
It's really...
we are going to have an exciting finish. I think O'Keefe and O'Neill are still in the lead. Team O. Team Kids are 24 behind.
Good deal.
Elizabeth and Eric Traylor are 54 pins behind. And now we're starting to see a little bit of a gap. Liz Johnson and Sean Rash are 191 back. Brenda and Zeno are 193 back. And Megan Kelly and DJ Archer are 201 back. So there's your top 6. And you got to be thinking we've got 4 games left here. If you're still around that 200 mark out, you're probably running out of games.
Yes.
I think even with the bonus pins.
With the games, yep.
So I think we're getting a pretty big gap here. Rash and Johnson, a couple years ago, they made a pretty big run here the last 4.
Speaking of Pete and his glasses, I had to take a picture of them. Can't show it on camera.
So
Sorry.
They could make a little comeback here, but I think if there's going to be a last-minute charge by a team, it's going to be Liz Johnson and Sean Rash.
Yes.
So Team O in the lead. The Kids right behind them, 24 back.
Eric Traylor almost caught Archer.
Yep.
12 pins behind him.
Team
then there's
O
100 pins.
Team O is bowling Cassandra and Castro, and the Kids are bowling Zeno Garcia and they're bowling Eric Traylor and his partner.
Is that Starlin Castro or Fidel Castro bowling this tournament?
Whammo has a couple of nicknames for him, but I can't say one of them on air. Lindsay, make them look good. First 5.
Trying to steal our
She's
standings.
actually in 3rd on the ladies' side today. Cassandra,
Do you take the picture, Mike?
Brenda, and then
No, Brian does. Okay. I'm going to get him up to speed on that. He was in using the phone here.
Tennille left the flat 10 last shot. Flushed that one. DJ Archer.
He's probably hooking it.
No.
No, if we can.
Didn't hook it enough.
Nope.
Big Storm logo right there, isn't it?
That's big.
That's almost as big as.
Castro.
That is almost as big as Slimmer's.
How good is Rick Steele-Smith?
He's awesome.
Unbelievable. We were just getting into that.
Yep.
Actually, I compare him to Tammy Turner or vice versa. Because if you really look at it, Rick was totally touted, came out of college as the next star, and he was.
Yeah.
And he was. And Tammy was touted as the next star, and she was. But
Right.
injuries both sidelined to both. And Tammy with back surgery, Rick with shoulder surgery, and
If you want to know the Rick Steele-Smith story, go to the YouTube channel called Bull TV.
oh yeah,
And they put together a really nice Hall of Fame storyline on Rick and his career and what he's done.
Yeah.
Gordon Vatican goes on the record of saying that Steele-Smith may have been the best bowler ever to come out of Wichita. And there's a lot of good ones that have come out of there.
You know what's cool with Rick is he still enjoys bowling so much, but he is so involved in our industry. He works
Yes.
for Joma, a corporation in
Yep.
Kansas. They own, I believe it's maybe between 7 and 9 bowling
yeah, somewhere in
centers.
there.
And he gives, last year he gave 1,400 lessons.
Wow.
Yes.
Now that is, I mean, that's just incredible. And
Yes.
he
That's
is
time consuming for
very,
sure.
I mean, and you know, between you, Dell, and I think Rick Steele-Smith and Mike Jasnow, I mean, that is some of the most. You got to have patience first
Yes.
off. You know,
I'm easy going, can't you tell?
You're so easy going.
You got to be the most easygoing person I've ever met. Hey, you don't like to go camping, do you, Del?
No.
Because you seem a little intense.
God,
Really?
I've
Really?
done this twice with you now.
Really?
And you've thrown that one.
Yeah.
Really?
You see why I unfriended him?
I understand.
I mean, it was day one. I said no
Hey.
more.
Intense.
I get it.
That's my intense joke.
That's a family joke too, or something.
See you, Darwin.
Hi, Darwin.
It's a clean joke.
Yes, it is. Intense, isn't that a? Never mind.
So let's see if we can get a little update here on 5 and 6 between
Slick Rick.
Team O. O'Keefe's working on a 3-bagger. Bill O'Neill had the front 4, and then split 8-1, so he's got 116 in the 5th. Both working on strikes. Cassandra is 109 in the 5th, and she is dragging Castro with her. He's 86 in the 5th.
He's in tow.
He's in tow.
That's what.
Yeah,
That's what we ought to get a sign for him. Back of the sheet right here. Put in tow.
And I can go right next to his intense.
Yes. Really.
Barnes leaving the 2-8.
Yep.
Lane 11. Talking to the pen like it can hear him.
Yes. Hey, by the way, I like the 911. If you are left-handed, you don't want to know. Not a lefty.
Hey guys, I got Shannon O'Keefe here. She won last year. Her and her team, Bill O'Neill, they've been bowling really, really well, and they're vaulted their way. They're marching up the leaderboard. Shannon, what's going on?
We're just trying to keep our head down and just make good shots. It's really what we're trying to do. Bill's struggled a little bit here and there and made a ball change, and it's doing well. It's good.
You got 4 in a row here on 5 and 6. What ball are you using?
Well, I made a ball change. I was using my Diva earlier today, and I came down here, and the first shot that I threw, it just docked. I couldn't control it. I was like, what the heck? And then I made a move, and it was like really pukey off the spot. So I made a ball change, and now I got 4 in a row. So I'm using a Marauder, the original.
Awesome. Well, you're looking good out here. You got a chance at repeating. Good luck to you the rest of the day.
Thank you. One shot at a time, right?
That's right.
One interview at a time, Mike. Way to go.
Yeah, and hey, she didn't want to know where they're at in the standings, so that's why that was thrown out there that way. I came down with the standings. She goes, I don't want to see.
We have Lindsay Boomershine with the first 7 down here, if you're interested.
I'm very interested in that.
So my first time to get to work with Mike, we're at the
Yes.
TAT tournament.
Okay.
And there's a 300 bonus. You get $300 if you bowl 300 with a storm ball.
Yes.
And this really nice kid, I think he's from Iowa, has got the front 9. Just walks back, going to go up to bowl on the right lane.
Mike did.
Mike sticks his microphone down there.
Really?
He goes, "You have the front 9. What ball are you using?"
Really?
I was like, wow, this
What a
guy,
cloud.
he goes right
What a
after.
cloud.
Guy bowled 300.
Did he really?
Yep. So let's see what O'Keefe does.
Yeah, really.
You've got the front, the 4 in a row.
I got Bill O'Neill here. Maybe he'll talk to me.
He's
got a mouthful of food right now. But
his mouth is full.
Bill, what's going on out there? You guys are bowling pretty well as a team. You're marching up the leaderboard here.
I like how you said bowling well as a team. It's great because
love it.
I'm like the lowest man in the field right now when we're winning, so it tells you how good Shannon's bowling. I'm having trouble. I'm actually the last 3 or 4 games been throwing it really well. I can't get a handle on what my ball's doing, and I throw it good and it goes light, and I move it goes high. I'm just kind of back and forth the whole time. So good thing Shannon bowls 250 every game.
Yes, it is.
This is kind of her tournament she won last year. You're filling in for her husband while Brian's away. Bill will play. Is that right?
Well, I just whammied Shannon right there pretty bad, but
no, it wasn't you, Bill. Don't
yeah,
worry.
I don't. If I don't bowl a couple 240s here on the way in, I don't expect to be getting a call back for this tournament next year. I'll find somebody else.
All right, man. Well, good luck to you the rest of the day. Thanks for talking to us.
All right, thanks a lot.
Lindsay Boomershine up on lane 12 with the first 7.
Any idea what she's throwing?
Looks like a high road pearl.
You worked a lot with those last week.
Yes, I did. Very good balls.
Coming in light, even the 2.5. I think it's an 8.
Yep, 2.5.
Red pants. Red pants. That's what we call it. Red pants. Today's the red outfit.
Okay.
And banana pants is Barnes.
Banana pants is Barnes.
Hey.
Almost, well, Tyler, you had a newborn, right?
Yeah, 14 months ago.
You had one, right?
Hey, I had one too 9 years ago.
Neil
DJ just whipped what?
Yeah, that was, I don't know what that was. That was
What?
The
What was that?
2.57.
The
He got the 2
2.57?
out. Took the 2.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
I thought he missed them all.
You know what, guys? Here's there's guys that have come up the bowl that are just strike machines, but when
Yes.
it comes to spares, it's an adventure all the time.
Why are you talking about DJ like that?
PDA,
That's kind of what DJ is.
They should be posted. Are they not coming
The
up?
spare game's getting a lot better, but
Yeah, he's becoming more polished at 36 or whatever it is.
Still has not seen right at 10,
No.
but he's becoming
No.
more polished.
Has he ever slid right of 20?
No,
Okay,
because he still shoots his spares from left of 20.
that's true.
yeah, if you go down below on your tabs and you hit the little blue button that's inside the roster tab, it'll refresh and you'll see after game 8 will appear to you over there, and we have standings after game 8 up for
Okay,
you to see.
perfect.
But, you know, the good news is DJ is shooting his spares now.
That
he had
is
that
true.
little period where he was just pressing reset.
Yeah, he's been known to do that.
Seriously, in a regional,
Yes.
he left 10 pin, he just hit reset. So he's not going, he's not doing it.
Chris Barnes just
balked.
Yeah, it was a very unusual balk.
It's a banana balk.
Oh, yeah. That was interesting.
Did we distract him?
I hope so.
Because we were laughing.
No, we didn't distract him.
We're pretty close to over there.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You'd be surprised how loud we are in here.
Are we? Oops.
Well, not
Sorry.
you, Del.
Okay.
Barnes is getting a handful now.
Oh, he grabbed all over that one.
Yeah, he cut it short, too, with the
He
grab.
normally doesn't.
No, he
normally
didn't.
doesn't grab it.
Lane hook more. He threw that one perfect.
Well, he just two-pinned the shot before, so he probably stood in the same place trying to make it hook more.
Right.
And it did.
Well, because of Lindsay Boomershine on that match, she's kind of the one that's pumping
Lined
that
up.
team ahead.
Yep.
I mean, both Rick's bowling 200, 2-0.
And now Boomershine and Steelsmith are 214 out of the lead.
If they have a really big game here and win the match, obviously, they can get them back within, what, 140, 130 with a few to go?
We need an update on the kids down there, Mike. I mean,
I'll get you an
just,
update on the kids.
You filled us in on Team O.
Tell you what, there's a crowd here.
Team Yabba.
I like Team Kids. I like
I know,
kids.
I know.
You like
see,
Yabba?
every time I think of kids, I'm thinking about when you drop them off at the pool or something.
Oh, boy.
You have to explain that one to me later, Del. I have no idea what that
So-
means.
Okay.
Has Flanagan ever been funny? That was a live tweet with hashtag Inside Bowling.
There is a Texas midget matchup at the Luci. Love that. Who said that? Has Flanagan ever been funny?
The guy named Dave Smith. Do you know who that is?
Dave Smith. I know Dave Smith.
Oh, he's
it
the guy.
sounds familiar.
He's the guy I usually ban.
Then I like him. How about you? You like him?
I do. He's got some stats on Walter Ray that
Yes,
will
he
blow
does.
your mind away.
I agree. That he does. He did some research because he's
Maybe
a numbers analyst.
He could post those in the chat room. That would be.
Oh, Lindsay tried not to bucket.
Yeah,
That's
she
3-6.
definitely looked a little softer.
Yeah, she made sure he wasn't going to bucket.
Yep. But they're
Hey
still
guys, I got an
well
update
controlled.
on 3 and 4 for you. Trailer and Sinicki. Sinicki still has 2:13 left. Eric Trailer can shoot 2:36. He's up in the 8th.
Okay.
So 13 and 36 would take them to 49. Right now, McEwen can shoot 2:46. She's got a triple working going into the 9th. And Marshall Kent has just left a 3.610. He can still shoot 2:45. So 2:45 and 2:46 possible. 491. Yeah, Marshall wasn't happy with his last shot, though.
Yeah.
He was hitting the side of his leg.
I'm telling you, he is a stud.
Wow.
He
That-
is the guy.
That swing
Yes.
is incredible.
Maybe Marshall will talk to me. Maybe not.
Let's leave him alone.
No, he's all over it. He's
Oh.
good.
Okay.
He's good. Marshall, you guys here been struggling a little bit. You've got O'Keefe and breathing down your neck. And what do you see now in the lanes right now?
It's getting to the point where there's getting to be quite a bit of over-under. I mean, you send one to the right and it hooks early on you, and you get it left and you almost miss the head pin. So just find
They got something earlier and moved left.
Pretty decent look. She's working on a little string right now. And hope she can keep going. And
Exactly right.
it was a good shot. So
Well, that's 4 in a row for her down here. So that's a
Good.
little update from them. Dell said, something that rolls a little bit more maybe for you, kind of blend it out a little. Have you been thinking about doing that?
I'd agree with that. I was probably gonna go to like I'm gonna throw in a high road pearl now, so I'll probably go to like a pin down original
you.
high road.
Original high road. I like that. It's a little
Blend
center.
out the white
Hybrid
by a
cover
little bit,
instead of
so.
pearl.
Dell agrees. Go get him, Marshall.
What's your big four and I'm running.
You leaving the broadcast?
That was like a ball rep, live ball repping.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
Thank you, honey. All right, guys. I think it's about time Team Ballard leaves, gets on the road. It's 1:45. Get home about 6:15. Just in time for me to cook dinner.
I'll tell you what, the environment down here on 3 and 4, there's a lot of Eric Trailer fans.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's like I said, local bowler here, has a pro shop. He's got a lot of fans here. Bowls League here too, I believe. Your daughter is waving bye to you.
You ready to go
Marshall
home?
Kent just went high in the pocket, which looked like it should have been like a fast 8 or something. He actually tripped the 4 out pretty
Beautiful.
early,
That
and
means-
the 6 fell forward.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's great.
See, it's the right ball. Okay, next.
I don't think he made the ball
You
change
ready to
yet,
go?
though.
Oh.
He's thinking about going to it, like
Okay.
on a fill. I think he's trying to grind out this game still because it's so tight. And Danielle's got a 5-bagger.
Yes. Team Yabba.
We got Bill O'Neill coming up, working on 4 in a row. Throws his
High
fifth one. Flush. Storm demo days near Kansas City
Yes.
soon.
Talk to Bert.
We are working on that. M. Clark, Brett Cooper has taken over for the Kansas City area. I will be there though to help him with his first couple. So we are in the process of getting a date. Actually, we worked a little bit on it this morning, so we'll have one for you soon. Castro bowled 157. Cassandra bowled 194.
194. Wow,
Yeah.
that's like her low game of the day.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh, that's after 8 games.
Well, they
Sinicki
are.
down here striking.
Skanecki.
Yep. Liz down there. She's still throwing a shatter.
Yes.
Lindsay filling up, said looked like 254.
Yep.
Danielle left a solid 10. So Danielle's going to be 225 if she fills it up. Elizabeth's going to shoot 213 if she can double here in the 10th frame. 245 possible score for Kent. 236 for Trailer max score.
We got a great match down there.
And I don't know if you heard it or not, but that's a double for Elizabeth.
All right, Del Ballard's going to take off. Be safe out on the road. Thank you for joining us.
Del, thanks so much,
See
buddy.
you, maybe next week. I'm only home for a day. But yeah, we'll go to lunch. Thank you, Del.
It's 224 for McEwen.
224. Oh. And what's Liz got down there, Mike?
She fills it up here. She's on the approach. It'll be 213 on lane 4.
Okay, so they're going to be down by 11. And how about between the guys there?
She only got 7.
All right. Eric Trailer.
So Danielle has the advantage by 14. Trailer can shoot 236. Marshall can shoot 245. Trailer has a double going into the 10th. Marshall just 1 strike.
Okay.
Marshall just 4-pinned.
Eesh. And doesn't like it.
Actually, I'm sorry. It was a 4-9. He was in the way of the 9. It was a 4-9, even a worse break. These guys just can't buy a breakdown here. Now Trailer's got the opportunity to go up and solidify the win here and get the all-important 30 bonus pins.
LePew, I think you should switch it up. Wow.
Well, Trailer got the first hit.
We got one. Thank you, Wes. So that's going to put Elizabeth and Eric into second place. Sure what Team O ended up bowling down there. They bowled 235. They bowled 499, so they got 129 pins added to their score.
Well, kind of interesting down here, Tyler. It's not over yet. Now Trailer just gets 5.
Okay.
It's the washout.
Where are we at in count
plus
there?
the 6 pin, okay? So I'm going to paint this picture for you.
He still hasn't shot his split. Paint away.
Yeah, he hasn't shot the 4-9. And remember, Danielle has a 14 pin advantage between these two players. If Trailer were to pick this, he'd be 221, which Marshall's got 185 with a strike working, and he's got 8.
So he's 2-teen if he goes 8-1.
Yeah, I
so
think
they're winners.
Yeah, they're going to win.
So they're going to stay in second place.
Marshall gave it a good run. So Marshall shoots 213.
Okay. Yeah, 1 pin shut him out then, I believe.
Yeah, they're good.
Okay.
They've got, they're good.
So we really didn't expect Eric to get 5 there.
He just picked it, so I'm looking at the scoreboard here.
I don't think it mattered.
Yeah,
though.
no, they lose by 6. So
Okay.
Marshall, Kent, and Danielle McEwen get the 30 bonus pins. So
Okay. So they're going to be. Here's the deal, though, Mike. They picked up how many pins? They go about 40 or 50 over.
37 plus 30 bonus, so 67. Yep.
So they're going to lose 62 pins on Team O. So they're going to be about 86 pins back. Team O is going to have an 86 pin lead over the kids. Dell wanted to give a shout out to DJ, leaving a 5 pin.
DJ's leaving a 5 pin right now. Can he pick the 5 pin?
And that is all Dell. I have nothing to do with that.
Well, he covered it.
He spared.
Rough game for DJ, though. He can only shoot 160.
I gave him a little clap and got a little smile. DJ's he's a super fun guy. He's one of the nicest guys off the lanes. Always easygoing, just kind of here, having a great time.
Do you could you find him in a pool being a fun guy?
I'm not answering you. I don't know where you're going with that. So there was some ugly games there by the men Patrick Allen bowled 151. DJ Archer 159. Megan Kelly 228. And Jody bowling 205. So the bowlers are shuffling. We've got a reshuffle going on. So I believe Team O should be about 80 pins now or so in the lead.
Yeah, so we have standings after 8, right? That's the last one that we have an update. That's
And we don't have a
Game
we didn't
9.
get an update on Liz and Sean to see if they gained any pins. Let's clean up a little bit. Let's get a little organized. Seems like besides Lindsay, when she came over to 11 and 12, she had the right move, but everybody else they've seen instant hook on lane 11. So on 9 and 10, we're going to have the kids versus Zeno and Brenda Padilla. And on 11 and 12, we've got Team O versus Jeannie Franklin and her partner Brett Wolf, Masters champion. Guys are coming over like something good happened.
Oh, yeah. They're like, look who's in the booth.
Well, I think we got a little action going out there, actually. So.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's why everybody's cheering.
It's pretty exciting. Down on 3 and 4.
Down on 3 and 4.
We've got Lindsay Boomer
out in the street.
Rick Steelsmith, bowling Liz Johnson and Sean Rash. You might have to just get a check-in on that once in a while. I think we should probably go Team O and the kids.
Yeah, 11 and 12.
And 9 and 10.
9 and 10. So our producer, Brian Burkhart.
Zoning out.
He says they haven't even started yet. He's got the full screen with us.
I'm telling you, look, every time they come to 11 and 12. You believe Brett Wolf is throwing a blue hammer?
Oh, yeah, I believe it.
It's a big shocker, huh?
They should just rename that ball the Brett Wolf.
They should.
All new from Hammer, the Brett Wolf.
But he won't. These are original ones that he throws.
Oh, just figure it out.
Danielle's got a sweet ball roll. I mean, that thing it's so end over end, but when it goes into the pocket, it is just a monster.
That it is. Here's the update after 9. That was fast, huh?
Well, I gave them the scores. I mean, if they were listening, they knew that just put in an 86 pins behind.
86 pins behind, yeah.
So Team O is up by 86 over the kids. And then Liz and Eric Traylor are 152 back out of first. And Brenda Padilla and Zeno are 220 back. Liz and Sean, we didn't have them in the view last game, but it did not go well. They were 191 pins back from first, and now they are 305 pins back. So they must have had a pretty ugly pair.
And as far as match play goes, Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill have won 7 of the 9 games. The only other records that compete with that, 6 wins for McEwen and Kent, 6 for Boomershine and Steelsmith, 6 wins for Kelly and Archer. And Brian, there you go, buddy.
Thank you. Now, did you guys announce the format change for next year?
No, we have not. What's going on?
And I will say this is unofficial in case I screw it up at all. I really like the idea of this. We're going to bowl the same qualifying. We're going to bowl 8 games, and they're going to cut to 20 teams.
Okay.
They'll come back Sunday morning. They'll start an hour earlier. So instead of cutting to 12, we're going to cut to 20, bowl 4 games. All the pins will carry over. And then from that 20, we're going to cut down to 8 and bowl round-robin match play. So really, in the logistic things, it's going to add about an hour to the tournament, which is no big deal. And we're going to give 20 more teams a chance to bowl on Sunday. I think it's a win-win.
Well, 8 more teams, but 20 total.
Right. 20,
Yeah, I
20
like
total.
that. I like that. That's a strong play. Yeah, I was kind of thinking with 84 teams to only have 12 advances, kind
brutal.
of slim pickings.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Especially when you got a lot of people travel in, you're going to book your airfare Sunday anyway.
Well, and the field's so strong.
Right. John Handegard is here in the building.
He is. He is here. He doesn't live too far away. About 30 minutes. I think he's the house pro at Emerald Bowl, I believe. He does quite a bit of lessons there at Emerald. Brett Wolf is smacking him around. This is kind of one of those, tricky matches when you're the leading and you're bowling. You've got 3 games left and you're bowling the guys in 10th or so. You know that they're probably going to give you a fight just for the pride of it. And here on 9 and 10, we've got Marshall Ken up. Looked like he switched to that high road. He definitely did switch to a high road. Much smoother. Looking pretty good. He throws it sweet.
He does. What I like is how every shot matters to him. He doesn't ever mail one in.
No. But he's young. He'll get tired of it.
Yeah, he'll be hitting the reset button before you know it. It's like DJ
I think you
Archer.
really enjoyed that. You would have laughed. You loved it.
No, I do like that. I do like the hitting of the reset button.
Didn't want to waste any energy at it.
Yeah. Well, I still think there should be a tournament where only strikes matter.
What?
Basically, some sort of format where
That's the World Series of bowling.
Yeah, that's true. You're right about that. Yeah, that's a good.
That's it.
Yeah, well, wouldn't it be cool if there was a tournament where, like, if you get a strike, it's worth 5, and if for every succession strike after that, you would then get an extra point. So if 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on. And at any time you get 9, it's -1. 8 is -2. 7 is -4. 6 is -5. A gutter is -100.
In most of our worlds, our day is 24 hours long.
Uh-huh.
Yours must be 26 or 27 to come up with these crazy ideas you've got.
Well-
You're going to put the U.S. Open trophy in a bird cage.
Yep.
You're going to take a strike from being 10 plus the next 2 balls to 5.
Yep.
Wow, what a pickup on 12. Did you see
That
that?
was awesome.
From our angle, I couldn't tell if the pin bounced off the curtain or if he converted it with the pins, but it looked like it. They definitely came forward, and he screwed up the lane.
Yeah, he certainly did.
I think Danielle's throwing did she switch to a shatter as well?
But she did. She used that the last game.
Okay.
Yeah, there's all kinds of cool formats out there that haven't been invented yet. I still think you should have a tournament that would attract a lot of amateur bowlers, where you put out a brutal lane condition. But if you're not a PBA professional, you get a mulligan.
That's a good idea.
And the PBA professional that bowls, they have to throw out their 2 highest games. Like you know what I mean?
Hey, yeah.
So they have to throw out their highest game. If it was a doubles tournament,
Right.
each would have to throw out their highest game, and the amateurs get to throw out their lowest game. It's a way to equalize the field.
That's
Just in
interesting.
qualifying.
26-hour days you live in. Oh, Barnes is about to go naked. Oh, I don't know if he tore his shirt or not. He was not too happy with the 2-8 on lane 15. If one of our camera angles shows Barnes with the rip down his front of his shirt, timestamp it
Yeah.
at 2:03
Okay.
p.m. 2 hours and 58 minutes and 8 seconds into the broadcast is where that came from.
You know what one of my favorite thing is about live streaming is at the end of the day when the little meter down there, it's like a taxi cab meter. That's what I look at it as how much my bill is for the day.
Right.
Yeah, yesterday it was like 13 hours and 30 minutes. And that's actually a short day for us.
I mean, it's incredible what you guys do and what the guys at Extra Frame do. I mean, they're streaming for 16
Anytime
hours.
somebody writes something negative about Bowl TV or Extra Frame,
Yeah,
I'm
Lucas is
usually
another
one of the first persons there to defend them because you're so, like, not even yourself when you're on there because you're so just barely running on adrenaline.
And a lot of when there's, like a couple weeks ago, we had Team USA trials at the training center in Arlington, and Lucas live streamed the entire event by himself.
By himself.
Yeah, so just all day long. Didn't have anybody to talk to.
I like to call Lucas Captain Obvious because they're more of a news media reporting channel, which everybody's got their own flavor. And I like Lucas a ton, and he gives me trouble. He tells me that he doesn't necessarily think that the way that I cover bowling is the ideal way to do it.
You're a little bit more loose.
We're kind of MTV.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bowl TV is the History Channel or CNN. And then over on Extra Frame, they're kind of your ESPN, so to speak. That's the way I look at it. But I call Lucas Captain Obvious because he really just reports on what's happening out on the lanes.
Right. Well, they got to be a little biased, being affiliated with USBC.
Exactly. He fits that role perfectly, and he kills himself out there. That guy
He does.
He's got a little cult following, though. All of us do. It's really funny.
I need a cult following.
Oh, you can get one easily. Just hang out on these broadcasts.
Good deal. So we got Timo.
You'll get emails of people saying, Tyler, why don't you buy Flanagan out? You're so much better.
Timo is striking. Shannon's got spare 4-bagger. Billy's he had that split first frame, spared the second frame, and now it's got lined up with a 3-bagger. But still, Wolf and Franklin are in this match. It's not, we're in the 4th frame. Just completed the 4th frame. Brett Wolf having a little trouble on that right lane, though. And then in front of us, we've got the kids. Whoa. Marshall Kent just shot that one right, and the ball picked up and hooked back. He had that trick yesterday, too. It looked like he could get the ball 4 boards farther right than anybody else, and it would hook back. Just his hand action is incredible. So we're pretty much shaping up to have a race here down to 3. We don't have an update on Eric Traylor. I think he's bowling, looks like they're bowling PA, is that correct? Just throw those anywhere?
No problem.
Okay. I don't know, are those expensive?
About $180, yeah.
Oh, yeah, throw them on the floor.
Yeah, Traylor's bowling exactly right, Westner and PA.
Someone's got a 3-bagger up there with the open. Who was that?
Jody Westner.
Okay. And Eric Traylor's still down there shredding the headpin.
Yeah, he's going at a Dutch pace through 4 with a strike up in the 4th.
Okay.
And his partner, Liz, split, double, 9 spare.
Okay. Well, this tournament this is when it gets tough. I mean, I've been fortunate enough a few times to bowl with Anita Arnett now, Anita Mans, when we bowled, and we've had the lead up into this point, and if you just let your focus slip at all, the second place team is right behind you, and before you know it, they're 50 pins ahead. So it's going to be hard, I think, for Liz and Eric. They got to stay focused and not lose sight, because they can close this gap for sure if they just try and fill those frames. I'm going to be joined by Wes Pye. He's a sales consultant for Storm Products in the international division, and also Master Industries, which Storm acquired just about 2 years ago now.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
January. It'll be 2 years in January. Yes.
All right. Did I get all of those titles right? Sales consultant for International Storm.
Yeah, I have just slightly less
International.
jobs than Tyler Jensen does.
Wow. I mean,
I represent just a few less companies than Tyler does. Just trying to keep it all in place here.
they all tie together. Storm,
Yeah.
Dexter, Turbo. I want to be able to walk into a pro shop and I sell bowling. I don't want them going anywhere else.
That's it.
I got the balls, the bags, the shoes, the grips, the accessories.
Bird cages.
Master. I don't have any bird cages for your U.S. Open trophy, but I could probably, I could outsource that.
Selling bowling is what it's all about. Actually, this tournament is what that's all about,
Yeah,
too.
no doubt. This tournament is one of the greatest events that goes on in the country. It's the only tournament I've seen. I've got 4 or 5 friends here from DFW that aren't bowling. They have nothing to do with bowling this weekend. They're here to watch, to support the Pro-Am, not to bowl in the Pro-Am, just to be there for the giveaways and the prizes and all the great stuff that goes along with this event.
When you say DFW, I think of the shoe store.
That's DSW.
No shameless plugs unless
Yeah.
they're paying you some money.
Yeah. Dexter. Turbo. Storm. Rotogrip. Master. No, we're done.
Did you give them an update on how the scores were going?
We do. It's really shaping up between the Team O and Team Kid. That's kind of what we've got going here.
Team O and Team Kid. That's pretty good.
I mean, Team O's they're gonna put a pounding on them right here. They're both. Shannon's clean through 7 with a 6-bagger. Billy's getting ready to get up. He's working on a 4-bagger. Really got dialed in on 11 and 12, which seems to be one of the trickier pairs. I think it could be. It's kind of hottest right in this section right here, and that's got to have something to do with it.
Yeah, Bill made a big move after the first frame split when it really jumped off the spot pretty hard. He made a really great adjustment.
Hey, guys, I got a new name for Bill O'Neill.
What do you got?
I'm going to start calling him Tut.
Tut?
Yep, King Tut.
Okay, I'll bite. Why?
He is the ultimate teammate.
The ultimate teammate.
TUT.
Ultimate teammate.
Because I truly believe that if I was wanting to bowl a doubles tournament, I think I'd want to bowl with Bill because he's going to be fun, he's going to be intense, he's going to obviously bowl tremendously well, and he's just kind of got that swagger about him.
Well, talking about swagger, if you watched the bowling last night, some of the lady players were pretty incredible, and Tammy Turner bowled outstanding last night. It's just a shame that Dell needs to be working on his ball speed a little bit, but hopefully he'll be back real soon. But she bowled really great last night. I had a chance to watch her bowl a couple of games, and she's in close to U.S. Open winning form again.
Dell actually announced on air his retirement today.
Really?
Yeah, of any doubles competition or team competition.
Well, I wanted to ask the question if they'd let Cassie Leuthold and Tammy Turner bowl together.
Staying away from that one. Marshall Kent just got a little lucky break there on 9.
Well, because neither one seemed to have much of a partner here this weekend, and both of them bowled tremendously well on the ladies' side. Would they let 2 women bowl together in this event, I wonder? Some doubles tournaments throughout the country do let you do
a lot
that.
of silence from this booth up here, Mike.
I'm hearing crickets.
Probably steer away from.
Isn't that crickets?
No, seriously, back home in St. Louis, you can bowl mixed doubles tournaments, and you can have 2 women bowl together.
I hear more crickets.
More crickets.
I don't know where you guys are going, but I'm just. They would be probably leading the tournament right now if they bowled together.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily sure how to address that question, but it's an interesting thought, interesting concept. I was talking to Robin Romeo last night about the fact of hey, how about if you let the men and women qualify separately and match them up in the finals? And she said some of her experiences in Southern California were that they didn't draw as big a field because they didn't have that camaraderie or you're picking your partner.
Right.
And secondly, the ones that they did have. It didn't quite work out as well for the entries just because of that reason, that there wasn't that feeling of, well, gosh, I could bowl good, and maybe it's somebody that maybe I don't gel with. So there's a lot of it's kind of one of those things. If the model works, they're sold out here. They're on their way to being sold out again next year. There's a discussion of a format change for next year's event, which could be very, very interesting for being able to attract more teams, to have more teams bowling on Sunday.
We just announced it, so hopefully it isn't. We announced the format change. So yeah, hopefully the discussion has been a decision.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
But no, that would be an interesting concept if you did something where there's a way that just based on what you bowled, if you could make the cut in a different fashion or whatnot. That's an interesting idea. Definitely an interesting idea.
I also think because doubles tournaments are kind of thriving, I also thought it would be cool if you just had a weekend of doubles tournaments and you just put out different patterns for every 4 or 5 game doubles sweeper, and all of the winners of each one of the sweepers would advance to the grand finals that would take place, say, on Sunday around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And if you qualify with more than one partner for the finals, your score would just count for each. It would be a little confusing, but so many people like to bowl doubles in so many different patterns that you could probably pack an entire bowling center for a weekend bowling multiple doubles tournaments on different patterns, with all of it kind of rolling up to the big finale worth like 10 grand or something on Sunday afternoon.
Wes, I figured out just a little bit ago that Mike's days, he somehow has 27-hour days, where in our world we live in a 24-hour day, because he comes up with more stuff. And that's probably the most appropriate word right now is stuff. I don't know if you got an idea. He can spin it off.
Right.
I mean, he's gonna fit in here. We're gonna have some wild stuff coming from Storm once he's in there.
Well, you bring up an interesting point, Mike. How about I know in Long Island and some other parts of the country, over/under doubles is a very, very big
Totally.
very big thing. Yeah. And there's actually a tournament that I heard about here in Oklahoma that they put it together just north of here in Oklahoma. They put it together that it's a senior, a woman, and a senior can be a man or a woman as long as they're over 50. It's like a trios tournament. So you have a mix of seniors and men and women bowling together, and they also throw it in where some of them they even have a youth bowler. So now you're bringing these youth players along into competitive bowling, which is definitely a very, very good idea. I mean, if I was a youth bowler, it would really be an encouraging fact that, hey, I can get here and bowl next to, not just in the Pro-Am, but competitively bowl with some of these folks.
Why don't you have a tournament off of Highway 70 somewhere, and the total combined ages need to equal 70 or within 5 either side.
26-hour day right there.
See, that's good stuff.
So you've got
That's
from
really good
65 to
stuff.
75 is the two combined ages of the team.
Absolutely. So that's good stuff there.
What are we going to run off of I-15?
That would be a youth tournament, Tyler.
Okay.
If you went to the East Coast, you could have I-95, and you could cover a whole wide range there. But that's another story.
Let's take a look here. We got Brett Wolf and Jeannie Franklin bowling Timo, and Timo is putting a beat down on him, even though Billy just 2-8. No 10 pins, so he'll be able to convert that.
I got an update down here out of Trailer and
Yes.
Liz.
Yeah.
Liz can shoot 237. She's up in the 8th. Trailer, 226, up in the 8th as well.
Okay.
Westner is who they're bowling against. 246 left for Jody, 228 for PA.
So they have a slight lead, PA and Jody, going into the 9th.
Yes.
All right. That's a pretty close match. This is going to be a big turning point for them, too. They've got to win this game, especially with Timo going to add another 100. And then down here, Mike, we've got the kids struggling. They are struggling. Marshall has gone high a few times on 9 and 10. Zeno's got something a little figured out, but he went high on 10. Still clean, though. That's kind of the motto here. If you're clean on this match, you're going to be a winner. Interesting bucket. Would that be the original bucket or extra crispy? I didn't see.
She's playing pretty direct, so it's original.
Okay. But what about the pin moving? Is that a bucket to go?
That could be, absolutely, yeah. It's a phone in order.
Okay.
We established yesterday that if you leave the bucket from inside of 15 at the arrows, it's extra crispy. If you're lofting the gutter cap, it's Cajun. And if you leave a bucket right of 15, it's the original bucket.
And you know what you call a bucket with a 7-pin, if you're right-handed.
Bucket with a handle.
That's exactly right.
What
the
is it?
handle with a handle. Bucket with a handle. That's right.
You're going to go half a loaf.
Yeah.
That's a Midwest thing. Down here, it's a bucket with a handle.
Okay, bucket with a handle.
I think I've seen 4 through the middle more times this week. I've seen more 4-4s.
I've seen more 4 through the middle by DJ Archer than anybody else this week.
He's got the big dog leg left going on, you know.
I don't know why I'm bagging on DJ. I love DJ.
If bowling ball technology...
I wish I had that much curve.
If
I don't have that much curve in a game.
If the ball technology were to continue to improve like it has, eventually there will be a bowler that'll be able to get the ball to actually boomerang and come back to you to the foul line, and it'll probably be DJ.
Yep.
A lot of truth to that. A lot of truth to that.
Imagine that trick shot. You get the ball to stop just in front of the pins and come back up the lane to you.
Retracto shot.
If anybody could figure that out, then bowling centers wouldn't have much open play anymore.
That'll be time bowling.
They just go, yeah.
9/11 jail nurse mentioned the Just R one-of-a-kind Dexter shoes that were given away, and those were extremely popular last night. We did that drawing. There was over 800 tickets maybe sold to raise money for the Stalin Foundation for this custom pair of shoes. So thanks 9/11 jail nurse. It was a really neat thing. We actually presented Donna Connors with her own pair last night. So there are 2 pairs, but it went over extremely well. Well, Marshall got something a little figured out. He can strike out for 181. Danielle can strike out for 216. So they're kind of looking to stay even here.
And you never know what's going to happen if, They're still not out of the wood
Yeah,
yet.
I mean, I guess if Zeno would have to open here, that pretty much seals the deal.
That was flush. That was a great shot.
This is a big shot in the 10th frame. I mean, even though Team O's already got this game won, this is that opportunity that you can really build some pins and build a lead. So this is a tough spare to make, and we'll see how she shoots this bucket. Oh,
I got a little left.
Yep, leaving the 5 pin, or 8 pin. So Shannon opens the 10th for 233. Bill O'Neill hasn't struck since we said he had him figured out, so he can possible 222. With their 30 bonus pins, they'd be adding 82 pins to their score, or 85 pins, excuse me. So big 10th frame here for Bill O'Neill, because the kids, they are 86 pins behind Team O, and probably going to lose about 100 pins right here to them. So if Sinicki and Trailer, if they ended up striking out and winning like you thought, Mike, they could definitely, we could have a new team in second place, because they are only 66 pins out of second.
Got O'Neill through the face with a 6-10. So he can spare strike for 210.
That's twice now that we've seen 2 possible really big games going in the 10th frame. We had Zeno and Brenda looking like they could bowl 579, and just disaster strikes. Can we switch over to lane 6? Do we have a camera on 5 and 6? We've got the front 9 by Jesse Buss.
Sinicki and Trailer are not going to win this game.
They are not. Are they going to get much to the plus?
About even.
About even. So we're not going to have any changes. We'll have second place still be the kids. Team O will be in first by, I'm guessing, over 150. Kids will be in second, and Sinicki and Trailer will be in third.
Yeah, so hey guys, developing story here down on 5 and 6, 2013 Luci Bonneau doubles. Tyler Jensen, Wes Pye, Mike Flanagan here on the call with you. Jesse Buss is teamed up here with Emily Fagan, and he's got the first 9. He's got them figured out here on lanes 5 and 6. Very difficult throughout the house as they switch pairs. And Buss now going up in the 10th frame looking for 10 in a row, gentlemen.
He's pretty relaxed, too. I just saw him. He's laughing there at the ball return with DJ, Mike. It seems like he's staying loose. Sean, get in there on us.
And we were there to cover it.
Yeah,
and,
it's over.
Just
See you
flat
later.
10. Still a great game by Jesse there with his partner.
And last year, Shannon
Emily.
O'Keefe bowled 300, and she received a special ring for that at the Pro-Am on Friday night. So I'm not sure if that's a standing offer, that if you bowl 300 in the finals that you receive that, or what that was. I was hoping we were going to get to find out with Jesse Buss.
And another news with our Sports Center update here, Tiger Woods is minus 15 today.
Just had on the feed, Bowser comes in and says, and the Tyler curse continues. So a little shout out to you asking for lane 6 and whammo. There you go. It's like the guy missing the foul shot,
Well, we've got John Handegard, I think we're going to.
Yeah, I'm getting on that right now. Here we
coming up here in
between games.
The booth. John, an extremely accomplished professional bowler, now lives in the Houston area.
Former Senior Player of the Year.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm here with John Handegard, and this is a real treat for me because I watched John win a senior event and a regular event with an Omega. We were just talking about it. John, welcome to the Luci Bonneau tournament.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a great place to be, isn't it?
It is unbelievable. How close is this for you? Is this home for you?
Well, pretty close. It's about 30 miles from the house, so yes. Knowing Donna and Carol over at their pro shop, and they were telling me about this tournament. I had not been aware of it because I got out of bowling for about 7 years, and this is fantastic to see all this skill in one building.
It really is. Probably brings back some memories for you, huh?
Yeah, I wish I was out there. You bet. I sure do. I'm going to try to see about maybe bowling it next year.
Really? Do you have a potential partner yet?
No, but I'd have to find someone that can really play like the ones I see out here. Because if you don't have a good partner, you have no chance.
Now, John Handegard here with me. John, do you still bowl competitively?
I just got back into competitive bowling, as a matter of fact. There's an organization throughout the Southwest called the Senior All-Star Bowling Association. I bowled a tournament last weekend up another bowling center here in town, Copperfield.
How did you fare in that event?
We won it. Can you believe they had laid off for 10 years, and the first tournament back I win? So, yeah, I got the bug, that's for sure.
Wow, that's outstanding. John, pleasure catching up with you, and maybe we'll see you on a future broadcast and maybe here next year.
That would be a dream come true. I'm going to be working on my game, like always, Got to practice, and I'll be doing all of that stuff and maybe look for a partner.
All right, thanks so much, John. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it, too.
That's John Handegard here standing by with them. One of the legends of the game, guys.
Definitely a legend of the game. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, John.
So the bowlers are reshuffling.
Last game before position round, before the final match.
Yep. And we have, we're still trying to track down our teams that we're following here. Not sure where Team O is bowling. Looks like they might have went to the high end.
Yep.
We're going to have Eric Traylor.
Yeah, Team O's on 17 and 18, bowling against Milligan and Barnes.
It's going to be a tough one. And how about the kids? Where are the kids bowling?
The kids are going to be bowling next door on 15 and 16.
Yep, that's where I got them.
Against Patrick Allen and Jody Westner.
Okay.
Yeah, so the coverage has really shifted to the high end for this game, but then position round will be coming up right where we want them.
That's four tough matches, or 2 tough matches, 4 tough teams right there. I mean, that's kind of ironic, right? This could be, Liz and Sean are definitely in contention, always, but we've got 4 PBA capable people down there, players.
Yeah, very much so.
Shannon O'Keefe wins. To Neil. We talked about the prize fund at all. It's $8,000 for first place for the team, and first place, second place $4,000, third will be $2,400, fourth will be $2,200, and fifth will be $2,000. So a lot of money these guys are bowling for, especially that difference between first, second, and third. I mean, there's a $5,600 swing there. Quite exciting. We'll have position round. First and second will be on 9 and 10, and third and fourth will be on 11 and 12. Well, how do you think the kids are going to rebound here? They just came off not too hot of a set. What do you think, Wes?
So I'm trying to look at the last time the kids were just, let's see, last time they were down in that area. Last time the kids were in that area were actually earlier this morning in the 5th game, whenever they bowled against Padilla and Garcia. I'm not exactly sure what they shot them, but they've seen this pair earlier, so hopefully they'll get off to a good start. There's got to be a little bit of a mental letdown whenever you've just come off a really tough match on a pair, and you've seen the people you're chasing, take a bigger lead on you.
So I mentioned that Shannon O'Keefe and Team O, they're still in first place, but they are now 207 pins ahead of the kids. So they've definitely increased that lead. And third is Brenda and Eric. I'm sorry, Brenda and Zeno. They're 219 back, so they just made a huge jump from that last set. And Elizabeth and Eric Traylor are 239 pins back. We got a gap coming up here. Liz and Sean are 286 pins back from the lead, only 81 pins behind second place. So, we could have a team there. Like I said, they make a late charge. You're talking right now, if the tournament ended, Liz and Sean cash for $2,000, but they have a chance, a legitimate shot to get to second for $4,000. So.
Well, as you point out, Team O with Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill made a huge jump to light speed there insofar as separating themselves from the field.
And how about in the 10th frame, neither one of them struck out.
Exactly.
Shannon opened and Bill spared.
Yeah.
So that could have probably put it away.
Pretty close. And actually, if you go back and do look at it, the team that was in third place, Padilla and Garcia, after 9 games, they were 220 back in fourth place. Now they're 219. So they didn't lose any ground, but they certainly didn't pick up any ground.
Right.
When you're losing a few games, when games are ticking by,
right.
The people that really kind of got a little bit hurt was the team of was the trailer Sinicki team.
Right.
That they struggled a little bit, so they dropped a spot down to fourth, and they're almost in danger of being passed by a couple of teams behind them.
Right. So we should have a good finish. Not sure if we'll have an exciting title match, but we'll see.
Well, they're talking about format changes. This would be an interesting format if they decided that they were going to give some bonus pins for the individual matches across. So if, let's say it was 10 pins for individual matches and 30 on the total, you'd have 50 instead of 30. It put some.
That'd be pretty wild.
Yeah, it put some basis on the fact of the individual match plays you went through it as well. Because, in a lot of cases, you have one player who really bowls well, possibly beats a person across from by a lot, but then the other person is the one that kind of keeps the match alive when it comes to doubles.
Right. So we've got Jesse Buss on 9, shooting the 610. And they are bowling Elizabeth and Eric Traylor. And then we've got Chris Castro and Cassandra on 11 and 12, bowling Sean Rash and Liz Johnson. Sean and Liz obviously need a nice little run.
I mean, it's out there. And someone comes up and shoots a couple big games. You can pick up a lot of pins in a hurry, but you have to do it right now because you're running out of games. And for those who weren't around last night during the Pro-Am, on Friday night, there seemed to be something about bicycles on the approaches here. Dino Castillo did a loop during the Pro-Am down the approaches and around the concourse on a bicycle that was one of the donated items. And last night was quite an interesting match of sorts. You had Sean Rash and Wes Malott riding bicycles down the concourse and then having
open it up.
Having a little race down the approaches going from the high end to the low end here.
Yeah.
So it's not something you see every day. And
normally the bike races, I'm happy, very proud to say that I started the bike tradition about 6 or 7 years ago. A couple of cocktails and thought it'd be cool to ride a bike up and down the approach. But the key is to go slow because you don't want to hit anybody and then you don't want to fall down. And when Sean opened it up, I mean, he was full steam. Had to be a 20-mile-an-hour sprint there on the bike.
And he didn't even have a bell to warn anybody he was coming.
And we all, there was a gasp of air. We thought he was going to take out Wes Malott.
Oh.
And Wes was kind of just cruising around, having fun, and Sean just passed him like he just got some lessons from Lance Armstrong or something.
And speaking of that, Sean participated very strongly in the raffles last night, and he took away several of the prizes in the drawings.
Did he?
Yeah, several of the prizes. He happened to be quite fortunate, so he's going to have to check some extra baggage going home.
He's a great supporter of the tournament. I mean, he comes in, he has to buy a couple $100 in raffle tickets. And, definitely.
Well, I tell you, just a nice tribute to the players. I mean, this is one of the strongest fields that I've probably ever seen out of a professional event, so to speak.
I don't even think we've really talked about it. This counts as a PBA regional title.
It does.
Yeah, I don't even think we've mentioned that.
Well, see, I knew it did last year. I wasn't familiar with the fact that they did extended that for this year as well.
This will count as a PBA regional title.
Yeah, is that confirmed, by the way, Tyler? Because I haven't been touching that one.
That's on the website.
I am going to get confirmation on that really quick because I haven't touched it because I wasn't sure.
Could be breaking news.
We just touched it.
He touched it, loved it, squeezed it, held it, and bopped it.
We grabbed it with both hands. It's out there. A nice little look on. I'm telling you, every bowler that's came to lane 11.
If you are a PBA member and you win this tournament, it's a PBA regional title.
Why'd you doubt me?
You have to be a PBA member, though.
Well, same if you bowl a PBA tournament.
That's true, Mr. Regional Title, yeah.
And Wes could show up next week and win, and he wins a PBA regional, it doesn't count as a title.
This reminds me of like how sports teams, how they say home field.
Almost converts the Big Four. Well, at least makes a shot at it.
Two and a wiggle.
Sports teams have home field advantage. Tyler has home field advantage here. He could run me over on that bicycle.
I'm not getting on that bicycle again.
Well, considering they sold the Pro-Am out 2 nights in a row, I mean, it was to be here. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to be here, and it's what an incredible event. I mean, the energy and all the goodwill and things and the bowlers. I got to give them a lot of credit. You know, a lot of hours of bowling, and more of them than not, we're still here in the building into the wee hours, supporting the cause and buying tickets for the drawings and interacting with the fans, and it's. Just really terrific. It's really what's right about bowling in the sport and industry. It's really a great tribute to Donna Connors and Carol Norman and all the people at the Stalin Foundation and the group here at Palace Lanes that support the event and work so hard. You know, David J. and his group, and you know, you can go on and on down the list of all the people that have been involved and people that didn't know about the event that are coming to it for the first time, like a John Handegard, and people just learning more about it from word of mouth.
Right. And there's some questions brought up in the chat room. You don't get an option whether the title is counted or not. It's basically if you bowl this as a PBA member and win, it's going to be a title. If you are an amateur status and win, then it's not going to count against you or keep you from being able to not participate in another event. Yeah, ET is in Little Beast mode. He has bowled great all weekend. He's had more strikes where he's shredded the head pin off the wall than I think just about anybody.
And if you think about all the games that some of these players bowled after bowling the U.S. Open and now coming here to a challenging condition, they've put in a lot of games over the last 2 to 3 weeks.
Like the kids. I mean, I thought they were.
Yep.
I kind of picked them from the beginning. We talked about that on Friday night. And Mike, it looks like we've got one of the kids has, I think, a 4-bagger, and they're definitely. It looks like they have recovered from that last set.
Yeah, I'll get down there. It's not a problem at all. And hey, by the way, in case I forget later, thank you guys for sitting on this broadcast here today. Brian and I make the trip down. We can't afford to take 1 million people, and you guys helped make this thing great. This morning I was by myself, and when you guys come in and be part of this thing, it helps shape it, and it's great. You guys have been doing a great job, and Wes and Tyler, I'm happy to be called your teammates at Storm. It's such a great family. We've had Bill and Barbara in here today, which was amazing. That was a pretty long segment with Bill, which was really cool.
Stay here that long. That's great.
Yeah, I got a text message actually from DeAndre Asbeatty just a little while ago and said the same thing. So she's been watching today, catching
Mike,
up on some emails and stuff.
Since we're bonding like at this moment.
Yeah, we are. It's a.
I'm waiting for you guys to break out Kumbaya.
Oh, we're gonna. And Wes, we're gonna pass the stick to you in a minute. Don't you worry.
I want you to know and everybody know that I am proud and happy to be your friend again on Facebook.
Oh yeah. Hey, pretty soon it's going to be a waiting list. Pretty soon I'm not going to have any more lanes to give out, and it's going to be a waiting list around the building.
So we've got we're going to send Mike down there as soon as he gets situated.
Yeah, I'm going to get down there.
We're going to get an update on the kids. Danielle's got the first 5, and I don't. Yeah, she does. Don't hold me to it. I'm squinting to see this scoreboard.
I'll get there.
And on the other match, I can't tell what's going on. So sorry, guys, I can't give you some scores down there on Barnes and Timo.
Well, you guys were talking about what is Marshall and Danielle going to do when they move down here, and I was going to predict they were going to bowl really good, just to get them out of the TV area, get out of that bay. It's warmer down there, and Marshall now spare strike, spare. Wrap 10. Danielle first 5.
Okay. So
Jody has 68 in the 4th with a strike up in the 5th. PA 77 in the 4th with a strike up in the 5th.
Okay. Does Jody have an open in the second frame?
Yeah, she missed a single pin.
All right. Solo, I'm not sure. I saw Castro's ball hit a little bit ago, and I would guess that it's 14 pounds.
And then 17 and 18 guys. Team O, Shannon O'Keefe, double, 9 spare, double, up on the approach on 17. She's delivered the ball, and guess what? Another strike.
It was loud, too. I heard it.
And
back here.
Bill O'Neill, 9 spare, split open, 7 spare, double. And to Neil Milligan, 96 in the 5th, working on a spare here in the 6th.
Did you say 56?
9-6.
Okay, I'm sorry. Right.
And Chris Barnes, 99 in the 4th with a spare up in the 5th.
Okay, thank you. Now Barnes and Tennille, they're 414 pins from the lead, 207 from second. So kind of best case for them. They might be able to reach 6th place, but anything above that, it's going to be awfully hard for them to get anywhere higher than 6th.
And if you look at the individual total so far for the day, just to have a little quick recap, on the women's side for total pinfall, your leader would be Shannon O'Keefe with 23.33 after the first 10 games, meaning she's averaging a smooth 2.33. That's pretty
Good
incredible.
math.
Hey, it's amazing when you can divide it by 10. That's where I went to school, my young friend. It's at South Carolina Education.
Beating her partner by almost 200 pins.
Yeah.
And her partner is Bill O'Neill.
Exactly.
That's no slouch.
And she's whipping up 17 pins a game.
Yeah.
Then second on the ladies, since as far as pinfall be concerned, it's pretty tight between Lindsay Boomershine at 21.72 and Liz Johnson at 21.27.
Shannon O'Keefe has the second highest total.
Yes. The only person who's beat her is Eric Traylor, 23.44.
By 11 pins.
Yeah. It's pretty incredible. So she's
Should that be like
fantastic.
233.4?
234.4, my young friend. Once again, South Carolina Education coming through. But then you have several other people that are over 200. They're averaging well over 225, like DJ Archer, 22.90, Sean Rash, 22.81, Zeno Garcia, 22.38. And I believe that, and then Jesse Buss, by virtue of that last game, he jumped up over the 220 mark. He's at 22.13. So got a lot of great play out here on still a demanding lane condition. They're averaging over 220.
Padilla does have 21.50, correct?
I got you guys a shot at the kids. Danielle McEwen is on the first 6.
Okay.
Sean Rash is
How'd you pull that off?
It's on our way right now. Grabbed the scoreboard off of 11 and 12 and moved it right.
Yep, sure did.
Good thinking.
Nice move. Well, that looked a little high there for Jody.
We can't tell because of the chat if she split there, but definitely. Well, E.T. is a great bowler. He's kind of like he uses a lot of storm stuff, and trust me, his regional sales manager tries to take care of him as best he can. So
now, who would that be?
We get
who'd that regional
E.T.
sales manager be?
That would be myself. I try and take care of E.T. quite a bit. But when he gets a new ball, there's no doubt. I think when the sink came out, he bowled back-to-back 800s with it, and
Danielle McEwen, first 7, guys.
It just started taking off. So Danielle's got the front 7. I mean, how huge would that be?
So we're getting a little replay
Yep.
over here. Yeah.
If she throws in a big game. And we caught Bill O'Neill, too, on 18. Looks like he might have thrown a double there. Oh, he's got 4 in a row, actually. Team-O, I think they both have 4-baggers. Can you confirm that, Mike?
They do.
Okay. That's huge.
They can solidify those top 2 teams into top 2 spots.
And O'Keefe, she from winning this last year, she knows that down the stretch, it's kind of like you got to save yourself, and then in this tournament, you just got to, go all out those last few games because that's where all the moves happen.
Yeah, take no prisoners.
Right.
That's where the training and conditioning for a lot of these players, they're able to continue to make good shots, game after game after game.
Right. So Castro just went high flush Brooklyn. Now, keep in mind he's left-handed. High flush Brooklyn and left a solid 9. So whoever was asking if he was throwing 14 pounds, it's definitely
Marshall Kent
yes.
just posted a really nice strike down there.
The ball actually almost took out the 10-pin. Went over the 10-pin spot. Can we double screen with the scores or with 9 and 10 here? Okay. It's too wide. Okay. Well, 9 and 10 here are our 4th place team, Elizabeth and Eric. She's working on 123 in the 7th with an open, and he has 118 in the 5th with a double. They are pretty even right now. I would say they're down about 10 bowling. Emily Fagan and Jessie Buss. Elizabeth just threw a big strike in the 8th. Because this is going to be a pretty important determining 2nd, 3rd, and 4th here. Liz and Sean are on the outside skirts here in 5th, but they're both working in the 180 range, so they don't have a whole lot going here. Liz has 65 in the 4th, and Sean has 66 in the 4th. And it sounded like Liz just that had
4,
to split.
6, 7.
Okay.
I mean, going into this game, you had from second through 5th was only 79 pins difference. 2nd to 3rd was 12, 3rd to 4th was 20, 4th to 5th was 47. So you've got actually 32 pins from 2nd to 4th. So a lot of jockeying on one shot. The bonus pins are definitely coming into play in a huge way.
Hey guys, McEwen, obviously you see there that she broke her string over here on 15 and 16, but I'm down here actually sitting behind 17 and 18, and Shannon O'Keefe now has a 6-pack, and she still has 279 off the sheet, and Bill O'Neill, possible 235. So
That's going to do it, I think, Mike. Team O coming, they're going to shoot another 500.
And Chris Barnes is actually sitting next to me, and so is Linda, and he says that they have a possible 412, and just wanted everybody to know that.
He has a possible 412.
Yeah, they have 412 left.
Can you ask Chris if he damaged his shirt when he?
Oh, hey, Tyler wants to know, have you damaged your shirt today at all?
I haven't. But I'll damage his if he wants to come down here.
I'm not a bowler at this moment.
Wow. Yeah, I actually got Linda Barnes here, guys. Linda, what was it like to bowl this event? What's going on with you here?
It's one of the greatest events of the year. We always look forward to coming out. It's for a great cause. Donna does a great job. I'm watching the Good Bowlers Bowl today, and I'm having a lot of fun because they're putting on quite a show. But we look forward to this event every year, and hopefully we'll have a better performance next year.
Mike, can you ask Linda to give us the dates of her JDRF and make sure that I'm the one asking? Tell her that just to get me back in the good graces there.
Tyler Jensen in the booth wanted us to ask you about your JDRF event and when that's going to be, so people when that is.
Oh, great. We're not sure of the date yet. We're still trying to confirm up with PBA and what they're going to do in the summer, but it'll be April, May, June, somewhere around there. Early June at the latest. It's going to be a great event again this next year, and we look forward to putting it on and hope people come out and help strike out diabetes with JDRF's help.
Yeah, it is a great event, and last year my IB Open ran up against it. I know you guys have flopped around weekends, so our event's the last weekend in April every year, so hopefully you guys can get a different weekend. Maybe I could even come to it too. I know it's a great event, and we'd like to be there.
A lot of fun.
Let's switch to 9 and 10.
We can and help out another charity.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Appreciate it. Having some mic issues
Yeah,
in here
you're
too,
cutting out a
guys.
little bit. We're gonna go to 9 and 10 here, Mike. Elizabeth just doubled, so she's got a possible 213. Eric Traylor a possible 246, so they can bowl 59 over. Jessie Buss possible 244. Sorry, it's hard to see with that screen.
His partner can shoot
225.
Yeah, and hey, O'Keefe's going to be in the 270. She's doubled in the 10th frame.
Jessie Buss just leaving the 3-6-10. We're going to have a pretty good finish right here to see to finish out this 3rd and 4th spot. How's Marshall doing down there? Oh, I'm sorry. We're good.
He can shoot 216, and he's up in the 9th.
Okay. Big shot here for Eric Traylor. Coming in light, leaving the 248.
It's 279 for Shannon O'Keefe.
All right, Team O. I think that's going to do it. We've got some questions about the IB Open when you come back there, Mike.
Yeah, I'm back in the vicinity. What do you got?
IB Open is planned on being back at Tropicana Lane, St. Louis. Is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. Great. I think that's it.
Yep, we're going to have, hopefully we'll sell that thing out this year. Or next year, I should say. 2014. Storm's back, obviously sponsoring it. You get a free ball again. included with your entry. If you're on a ball staff, you don't have to get the ball. You pay a different entry fee. But anybody that's not on a ball staff, you'd be a fool not to pay the additional $65 and get the ball.
Oh, Sean Rash just barely that messenger just falling short.
So I'm going to move our other camera again back to the scoreboard so we can get ready for our position round.
We got a big shot by Liz here. Hopefully you can hear that crowd. She's got a possible 213. That was a big shot. That gets her in 2-0. And we need a Brenda and Zeno. They are finished on 3 and 4. Brenda and Zeno, Boomershine and Steelsmith, 494.
Wow, nice game.
So they're going to add some pins to that.
494 plus bonus?
No, that included the
included
bonus.
bonus.
Yeah, that included bonus. Huge shot by Liz. It's going to be really close for second, third, and fourth.
Who'd Boomershine and Steelsmith bowl that game? Do you recall?
You know, I didn't see who
Was
that.
it Wolf?
It was Wolf. Yep. Okay. Zeno's coming by. We'll try and get an update of what he bowled. Zeno, what did you guys bowl down there? Did you win? 451. So 451.
You said DJ Archer shot 5-0.
Yeah, 5-0.
5-0, what was it, 2 you said?
Yeah.
I think it's 5-0-2, yeah.
So that's going to put, let's get some totals here for Zeno and Brenda. Add that 451 to 79.73. That counts pretty big right there. Liz bowled 210. And Emily has doubled in the 10th for 225. So Jesse is going to have to pretty much stay clean here in the 10th for them to win that match. Solid 8. 224, so they are up by 14. Okay, so 211 for, thank you. That 210 is incorrect. It's 211 for Liz, so they're up by 13. Jesse Buss and his partner. Eric Traylor, huge first shot in the 10th.
Hey guys, this just in, next year rule change. If your last name begins with O, there's only one bowler per team allowed to bowl on a team with the beginning last name
Is that
of
like
O.
O with apostrophe? Because that's going to be kind of...
Any O.
Any O.
Yeah, you can't have double O's.
No double O.
No double O'Keefe's, no O'Neill's. So Shannon O'Keefe's going to have to find a new partner.
Can you by chance give us a total of the kids? Just a total. We just need a total score. So
Yep,
we'll
I can get you that. No problem.
No multiple O's. All right, we.
You guys just now getting that?
Yes, yeah, we just now figured.
Yeah, we're
that
in
out.
Rocky Mountain time over here. We're a little slow.
So we've got a possible 219 by Jesse Buss and 233. So this is going to come down to this shot strikes right here.
Good shot.
I think Eric Traylor's team can win by 1 if he strikes. 230, so they're plus 44. I can't tell if that's two. You can't see the
It's
scoreboard.
224 to do 211.
Marshall's going to shoot 195. He couldn't roll a 9. Danielle 255. So they're looking at 50 over.
50 over. So did they win?
Yes.
Okay, so 480. If Eric strikes, he shuts him out, correct? By 1? All right. Well, I'm looking around. It's right in front of me. What's going on there? So this is huge.
You're not drinking enough, Tyler. That's what it is.
I'm trying to drink some water. Well, that's got a hook. Oh, my
Oof.
God.
That's a bit outside.
That was a bit outside. The count was huge there.
And you're talking about for the position round game, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Jesse needs a
but
9.
here's the question: do you want to be in the 2-hole or would you rather be in the 3-hole?
You know, it's so close. You'd probably want to be in the 3-hole.
Right.
Because you don't want to bowl Team O.
So that may not have really cost them. It might have been a good thing to have
maybe
happen.
Team
Maybe it
O's
depends
gonna,
which pair you feel like you get a better shot on.
Yeah. Would you want to bowl Team O or would you rather bowl?
Is Team O going to mail it in? I mean, are they going to DJ
I doubt
it and reset
Shannon
it?
will. No, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to archer it.
Poor guy. I got to apologize to him when I see him next.
I say we just keep hammering on him.
I love him too. I'm going to have to. He wants a Marvel S so bad. So Jesse up here needs a 9 and strikes. That just took the wind out of the building. You can tell this crowd was definitely for Eric Traylor because
what's the final there?
That is
441
to 443, and they're going to get. You're going to add those 30 to Fagan, which for our purposes is 4. All right, so here is what we have unofficially. The kids are in at 84.65. Brenda and Zeno are in with 84.24, and Elizabeth and Eric are in at 83.94.
You need to have Liz Johnson, Sean Rash scored a.
They are still finishing up. Liz, I don't think Liz can bowl 200 if that's
No,
her
190
up.
for Liz,
Okay.
216 for Rash.
All right. So they're gonna.
But they're probably going to win.
They are probably going to win, but they're going to lose some ground. 516 for DJ.
516. Wow. Okay, that makes a big difference. 516. That's 14 more.
Now, when you say 516 for DJ, what are you guys talking about?
That's the total plus the bonus.
We weren't talking about his 3 games in league last week.
38.
You want me to keep going on him? I can keep going on him.
So that's going to be 83.39.
So we're going to have.
They don't have any.
The kids are going to be 41 pins ahead of Brenda and Zeno. Brenda and Zeno will be bowling 3rd and 4th. 4th will be Seneke and Traylor for a 30-pin spread.
It just depends on where we are right here with Rash and Johnson.
Well, I don't think they can't make up. They're not going to get more than 440, even with their bonus pins. They're going to get 446 is the max they can get.
So that basically means you have Steele, Smith, Boomershine, Archer, and Kelly, who went around Rash and Johnson.
Right. Rash and Johnson could go from 5th
to 7th
this game.
I just got an email that Bowl TV is broadcasting live on Ustream.
Do they have Wes Pye in the booth?
No, they do not.
Well. You know what I called Wes earlier? He is the live version of like a Travelocity or Kayak, Expedia. I'm serious. Wes.
What are you doing, calling me a gnome is what you're doing?
Wes, give me the flights today from Hobby International to LAX.
You mean on Southwest?
On Southwest. Give me the flight numbers.
I don't know the flight numbers.
Oh, give me the times.
Well,
don't make me look bad.
Well, the last one's going to be at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
3:30.
You have one at 3:30. You have one at 4:15.
Okay.
I think there's one at 5:25.
Give me the noise ordinance for Orange County.
Oh, well.
10 p.m.
10 p.m. If you're not on a flight out of Orange County, California by 10 p.m., you're staying overnight. That's the God's truth. You cannot go out over that wonderful, beautiful, high-scale neighborhood that John Wayne once lived in and hated that airport that's named after him.
See?
After 10 p.m.
He's got it all.
See, useless information. That's me. I'm the phone a friend person.
Are you trying to say that there's guns out there and they'll fire them at the airplanes?
No.
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 You missed
no,
it completely.
No. What that means is you cannot fly over that neighborhood after 10 p.m. at night.
It gets very
Noise
intense
ordinance.
if you fly over
Noise
after
abatement.
10 p.m.
Because the movie stars don't like the noise?
You got
Yeah,
it.
got
Yes,
it.
sir. You got it. Welcome to Orange County. Thank goodness Houston's not like that. Houston's a free fly zone.
All right, so just to recap here, Team O, they're winning, right? I mean, 300, doesn't matter. I guess we can keep some drama in and say no. But we're going to have the kids at 84.65. We're going to have Brenda and Zeno at 84.24. So 41 pin difference, but they will not be bowling each other.
Correct.
That's where the huge part comes in.
That's right, because the wind.
Yep. So Liz and Eric Traylor are going to be at 83.94, but they will be bowling. Who do we right now unofficially we believe they'll be bowling Lindsey Boomershine and Rick Steele Smith. Is that correct?
Correct.
At
That's 83.71. You've got Megan Kelly and DJ Archer with a huge push for the 5:16 final
Yeah.
game. They're at 83-39. They really closed that gap.
Lindsay and Boomershine and Steelsmith have the chance from 2 games left to go from. We have 1 game left now, but from 2 to go, they could go from 6 to second.
Very possible.
Yeah,
Very possible.
for sure. Because
From 2nd to 6th is going to be a horse race.
Right.
Right down to 1 game.
They're only, 90 pins back, 94 pins back from 2nd.
I got a really cool segment coming up as soon as the last ball is thrown here in competition I want to talk to you guys about.
On air or off air?
On air. It's going to be an on-air definite segment that you don't want to miss. We're going to have a game show segment.
Oh, boy.
So Liz Johnson shot 178. Is that correct?
The players are going to get, I think, 5 minutes of practice before we come in. Is that correct?
That's 178 for
Be like
Liz.
a great time to take a restroom break.
That's 195 for Sean. So that's 373, and they won the match. So that's 403. So that's going to be 403 for Sean Rash and Liz Johnson, including their bonus pins. So they lost quite a bit of ground in 403. So that's 8309, which means that, as we were discussing a few moments ago, Liz Johnson and Sean Rash just went from 5th to 7th.
I'm surprised. I know. I was thinking maybe it's going to happen. I go get the box.
Okay, so that concludes our coverage for these 11 games. We'll come back with a position round here in just a moment. When I come back, we'll have our little game show segment. I got a funny little segment I want to do that nobody will think is funny. And when we come back, it'll be game number 12. This thing's about over for first, but it's really tight throughout. Brian, if we get a little music up, we'll break away for a few minutes, and then we'll come back.
Lane 16, Kelly and Archer. Lane 17, Johnson and Rash. Lane 18, Milligan and Barnes. Lane 3, Fagan and Buff. Lane 4, Woosner and Allen. Lane 5, Franklin and Wolf. Lane 6, Bluefeld and Castro. Rovers, you may go into your scoring immediately. Good luck.
Okay, we're going to go right into scoring.
We are. Welcome back to 2013 Luci Bonneau doubles, last game of the tournament. It's position round. Sometimes it's very, very exciting. Sometimes it's a blowout. Today it is a blowout.
No, we got both today.
We do.
We've got a blowout title.
That's right.
over.
That's right.
We got a pretty exciting 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yes, we do. Tyler Jensen, Mike Flanagan here with you. I said before the break that I'd tell you a fun little game show fact. And you ever watch Wheel of Fortune?
Yes, big
Tyler?
money.
One of my favorite is before and after puzzles. And we've got some really nice before and after puzzles here. We've got Jesse, bus, stop. You know?
Yes.
We've got Liz, Johnson, and Johnson.
I like it.
We've got Eric, Trailer, Park.
You're good.
Yeah.
26-hour days. All right, we're rolling. I don't know where Wes went.
Brett, Wolf, Man, Jack. So there's all kinds of before and after puzzles here in the field as I was trying to come up with something creative as we go into this position round. But, hey, action underway.
Action underway. We have no time to waste.
That was literally a 3-minute break.
That's the fastest one I've seen.
It sure was.
So, Timo, I mean, we're really not concerned about them. They should be our champions. Where we've got the storyline coming up is we've got the kids who are 40 pins ahead of Zeno Garcia and Brenda Padilla. And then after that, we've got Elizabeth and Eric, who are 30 pins behind third. So we've got just a bunched up group here. Trailer and Cynic, Elizabeth are bowling on, they are on 12. We're going to have Brenda and Zeno on 3. And then on lane 15, which we're going to have to keep an eye on, Mike.
I got it.
It's going to be Lindsay Boomershine, who is 25 pins back from 4th. Excuse me. I don't think that's correct.
I wonder if they got a printout of this. At 23 back, Boomer Shine.
23 back,
Smith.
correct?
Yep.
Okay. 23 back from their next position, which is 4th.
And if we look at the prize fund, with first place receiving $8,000.
That's where our first, second, third is where our money is really going to get dispersed here.
$8,000 to first, $4,000 to second, $2,400 for third. So there's $1,600 between second and third.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th, we're only talking $100 a man. So I don't. It's not as important. I mean, that the key spot is going to be second. If this where I'm going at is Boomer Shine and Steelsmith. If they get hot and come in with a 520 or so, maybe not even that much, they could legitimately go to second.
And O'Keefe and O'Neill are not going to just roll over in this match. They're going to try to beat Marshall and Danielle's brains in. This event here brought to you by Storman, Carol Norman's Pro Shop. You can bowl too, and by Storm, the Bowlers Company. Storm has had a huge presence here this weekend. Obviously, I'm the Director of Marketing. Tyler, the sales representative in this area. Bill and Barbara Chrisman have been in the booth. Storm everywhere. Wes Pye was joining us. He'll be back. And just a tremendous event. Donna Connors can't say it enough. David and his crew here at Palace Lanes. It's been a heck of a week and a great event. I'd say you should get your entries in now, but it's probably about already sold out for next year.
I think I've got this finally figured out.
Okay.
We've got, this is out of second, because that's what we're looking for. Out of second, 40 pins is going to be, I'm lost now. Okay, 40 pins, Brenda and Zeno. 40 out of second, 70 out of second is Elizabeth and Eric. 93 out of second is Boomershine and Steelsmith, and 95 Megan Kelly and DJ Archer. Excuse me. So that's where all our action is. Right here, Team O going at it. O'Keefe still striking like crazy. She's probably the high average. I bet after that game she's now the high average of the tournament. We have Brett Cooper jump in here, new sales manager. If Wes is no longer to.
I think Wes is coming back with the drinks.
All right.
If we,
all right, we'll stall for Wes.
Yeah, he's. I think here he is. He's already. He's already here.
Okay.
All right, look at that.
All right, Wes Pye joining me. This is out of second place here. So we've got this score right here is Brenda and Zeno, X and O. They're 40 pins out of second.
Got it.
We've got 70 pins out of second for Trailer. And then we've got 93 out of second for Boomer. And then 95 for Kelly and Archer. This is out of second place from the kids.
And you've already done it. I see over to the side, you've already discussed the step ladder of spot by spot, the 40 for the kids, and then Zeno 30. And I mean, one shot can make all the difference.
For
And
sure.
Who wins the match?
It can go from, we're talking from going, we got the prize fund, excuse me, it's right here in front of me. We're talking from, we could go from 1,800 to 4,000. It's huge.
Big numbers. Big numbers.
Huge. And right now, Marshall Kent has started with 2 opens, but his partner is holding him up. She's got 3 in a row. He just roll it. 2 pin. Or did he 2-8? Can't tell, there's so many pins up there. He did 2-8. On 11 and 12, Elizabeth is up. Oh, just flat 10-in. Eric Trailer's got strike spare. Our team that looks like they're moving right now is Brenda and Zeno. I mean, it's still super early. I can kind of get a visual from 15, which is Boomer, Shine, and Steelsmith, and it kind of looks like we've got strike spare, strike, and strike spare. So we don't really have any. Megan Kelly just had strikes, maybe split, or definitely just split. So that one, we'll keep you updated on what's going on down there on 15. because those two could definitely, if they get striking, they're going to make a move. But right now, let's focus on Zeno Garcia coming up on lane 11. They are 40 pins back from second. Brenda's got a double. He's working on a double. And if they start striking here, they're going to have a pretty big jump.
Yeah, especially if you can get out early. That puts a lot of pressure on the people really watching around you because everybody's going to be scoreboard watching.
They are, when it's this close.
They can say they're not. The truth of the matter is you're going to be paying attention.
They
When
are.
the crowd starts making some noise, some strikes are being thrown. It makes a big difference.
Hey, guys, sitting here next to Bill O'Neill. Bill, are you demoted next year? Is Brian back and you're out?
It doesn't matter. She can bowl whoever she wants. It doesn't matter who she bowled with. Obviously, she bowls 270 every game.
Will you be back if you don't get to bowl with Shannon?
She just has to tell me what the dates are, what time I need to be here. There could be any tournament. I'll fly to Malaysia if there's a tournament, doubles tournament over there with her. But this is every game we bowled. She's got the front four. I spill the bucket and then I go high the next two frames. It's every game.
Thanks, Bill.
Is that an extra crispy bucket he spilled?
Ask everybody listening. Should I feel bad? Like, I feel like I'm stealing money today. Should I feel bad?
Yes.
I hear there's a really great charity you can donate it to if it feels bad.
Yeah.
They say you should, but here's the other part of it. How many times have you carried somebody else and have they felt bad?
Oh, you have to ask Chris Barnes that. I've carried him at least 3 gold medals in the competition.
Oh. Hey, Shannon. You are bowling phenomenal. You guys have pretty much, won this thing, so I'm going to talk to you now. I'm going to make you talk to me. Great bowling today, Shannon.
Thank you very much. It was fun.
279 just a bit ago. Yeah. Do you just love this bowling center, or what's going on?
I don't know. The big thing for me is
Here are the numbers.
I like to be able to get left and hook it and not be afraid to throw it and be aggressive. And when the guys get out here and chew up the lanes, it allows me to do that. With the girls, I don't really ever need to get this far left and just feel like I can just hit it. And I don't know. Yeah, I guess I match up well. I don't know.
Well, that's awesome, Shannon.
4-9
Finish this one in grand style for us.
I'll do my best.
All right, great. I'm going to bug out of here and head to the other pair where it's a little closer, but
Let's get a little update on 15 and 16.
I'll get you an update. No
see
problem.
What's going on with Boomer Shine and Megan Kelly. And then maybe if Liz and Sean, maybe they got starting with the front 5 down there. I see a bunch of strikes from one of those pairs.
all right, so Lindsay and Rick are both going at max scores of 280 through 4 frames.
Wow. Okay.
DJ and Megan. Megan is struggling. She has 55 in the 4th, and DJ has double spare.
Okay. Well, we don't have a whole lot of money difference there between the between 5th, 6th, and 7th, so that's not going to be huge.
Second and third, $1,600.
Right.
That's a big
second.
move
That's
right
going to
there.
be our big move.
I mean, second to fourth is $1,800.
Right.
So I mean, you could have a difference if the kids can hang on to this match against O'Neill O'Keefe.
And then down here on 17 and 18, a battle of the old yellows. Yellow versus yellow. Right now, Rash and Johnson ahead of Milligan and Barnes right now by about 30 through 5.
Eric Traylor, he's kind of got to get his feet underneath him here. He's not as solid at the line as he was previous few games. Brenda's still striking.
We're asked to give a little shout out on from Brian regarding the team on 11 and 12, as he's happily referring to them as the Texas Midgets.
The 2 guys.
Yep.
So Danielle, and this is what I was talking about. You can kind of see right now with Marshall and Danielle communicating here. Something that they just did incredibly well all weekend. They know what's at stake right here. They know that, hey, maybe we're going to lose this game. Let's not worry about that. Let's get as many pins as we can get. Let's get lined up, because they don't. I mean, that last thing they want to see is go from second to fifth. It's a $2,000 hickey.
Well, and also, especially in a doubles tournament, in someone where in an event where you've selected your partner, that communication where you might be able to pick something up because you're familiar with your partner's game.
Right.
You can save some shots. As many games as they bowled here today and yesterday, that separates. You say, oh, it's 50 pins, 60 pins, what have you. Oh yeah.
Rolling the 4.
And that was after she just tripped a 6 for Brooklyn,
Yeah.
so she really took advantage of that crossover. But having some conviction and your partner, being that second set of eyes from the bench helps save a lot of shots in a lot of cases, makes up a lot of pins.
Well, you can see right here, she's going to stand right behind Marshall on this shot, and she's going to watch.
Absolutely.
I mean, she's going to provide instant feedback.
They've done this all weekend, guys.
I can't believe you haven't thrown
Both of
Mike
them.
in between there.
Oh, I can get in there
No,
and mic
leave
them
them
up.
alone.
In there.
Get
You just
away.
let me know. You want me to get in there? I'm in there.
I want you away from them. We need some strikes here from the kids.
Dead flush.
Sounded
Great
pretty good.
Shot by
Great
Marshall.
shot,
Dead
Marshall.
flush.
Brenda just going high, leaving the 3-6-10. Now, Liz and Eric, they got to get going here because they are definitely in danger of dropping a spot or two.
I feel like down here where I'm at, I feel like I just moved Wichita, Kansas. I got Steelsmith, Rash, and Barnes just hanging out down here.
Brenda shooting the 3-6-10, pretty big conversion.
Megan Kelly's out of gas. She just flagged a single pin spare. It just sounded like a NASCAR race.
Yeah, yeah.
And Kevin Harvick ran out of gas coming out of corner number 4.
Got flagged. Danielle coming up light, leaving the 2-4-5.
She tried to make an adjustment off that Brooklyn where she was a little short last time.
She's got 126 in the 5th. There's a better shot by E.T. This just in, Bill O'Neill is sitting down.
I'll tell you something I see down here though. I've got Rash and Johnson right here in front of me, and I see some people out of gas, and they look like they're ready to bowl like 15 more games.
Yeah, well they're closers. Huge shot by Daniel here.
And Rash just looked at me and said, "I'm ready."
Well, the lanes are probably coming to him. We've got some fans back here extremely interested in this title match with the kids. Brenda's barely leaving the 9. How's Boomershine doing down there? Give us an update.
I just watched her throw a shot. She's got 137 in the 6th with now through the nose for a 3-6 in the 7th. Possible 247. Steelsmith going at a 280 max score through 6.
Okay.
Got a big shot coming here by Marshall Kent. Oh, strike. Nice pitch. Yes. Top 4's up for grabs. I mean, 2nd through 5th. Yeah.
Lots of celebration going on by the fans.
The crowd goes wild. No more crickets here.
Danielle leaving the 2-4-5 again, but kind of same thing. Marshall's picking her up. She kept him striking. She struck first part of the game while he was figuring him out. Now he's on it. Great shot by Shannon O. Oh my God! How did that not hit that?
We get a little replay on one of these other screens right here. It's a great shot. Wow, the 6-pin jumped right in front of the 10 right off the kickback. Amazing.
Bowser, there's a top 4 possibility. Zeno coming in there, big double for him.
Houston, that would not be a problem.
Nope. So really where we're going to get here is Zeno and Brenda. Because Trailer is just not, he is not figuring this.
Yeah,
we've
the ball's
seen
just
it.
really hooking early on him.
Everybody that comes to 11, their ball instantly hooks.
What happened to Bill O'Neill? I mean,
Yep.
he jumped through the face. He left the 3, 4, 6, 7. Then he spared on the right lane, came back, and then he struck the next 3 times in a row. But he had to make a really big mother may I to the left.
He made a huge move. He took that big step left.
Because he knew where the hook was going to be, and he had to hit it at a different angle.
Right.
Hey guys, I'm having fun down here on 15 and 16.
We thought you left.
No, I'm
So
watching.
glad
I'm
you're
watching
still here.
Steel Smith here. He gets another one in the 7th, and he just packs it back. He's throwing the high road pearl. It's rolling so good for him, and I didn't realize Rick was throwing storm stuff. I just didn't know that, being the new guy. Man, the storm stuff looks so good in his hand.
We just heard that Lindsay's up. Lindsay and Steel Smith are up by 85 in their match. Is that correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so they're going to be winners.
85 to a little 30 bonus on top of that.
I think they're probably going to pass Trailer. I mean, it's still
That's a possibility.
We're still early here. Trailer, they've got to get something going.
Yep. And Kelly and Archer aren't making a run at him.
No, they could go. But depending on how much they got down there, Mike. I mean, the kids. We've got 153 in the 7th and 145 in the 7th, so they're bowling about even. They are going to lose the match though, because Team O is piling on 4-baggers like they're going out of style.
Yeah, Lindsay's still got 247 left. Steel Smith is now up in the 8th, getting ready to step on the approach.
What's he got left?
280.
280. Okay.
They got 520. They could get to 550. 550 with bonus pins.
That's going to be huge.
They could go slingshotting around. They could maybe get all the way to 3rd.
They can get to 2nd.
That's right.
They can
could
get to 2nd.
That's right.
We're going to
That's
have to
right.
stay on top of that, Mike. Danielle just got one.
Steel Smith
way
with
right.
another one. I'm gonna move that scoreboard camera.
Yeah, let's do that because, well, at least there's so much going on here from 2nd to 5th.
Brian, hopefully you can roll with those changes as I move this this camera over to 15 and 16.
The kids can still get to about 4. My numbers are right. They can get to about 470, but they're going to be out of the wood on winning the 30 bonus pins.
Well, they're going to get 470.
Because they can go 43.
But that's
going to go 43, and you got 25.
The kids can strike out to stay in 2nd.
Yeah.
From my early, even without the bonus pins.
Yeah, they can get 468 at the max.
Yeah. They can secure their spot in 2nd.
Kent just struck.
But they have to get them all. So, Mike,
Yes.
if they don't get them all, though, they could go from 2nd to who knows where. I mean, they're not going to go any lower than 4th. It is not Liz and Trailer. Just
If this was an election, Team O has won in a landslide here with a couple of games to go. They pretty much wrapped it up.
Team O won with the electoral.
They're doing a victory lap already, literally.
Lindsay's up on 15. I got a camera on it.
Okay. Well, you've got her.
She's up 9th. She's got a possible 247 left. She's working on a strike.
Oh, 3, 6, 9, 10.
I'll let you know when Steel Smith's up.
Okay. She's in the 9th right there with that?
Yep. 227 max score left for her. Steel
Okay.
Smith still 280.
The number's already in. With them 3rd. All right, Lindsay. Leaving the
chopped the
10.
spare.
That's going to be big.
That is big.
So really, our focus probably needs to be on Zeno and Brenda. They're the team that can go to. They can go to 2nd, Mike.
Sure can.
We might want to. I've got eyes on
And
that
also depends
scoreboard.
if Steel Smith strikes too.
Right.
If I remember it, he's shooting 280.
280.
So Lindsay's still shooting 210 even with a hole.
Right.
Yeah.
Got 215 for Lindsay. She still has left.
That means you got 495 in the wood, 35, 25.
525.
Yeah.
And right now, Brenda has a possible 256, and Zeno has a possible 247. Is that right?
Steel Smith wrap 10.
Okay.
Great shot by Steel Smith.
Yeah.
Super pitch.
So we're going to be focused here on what's going on. Danielle, I think she's up on, is she on the left lane there? Yep. Okay, Shannon O's on the right lane.
Yeah, Danielle has 223 left, Marshall 225, O'Neill 237, and O'Keefe now is going to be 237 if she spares it up.
Yeah, she's going to raise her average a point.
I believe she's the highest averaging bowler in the tournament now.
That might be 2 years in a row as well. I cannot recall last year, but she was definitely she definitely was high woman, obviously, but I think she probably beat the men.
And Padilla can shoot 256.
Okay, 256. What about Zeno?
247.
247. We're going to have some moving going on. This 10th frame is going to be huge for Kent.
And by the way, just to follow up on what you said, Mike, going into the last game, Shannon O'Keefe was at 26-12 on her total pinfall. Second was Eric Traylor, 25-74. So she was 38 pins ahead of her closest competitor in the entire field.
So Marshall is going to have to double for them to have any chance to stay in second.
Yes.
And that Zeno's up right. This is a huge shot in the ninth.
247 max score for Garcia
And
here in the
he knows
ninth.
it. He knows that they can get the second.
McEwen is at 221.
We'll see if any of that scoreboard watching comes into play.
Absolutely. There's no
wow, what a break! If he big fours there, they are stuck in third. It's gonna hit it. So Marshall coming up here. I think he's aware of what's going on as well.
Yeah, very much so.
I mean,
And he's got 225 left.
$1,600 shot.
Lindsay Bolt 205.
Okay. Pretty aggressive shot by Marshall.
Steel Smith through the nose, but trips it all out. He still has 259 left. They're going to get the win. Megan Kelly, 143. DJ can shoot 237.
Just so we can kind of get a rough estimate, Wes, let's put the kids in at 420. Just say 420. I mean, say 425. I mean, that's with a spare and 9. Let's just see where that gets us as far as where that'll go. I think it's going to really come down to the 10th here, Mike. Are you around Garcia and Padilla?
No, I'm down watching Steel Smith, who now has got 9. He's going to shoot 249.
Okay. Well, they're basically 40 pins behind the kids.
So they're going to have 84 with bonus.
So we're at 420, say 5. They're 40 behind. So Zeno and Brenda need to bowl 461 to go into second. That'd be about right. Just estimates.
Well, actually, yeah, including the bonus pins.
Yeah, including
the bonus pins.
So they need to bowl 430 because they're going to win the match. They have the match won.
Yeah, 431 in bonus, 461, 36 gets them around.
All right, that puts them there. That's going to get them up to
40.
That's going to get them a second.
They need 466 with bonus.
Yeah, and they've got 421 without bonus and without finishing the 10th frame.
Well, they still got anybody behind them. How about Boomer Shine and Steel Smith making a move and making a run around behind them?
By 23, Rick's got a possible. Would that be?
Because they could go up to
258 there, Mike.
He left the 10 pin. I believe it was 248. Rick, did you have 248?
So 53. So they 83 over.
43.
249 for Steel Smith. 205 for Boomer Shine.
Yeah, that
454.
I think that's going to call them, Mike. They're going to go. Brenda and Zeno are going to move in a second. Timo's going to win.
Is Boomershine and Steel Smith going to go around Sinecki and Trailer?
Yes, I believe so.
We're getting your number there to 88.55 because they had 454 plus a 30 bonus for 484.
And how many were they behind?
They were 23 behind Sinecki and Trailer.
Yes, they are going to go around them.
And there were 53 behind Padilla and Garcia.
They will not get around them.
So they're going to get to fourth.
They're going to get to fourth, correct. So Timo are going to be your tournament champions. Brenda Padilla and Zeno Garcia are going to come in second. The kids are going to be our third place finishers. And right now it's looking like Lindsey Boomershine and Rick Steelsmith will get to fourth.
They made up a lot of ground the last couple of games.
Those 2 games, they charged. And we don't have a fifth and sixth. We don't have anything down there. There's a difference between $200 and the prize fund.
It looks like it could be Sinecki and Trailer because Kelly and Archer.
They're not, because Kelly and Archer aren't going to advance.
Right.
I would just assume, I haven't seen any bowling down there, but I would assume Liz and Sean will go around Megan Kelly and DJ Archer.
Right. Yeah, there's a 60-pin difference between Kelly Archer versus Johnson and Rash.
Right. And with the 140 game, I mean, they've got to go around that.
Right. And in 8th place being Tennille Milligan and Chris Barnes, they were 94 pins behind Johnson and Rash going to the last game, and then there was another 184 pins from 8th to 9th, so it was pretty locked in from 7th through 12th. So what was that? Oh, Zeno's still up right now.
Zeno is still up. It's partner bowl 178. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the other team. He's got possible 225 and 244. 69. So say they're
it's 499.
Yeah, give him 100.
$89.23.
So
yeah,
they go
around the kids by
34
pins.
Okay. So right now we've got Brenda and Zeno in at 39.23 and the kids at 33.89. These are unofficial, but I'm going to say they're pretty close with Southern Math. So that's a pretty big jump that they just made. What'd they gain there? $1,600.
Yes, they sure did.
That's huge.
And if you think about where Boomershine and Steelsmith came from, they were 7th 2 games ago and they finished 4th.
Right.
Yeah. So they moved from $1,700 all the way up to
$2,200. Good grind for $500 more.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the team champions of Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill. Shannon defends her championship with a new partner.
Is it a defend?
Isn't it a defend?
I don't know. Mike, what's the ruling there?
It's like a half defend?
Half defend, a half back-to-back. It's just a back.
I mean, she definitely was the player to be beat out here. I mean, she was the
both
player
years
to beat.
she was high.
Wow.
Let's give it to her.
Absolutely.
Let's call it back-to-back.
She's the MVP of the tournament. No doubt about it.
Timo.
Not just because she was a champion, but she really was a class of the field here. Really bowled fantastic.
All right, let's turn on this ambient mic here.
I want to congratulate Shannon O'Keefe and Bill O'Neill. Bill and Barbara Chrisman from Storm are here. They're going to assist in the presentation. Congratulations, rollers, winning the 14th annual Luci Bonneau Double, $8,000. Tyler Jensen, you need to do 17 and 18, please. Tyler Jensen, 17 and 18.
They're getting set here for the awards presentation. Mike Flanagan still with you here. They're trying to round up Tyler Jensen. They've got quite the scene here at the Luci Bonneau. Your champions again, Bill O'Neill and Shannon O'Keefe. Bill and Barbara Chrisman down there. We'll see if get a little better camera angle for you.
Over 200 pins. Congratulations, brothers. $8,000. 2 fantastic trophies. Bill and Barbara Chrisman here to award the trophies. Jensen from Storm will also assist in the presentation. the defending champions. Also, rollers, don't forget about the format change for next year. After Saturday's bowling, the top 20 teams will advance to Sunday, bowl another 4-game block. Then we'll cut to the top 8 for match play after a lunch break. That will be a change in the format for next year, giving more bowlers a chance in the finals. Donna Connors, the tournament director, and Bill Norman, the owner of the Storm & Norman Pro Shop. I want to thank all the sponsors for making this such a great event. Thanks to the live stream on Inside Bowling, Storm Bowling sponsorship, the individuals contributing all the extra money, the Salem Foundation for putting on the event, Donna doing such a terrific job as always every year with everything. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you in 2014.
All right, that looks like it's going to conclude our coverage here. As you see, the pictures getting taken here at the Luci Bonneau. Our first year here.
Will come out in
And
early January.
what a weekend. Mike Flanagan back with you here in the booth, and Burkhardt here as well. Ryan, you got any final words to say? No? Nope. No, Brian doesn't have any final words to say. Lindsay, you going to make your flight? Yeah. She's going to make her flight. So looks like everything's good to go here. But we want to thank you for watching the broadcast here from the 2013 Luci Bonneau. Carol Norman's Storm & Norman's Pro Shop. You Can Bowl 2, and Storm, the Bowlers Company, for bringing you this event. Donna Connors, again, you work your tail off. You do a great job to bring everyone this event. It sells out. We were happy to be here. Hopefully we'll be back next year to bring you the event. It was fun talking to Bill and Barbara Chrisman earlier today. Tyler Jensen, very Storm feel today. Wes Pye was here. And we've seen U.S. Open champions like Wes Malott. Liz Johnson was here. Just a star-studded field. Chris Barnes. This is our farthest south broadcast that we've had, and it was cool coming down. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage this week. I want to give a shout-out to everybody in the chat that has been with us and hanging in there with us. Our next broadcast is kind of up in the air right now. We may be in a week and a half in New York for the Underground Bowling Association, but we're still trying to work on internet at Carolier. If we're not there, it will be Jeff Carter's team tournament, the Mary Tubner in September. We will be there. And then we will be at the Fusion Realtors also in September. I believe we're going to take October off unless somebody books us for something. And then November, I believe we're going to have 2 collegiate tournaments back in the St. Louis area, the Lindenwood Lions Classic, and I believe we're going to do collegiate team match games this year. Then in December, it'll be the holiday doubles. Don't forget, mark your calendars for the 2014 Storm InsideBowling.com Open. That will be the last weekend in April. Mark your calendars. $10,000 for first place this year. And there's a lot of other great tournaments going on. The New Mexico Open's coming up. Make sure you look into that one. The Grand Boot Hill we're involved with. Proprietors Cup has a lot of stuff going on. Forgive me if I've missed some. Obviously, the PBA's got regionals all over the place. Support the PBA. Subscribe to Extra Frame. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, Bowl TV's YouTube channel. Go out and check out the rack getting hit yesterday on our YouTube channel. Almost 2,500 views in 12 hours. We'd like to get a couple 100,000 views out of that. We work hard to bring you all this coverage, and every once in a while getting a spike in viewership helps us get more subscribers and maybe sell more sponsorships one day. So, but other than that, that's about it here from Houston. I got a flight to catch here with Brian. We're going to pack up our stuff. Again, Donna Connors, everyone here in Houston, David here at Palace Lanes. It's been a hoot, and next time maybe I'll bring my cowboy hat. So until the next time I see you, I got to move to Utah, Director of Marketing at Storm. Bowl up a Storm, buy a High Road Pearl, buy a Marvel S. Support all the great people that we do, our pro staff, and all the people involved with Storm. And we will see you on our next broadcast. Bye, Sean Rash. Bye, Cassandra Luthold. You bowled amazing. And bye to everyone that's been watching at home this weekend. We'll see you on the next broadcast. Take care.